Steph Weaves Tales presents Paxwood, The Haunting of Paxwood House, a paranormal fantasy web serial written and narrated by Stephanie Gildart. Prologue, The Chosen, and Those Who Choose Themselves. I shouldn't still be in this house. It shouldn't even be standing after the long cons, betrayals, incursions, and battles, most especially the latest. The battle that shattered the world. Newscasters are calling it the Wild Hunt. Not sure who coined it, or if they even care it isn't entirely accurate. The fair folk and the old gods were on our side on this one. No one loves a demon incursion, especially the ancient beings who feel they have the greatest claim to Earth and the humans who live there. I perch cross-legged on my bed with my laptop open on my lap. As usual, my desk is strewn with a half-dozen old books and other reference materials that either helped to save the day or at least helped me understand how to explain it. That's my job. I'm the chosen chronicler of my generation, the generation that failed to hold the line and keep magic out of sight, the generation that still, somehow, saved the world. My body aches. Every breath reminds me of bruised ribs and stitches and bandages over fresh wounds. Every one of us had to fight in this one, even the ones like me with no special healing factor. Now the dust is settled, and I'm supposed to be recording what happened so it can get filed away in the Library of Chroniclers, maintained by the hands of the seers, who guide and control the chosen ones. An unexpected knock comes at my door. My heart flutters with high hopes, which are immediately dashed when Clover speaks. "Dinner's ready, kitty," she says. She loves to call me that. She knows my name is Carrie Mae Reese Hansen. But she loves to joke that I'm as curious as a cat, so Kitty is the only name that fits me. It used to bother me because it's true. Tonight, it's proof that Clover survived the battle with her heart intact, and that is something worth celebrating. And while she's not the one I was hoping for, I value her experience and insight. "Come in here a minute." Door's open. Clover glides into the room, all in one piece, not even a sign of a scar marring her porcelain skin. She settles down on the foot of my bed and flashes me a toothy smile. "Well?" she asks. The hands of the seers expect my record of events, printed and bound in the Library of Chroniclers. Something this pivotal they wanted in the archives so that chosen ones present and future can study everything that happened and learn from our experiences. I point at my laptop with both hands palms up. I don't know where to start. Clover doesn't bother to hide her true emotions. The roll of her eyes, the cold, unapproving frown. The hands of the seers and Clover don't see eye to eye. Fortunately, Rowan Hayward doesn't care so much what they think, and Clover's been part of Rowan's academy and my training as a chosen one pretty much since I found out I was chosen. "Well, what's your heart telling you?" Something sparks in my chest. The entire planet was just blanketed with roiling darkness and dry lightning. Everyone's worst nightmares sprang forth into reality and started hunting us all for the better part of 2 days. All of us. Now we've defeated the Demon Lord of Nightmares, the sun's rising like normal, and no one knows what to do about it. There's no denying magic is real now. News is clear on it. Governments can't hide it away in covert agencies. Everyone's talking about it. They know some people have magic. There are some beings that don't obey the law of science. They're scared. Clover clucks her tongue, soft, brows furrowed with concern, blue eyes studying me, but she lets me continue uninterrupted. If the hands of the seers get their way, there will be a worldwide truce between all the magical factions to keep heads down and wait for everything to blow over. Let the mundane humans spin yet another explanation that allows them to go back to turning a blind eye to everything magic. They think humans are that dense, and they like it that way. But Clover, we're way beyond a return to blind innocence here, and we could do something different for a change. Change can be terrifying. Clover reaches out and places a cool hand over mine. This really isn't a story that belongs only in the hands of an elitist bunch of self-righteous, glorified demon hunters who think that because they have the best libraries of prophecy ever collected by any human organization, they have the right to determine which prophecies should come to pass and when. It's not, I agree. Everyone needs to know there are some amazing people in the world who fight back against the dark. They need examples as we take steps into the unknown. Stories of chosen ones born of prophecy and given innate magical gifts. Stories of the people who saw the darkness at work in their own lives and chose themselves to fight back. Stories of hope to give us all the power to keep fear from taking control of us. These records need to reach everyone. They don't need to sit on an enchanted bookshelf untapped. So, what are you going to do? Clover asks. Always the master grifter, I kid. She is. But this time, as much as I'm sure she'd love for me to thumb my nose at the hands of the seers, I know she's opening a door so I can make the choice to walk through, not manipulating me toward a decision. She's right. I have to do something. Either I put together this story and send it to the hands of the seers for archiving, or I share it. I share it all using the internet, social media, any contacts I can to get the story out there. Starting from the story of how Rowan bought this house. Isn't that when you were still trying to work up the courage to tell Shar you had a crush on her? Clover asked. Her smile was back, playful. Perfect! Everyone loves a good romance subplot. It's my turn to roll my eyes. Yes, but that's not historically relevant. It humanizes you, though, and that's going to be important. Even more important when you get to the part where you have to include more questionable individuals like me and Marcus and Vess. Make yourself human. Build their trust up. Give them your heart and your sight so they can see us all the way we are. I take a deep breath, then nod. She's right. This is right. I'll start from the haunting of Paxwood House, this house I'm in now, this house that has become my home, from my own first-hand account. Add in secondary sources where I need to, maybe weave in some resources to help people understand. It's a good place to start because it's when I accepted magic is real. I'll have to take some liberties to keep things tight and get the story out there. But every storyteller does that, and I'm sure my friends will forgive me, even if my representation of them to the public isn't exactly how they see themselves. Well, some of them might murder me, so I'll have to be careful. Clover squeezes my hand. Getting lost in thought already, are we, kitty? Dinner first. I close my laptop and set it to the side. Then I'll get to work. Better to save the world on a full stomach when you can. Episode 1. Trespassing and eavesdropping are terrible hobbies. Loose crumbling brick remnants shifted beneath my feet as I crossed the gap in the wall that surrounded Paxwood House. I shouldn't have been there, but the city council meeting ended early, and Shar wasn't expecting me for another 20 minutes. This place was tonight's central issue. To sell or not to sell. I'd never admit how many times I'd visited Paxwood House, the abandoned home of town founder John Paxwood and his family. This was trespassing. Anyone who knew about my fascination with local lore and old ghost stories strongly advised against doing anything illegal, especially considering I was a sophomore with a bright future ahead of me, and I didn't want to mess on my permanent record with college applications on the horizon. But who would know? No one came here. Not even high school delinquents looking for privacy. There was plenty of non-haunted forest for that. The dim chill after I crossed the property line immediately raised goosebumps across my arms. No low points in the topography or density of tree cover explained why this always happened. Every time I came here, I noticed the change. It could be all in my head. I'd never dared to ask anyone else to tag along to verify. Mind you, there were a few posts on the lore compendium about Paxwood House. The Paxwoods notoriously held seances and dabbled in the spooky. Although if you were a wealthy woman living in the early 1900s, the occult was the in thing. And you didn't have social media to share your ghost encounters, so you had to host a party where everyone could be witnessed together. Most ladies at the time weren't devil worshippers. They were just, well, bored. The entire Paxwood family died inside, apparently of a flu-like disease, leaving no successors. So it became city property. Then the mayor's house. In 2001, when those anthrax attacks happened through the mail and other places, some people visiting the mayor got sick. It was a total coincidence, but the mayor decided it'd be better to have a more modern, more secure, less haunted house to live in. After that, it stood empty. Surprising how fast a place falls into disrepair. One of the city council meeting's points of discussion was the Sylphium Resorts Incorporated proposal to purchase Paxwood House, renovate it, and open it as a luxury bed and breakfast at the heart of a town that had once thrived on lumber and now flourished on tourism. Winter skiing and snowboarding, summer camping and hiking, antiquing all year round. Dried up leaves crunched under my feet. It hadn't rained in at least a week, which was admittedly unusual for Western Washington. I'd never gone into Paxwood House. I comprehended the hazards of entering an abandoned building, but the grounds, if there were wild animals, it would be the same ones I'd encounter hiking in the ample evergreen forests here in the Cascades. I didn't know why at the time, but Paxwood House called to me. Ever since middle school, I'd ride up here alone on my bike sometimes and go through that same gap in the wall. With its deep roots in the history of this community, I felt almost at home musing about the stories I learned about my hometown's past. I strolled through the overgrown grounds, stared toward the old house sagging in the distance. It wasn't that big, and from what little I understood about Sylphium, they built large-scale vacation resorts. This late 1800s mansion probably had 8 bedrooms at most. I hadn't seen the floor plans, but they'd be in the city library. My mother would find those useful, too. I'd already sent my notes on tonight's meeting to her. She was a councilwoman, and I was her spy in the audience. She was sharp, but a second set of eyes scanning the crowd and the other council members' expressions helped when something big was on the table. So I dutifully noted who was in the audience, like Dr. Vogel, Paxwood's dentist, whose adoptive daughter now worked for the corporation that wanted to buy out Paxwood's soul. He smiled and whispered encouraging things to several of the other local business owners sitting around him. The 3 resident Cardosos of Cardoso Family Auto sat together, faces neutral. Nix Cardoso, who also taught shop at Paxwood High, had the stiffest posture of them all. The Cardosos could be firm allies in opposition to the sale. In exchange for my observations and notes, I had permission to use the car for research. I hadn't mentioned that it wasn't for school, but my mother hadn't asked either. That was her mistake, not mine. Shar, the new moon. I stuck my hand into my pocket and found only keys. I'd forgotten my phone. Might as well get going. I headed back, crossing the same crumbling gap. Felt about 5 degrees warmer once I was back outside. Something different froze me in my tracks. Voices. Had someone reported my car, parked and empty down the street? I usually came on my bike, easier to stash. Cars were too big to disguise, and despite Paxwood House's tall brick walls, its location wasn't isolated. I pressed my back against the property wall to keep from being seen, listening. I knew these voices. I'd been listening to them just 30 minutes before. No downside for them with this, and they're still making us wait 2 weeks for them to vote on the sale. Paxwood House is a rundown wreck, a drain on their revenue, worth half of what we're offering. Their little backwater make-believe tourist trap has to need this infusion of money into their budget. Sneering baritone voice. I imagine his nose held up in sheer disgust. This was Sylphium's lawyer. His name was generic enough even my photographic memory hadn't registered it. If you're wondering why they're so slow to agree, you can start with the fact that you're calling Paxwood a backwater tourist trap. It is a city, at least technically. That was Tricia Anholtz, former Paxwood resident and the proposed manager who would run Paxwood House Bed and Breakfast on behalf of Sylphium, if the council approved the sale. Lawyer man huffed. I need to get out of this forest. The blood donor selection is abysmal, and the evergreen sap smell gets into everything. I don't want that in my mouth. My mind whirred. How would blood donors relate to his mouth? Blood transfusions happened by needle. Well, unless he was a vampire, but they weren't real. Sure, I treasured Paxwood's lore. I investigated ghosts and fairies and other impossibilities. I wanted actual proof that magic existed, but these were stories, experiences. They lived in a space between true and false. Like Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny, they made the world more interesting. So no, I'd misheard him, or misunderstood what he was saying. There was no way that an honest-to-goodness vampire went through all the steps necessary to become a barred lawyer in Washington state, considering the amount of daylight activity involved, even with all the cloudy days. If such a lawyer existed, they would not be standing outside a decrepit Victorian mansion in the Northern Cascades talking about real estate. How could any paranormal being be that boring? We've made our proposal, and it's not like there are any other offers on the table. Anholtz pressed on. We can count on Vogel to persuade local business owners, to put pressure on council members. We'll do a bit of special persuasion if it comes to that. If we knew what we were looking for, things would be different. We need full access without prying eyes. What did that even mean? Had the Paxwoods or a former mayor hidden some secret treasure? If true, it would be some juicy local lore. Hoping the two would just wrap up their conversation and leave, I stayed still, but I hear something, said the lawyer. Where? Time to move. My best guess from their volume and direction was they were standing close to the main entry gate to my right. My car was off to my left. Footsteps on worn pavement started my way. My heart pounded, adrenaline flooding my system, instinct screaming that it would be a terrible idea to get caught. I darted out from my unplanned hiding place pressed against the brick property wall, dashed like it was a physical fitness testing day across the road to my car, fumbling with the key fob in my pocket. No horror movie damsel moment for me tonight. The car beeped, its lights flashing. I slipped into the driver's seat, turned over the ignition, and ignored the sounds of Miss Anholtz and her lawyer shouting after me as I peeled away. In my rearview mirror, I could see each of their cars, so they'd driven separately to meet here? One of these days, trespassing and eavesdropping would catch up to me. For now, I breathed in through my nose and out through my mouth to calm my nerves. The dashboard clock read 9:10 p.m. 10 minutes fast as always, but Char was waiting all the same. The thought of a secret treasure hidden by the town founders tempted me to cancel. Char would understand. But new moons only happened once a month, and I didn't want to wait. Plus, tonight presented the perfect chance to say something. Finally. Well, maybe? Episode 2. Research by Moonlight is better with friends. A dirt road, illuminated by flashlight, wasn't the most romantic place to confess your love to the girl of your dreams, but there were worse. I'd planned this out and lost my nerve for months. Any of the times we drove around provided the privacy for it. No chance her parents or mine would barge in on us. But I'd imagine myself distracted as I fumbled through my confession, getting into a wreck. Way, way too embarrassing. So out here, under the open night sky, alive with stars, between towering evergreen trees, my heart went weird in my chest, like some kind of trapped creature squirming for an escape. I bit my lip as I bumped shoulders with my best friend. That was the most nerve-wracking part of it. Char was my best friend. Char, who always came prepared, whatever we were getting into. Tonight, she brought 2 flashlights and a folded map in case we lost reception or our phones died out here at the far edge of Paxwood, where our little city nestled in the Northern Cascades gave way to thick evergreen forest. Char, who entertained my crazy schemes with remarkable exuberance, even when it meant slipping out into the night in a borrowed car. She asked all the right questions and recalled each bit of lore I shared, though urban legends weren't her first passion. Char wanted to be a chocolatier or a costume designer or anything fundamentally creative. Char, whose friendship mattered so much that fracturing it with the wrong words would cut me to ribbons. Char trusted me as twilight turned to night, even somewhere like this. So tell me the story, Char said, breaking the silence that hung in the cool air between us. What are we looking for? For the 100th or 1,000th or maybe millionth time, I swallowed the lump of confession in my throat and flashed a smile instead. It's another fairy one. I looked away as I swung my flashlight side to side slowly, sweeping the beam of light across the gravel road, most focused on the shoulder, thick with tall grass and brambles. I was looking for a footpath, no matter how small. As the story goes, there was a group of humans with magical abilities, accused of being evil witches by the ordinary humans. Worse, they were tormented by demons who wanted to enslave them, but no one would help them because, evil witches are evil. So they were facing enemies on every side. Shar nodded along. They needed a sanctuary where they could rest, recover, shake off their tormentors, and move on to a more permanent home. As I let the story catch hold of me, that wild creature that had replaced my heart stilled, put to slumber by the familiar rhythm. I risked losing this if I said anything that would change the status quo. I couldn't confess. Who else would listen to my weird folklore like Shar? The sanctuary needed to be hidden and safe with enough resources to recover from losses. The fairies, according to the old lore, have ways of walking between their home realm and our world, making paths between distant places, even crafting little folds in reality tucked away where no one can find them, because they simultaneously do and don't exist. And fairies absolutely love to make deals and trades. So, these not-so-evil witches made a deal, Shar guessed. My light glanced across a turn in the road, so I pulled out my phone to check the most recently updated map data. This was visible on satellite view. It was real. I settled back into the tale. Exactly. They traded in story, magic, enchantments, bargained away their best livestock, and all the resources they could spare because the demons or the humans would steal or kill or destroy anything they owned anyway. In exchange, the fairies made a sanctuary. Legend says it remains a haven even to this day. The sanctuary path appears between birch trees under a new moon. A new crossroads on a path that leads to nowhere. And it's a new moon tonight. Plus, this road ends ahead, doesn't it? Shar swept her own flashlight beam upward over the thin, cracked white trunks of the birch trees that grew near the road. Why birch trees specifically, though? Tree meanings say they're symbolic of new beginnings, and fairies like to lean into symbols and meanings for their magic, I guess. You checked your phone to compare the side of the road to the maps? Shar gathered. I nodded. Plus, the sanctuary path is distinct because it will have a black gate with no fence. When you open the gate and pass through it, you'll find yourself in sanctuary. If my research is correct, you encounter the gate pretty quickly. We shouldn't have to stray too far down any side path. No gate? It's not the sanctuary path. And where did you find this story? Shar asked. The internet. We both broke out laughing. When Shar bumped shoulders with me in her mirth, that wild creature stirred again. Wait, so it can't be Paxwood specific, right? And aren't witches more of an East Coast thing, like Salem? I shrugged. Right. It came out of New England, the colonial era. I didn't plan to do anything with it, but then I noticed this stand of birch trees. I guess we're far enough north here in Whatcom County. The coast shouldn't matter if the other conditions line up. I mean, fairies make gates between whole other worlds, apparently. Shar and I investigated so many local legends and paranormal oddities since we'd met in 6th grade. Pioneer graveyards, lumber ghost towns, fairy circles, hikes into the woods looking for signs of animal shapeshifters, hauntings of the old buildings in Paxwood itself. It ended the same, with no proof of magic but plenty of time shared. I wished, just once, these expeditions would lead to a discovery instead of a forgotten lump of fool's gold. Soon, I'd have to give up the hunt for fairies and focus on figuring out a path to college, a career, and adult financial stability. But I'd enjoy this while it lasted. Gravel crunched beneath the soles of our shoes, and our flashlight beams passed over plants, but no unexpected paths. Somewhere nearby, an owl hooted. Above us, the road left an empty gap in the evergreen forest canopy, a wide-open view to the brilliantly clear night sky, especially bright because of our distance from any major light pollution, and brighter still because of the total lack of moonlight. Then, a wolf howled. Shar caught hold of my hand, and I reassured myself it meant nothing. Friends held hands all the time. First love was enough of a challenge when everything was heteronormative. I didn't even know if Shar was interested in girls. Shar hadn't expressed an interest in, anyone. When I told her I was bisexual, Shar hadn't shared her own orientation. She'd been wonderful, supportive, and understanding, grateful that I had entrusted her with the truth. But there was a difference between saying, I think I'm bisexual, and saying, I think I love you. Not a comfortable conversation to have. Should we turn back? Shar asked. The wolf howl? I squeezed Shar's hand. We're probably fine. We pressed on a few steps further, and then my flashlight caught another break in the brambles. I'd started to check the satellite map again when Shar pulled me back a step. Carrie, look, Shar whispered. The underbrush rustled, and Shar's light caught the movement. My first thought was that somehow the vampire lawyer had tracked me down already, but the figure that broke between the trees was worse. After all, Officer Adrian Morgan was an absolutely real human being, and the last thing I needed was for him to call my parents on me. Again. 3. Never confess in front of a cop. Carrie Reese Hansen. Officer Adrian Morgan tipped his head at us. He wore plaid and denim, and he had no senior partner anywhere in sight, so he was definitely off duty. The first time I met him, before he joined the force, he kept his long, straight black hair in a ponytail, but ever since he signed up to protect and serve, he had a short buzz cut. Conformity could drain the life out of a person, and Adrian hadn't exactly been fun when he was in high school and I was in middle school either. Even with a dozen potential Paxwood police officers who I might encounter while researching local lore and legends, it was always Adrian Morgan getting in my way. At least he'd never caught me around Paxwood House. He'd have an absolute field day over it. It'd be the excuse he needed to issue an arrest instead of a stern warning. And Charlotte Musso, he added, looking over at Char. He had his phone out in one hand, flashlight in the other. So Councilwoman Reese Hansen's car wasn't stolen and ditched at the edge of the woods. I locked eyes with him and flashed my best innocent smile. Borrowed, with permission, sir. Would he pick up on the note of sarcasm, or had I swallowed it? We're looking for a good place to do some stargazing for an astronomy project for science. Arietids. And the weather's perfectly clear. You know, the meteor shower. Shar wouldn't see the harm in telling Officer Morgan that we were out here seeking a fairy-made sanctuary in the birch trees because of a story I'd read on the internet. If he called my parents and he said anything other than that we were conducting research for school, I could lose my car keys with summer right around the corner. Had reports of wolves in the area. Officer Morgan looked past us, down the gravel road. Plus, it's a school night. I wanted to point out that Officer Morgan was not in fact my parent or guardian, and there wasn't any sort of curfew for Paxwood High students, but there was no way I'd be able to say that politely, so instead I stuck with 2 crisp words. I know. We heard a wolf howl, Shar said. I thought it might be a good idea to go home. You're out here on a silly little ghost hunt, not a school project, aren't you? Officer Morgan flicked his thumb across his phone screen. Looking for ghosts of murdered lumberjacks or something like that? His tone was mocking. I tried to cut it off with quick words. One last attempt. Look, we're not doing anything illegal, and we're not being a danger to ourselves and others. We're about to go home. You don't need to. But the phone rang a death knell to that dream. Then my mother's voice answered. Reese Hansen. Hello, Councilwoman. This is Officer Adrian Morgan with the Paxwood PD. I'm sorry to call at such a late hour, but your daughter and her friend are out on an old logging road at the south end of town. There are reports of wolves in the area, but they're fine. I'll send them home now for their safety. Thank you for calling me. I'm glad they're both safe. Tell Carrie to drop Charlotte off first, then come home. I will, ma'am. Have a good night. I seethed as he hung up the phone. But what could I do? The damage was already done. I guess we'll be on our way, I said, once I worked my clenched jaw loose enough for words. Thanks for protecting us, Shar said. Of course, Miss Musso. Officer Morgan nodded once more before he started up the gravel road. There was no way I could stick around now that my mom expected me, so apparently he didn't feel the need to escort us to my car. I still stomped back, seething, putting distance between me and Shar. I waited until we'd both fastened our seatbelts before I let out a frustrated groan. Why is he always there? He said there was a report of wolves in the area, Shar noted. Okay, but how can an off-duty cop deal with a wolf? That's a job for animal control or a forest ranger. And it's weird that he came at us from the tree line instead of the road, isn't it? Now my mom's going to take the car. No Bellingham trip for Memorial Day weekend. We'll be stuck in town with all the tourists coming in. And we'll have to bike to school. And she'll probably give me a curfew. Well, it sounds like you lied to her. Shar said this softly, tentative, but I wasn't angry with her, and I couldn't be when she was right either. It could be better to tell people you care about the truth, then let them decide how to respond. Only the rumbling car engine filled the space between us for a long moment. She meant well, but my parents and her parents were not alike in the whole empathy department. Don't get me wrong, my parents weren't abusive or neglectful, but neither of them understood my interest in the stories I was chasing. My mother loved it when I used my skills of observation to keep an eye on the audience at tonight's city council meeting and provide her with my insights. But looking for a gate to a fairy-made sanctuary in a stand of birch trees? That was deviant behavior, and I needed to grow up. Well, at least it's summer soon. Even if you've got a curfew or we're stuck on bikes like middle schoolers, we can still explore and have adventures. I'll put a basket on my bike for when we go to the grocery store and buy cooking ingredients. We'll have to keep it small without a trunk. There was another thing I loved about Shar. She found the best in things. Whether she whipped together random foods from a cupboard, or she built something amazing and functional from scraps in shop class, or she polished the tarnished silver lining around any challenge she faced. It was a fine trait to possess, even if it wasn't the most helpful at that moment. I wanted to be angry, hurt, frustrated, and so I turned on the radio and let myself stew as I navigated my lifelong hometown. Headlights more than enough, even when there weren't street lights. The street corners, stretches of roads, and landmarks gleamed in my memory, despite the darkness. Shar tuned in a smooth jazz station that provided soothing, meaningless background noise until we reached her driveway and I put the car in park. I wish tonight had gone differently, I said, breaking the long silence. Me too. Shar managed to smile. See you at school tomorrow. Text me if it turns out you can pick me up. Of course, but don't bet on it. I waited until Shar was safely through her front door before I shifted in reverse. Shar's smooth jazz station buzzed against my nerves. Once again, I hadn't told Shar how I felt. Worse, she hated when I lied, and I lied all the same. Honestly, it was for the best. After senior year, college would take us apart. I wanted to study history or journalism, and she was mostly looking at culinary schools and colleges with costume design majors. We'd be on separate tracks, probably in different states. This whole confessing my love to Shar thing was pointless. I needed to let it go. Soon enough, I was pulling into the garage. No sign of my father's car, but that was no surprise. He was off on another business trip for his consulting firm, running some kind of efficiency seminar for businesses, and he probably wouldn't be home until the weekend at the earliest. He wasn't the one I had to worry about anyway. Time to go weasel my way out of getting grounded until legal adulthood. 4. Wizards don't teach shop. Regardless of what Clover thinks about humanizing myself and everyone else in this story, let's be honest. Getting grounded sucks, and none of us wants to relive that conversation. Besides, you're here for a haunted house story, not mother-daughter drama. Once my mother took my keys, I retreated to my room. Fuming, I searched for distractions via internet vampire lore, jotted down a few notes, and questioned my sanity. Silphium's lawyer could not be a vampire. Vampires weren't real. Morning offered a better path forward. As I was getting ready for school, my phone chimed with a text message from Diana Cade, the editor of the Paxwood Chronicle. I knew who it was by the sound. A typewriter ding. No one wants to cover the Paxwood House sale, but it's important local news, and you like Paxwood-themed ghost stories. Can you get me something well-researched? Perfect opportunity. A little freelance paycheck, a chance to help solidify my mother's argument against the sale to Silphium, and a reason for me to dig into Paxwood House with Diana Cade's approval. It wasn't a press badge, but it gave me a little authority to work with. I'm on it. There wouldn't be much to find on Paxwood House online. It wasn't like Georgetown Castle or the Winchester Mystery House. Hadn't even gotten any acknowledgement in the most obscure episodes of Ghost Hunter shows. Only locals cared about Paxwood House, so I'd start at the city library. As for individuals to interview, I'd want to talk to Dr. Vogel. He was the most enthused audience member at the City Hall meeting, and Miss Anholtz was the representative for the Silphium bid. My mother could give me access to the city council members. I also had enough time before homeroom bell to drop by the shop classroom and give Mix Cardoso a visit. Mix Cardoso was a less obvious target if you didn't know them. People didn't give Cardoso Auto a second thought, but the Cardoso family went back to Paxwood's founding. Their garage and gas station serviced the original cars of Paxwood, and locals continued to count on the Cardoso's expertise to this day. Beyond that, if anyone in this town was a wizard, it was Mix Cardoso. Their uncanny ability to fix anything could be their MIT degree in constant curiosity, or their MIT success could stem from literal wizardry. Miss Reese Hanson, Mix Cardoso greeted when I stepped through the open shop door. They stood at their desk, a standing desk, no chair in sight. At first, they glanced toward me like they planned to go straight back to focusing on whatever important teacher emails they'd received this morning. But then their heads snapped back toward me in a quick double take. You went to Paxwood House last night, didn't you? Another reason I was pretty sure Mix Cardoso was some kind of wizard? They knew when I went to certain places in town. At least Mix Cardoso didn't show up to those places at the worst possible moment and then call my mother to get me in trouble like a certain resident cop. As they turned toward me, they stuck their hand down into an oversized, cartoonish coffee cup on their desk. A lilac gray mouse darted up onto their hand, then started the climb up their button-up shirt to perch on their shoulder, nose twitching. This was Arcee, phonetic for R-C, short for Reepicheep. Mix Cardoso's pet mouse. Mouse familiar? Wizard. Only outside it, I said. The town hall meeting got me thinking. And that's what brings you here, Mix Cardoso guessed. They waved me up to their desk, then handed me a pouch of yogurt drops, small sweet mouse treats. I accepted, took out a yogurt drop, then extended a hand toward Mix Cardoso's shoulder with the drop in my palm. Arcee stuck its little nose out, whiskers twitching as it sniffed at my fingers for a moment before it made the jump from Mix Cardoso's shoulder over to my hand, then picked up the yogurt drop in its little hand-like paws. It is, I confirmed. I want to do a bit of intelligence gathering for my mother to oppose the corporate bid. The Paxwood Chronicle wants me to write something about the history of Paxwood House and the proposed sale. I hoped you might have some ideas about where I could start. Mix Cardoso shook their head. Conflicted, maybe? The silence should have felt weighty, but it was weirdly refreshing to give Arcee my attention. Little ear twitches. Arcee had some big ears for a mouse. Every twitch exaggerated. I used one index finger to pet Arcee's silky fur along its spine. No rushing this. Cade should know better. Mix Cardoso met my eyes, intense. Paxwood House is the Chernobyl of Paxwood, Carrie. It's best for your health to stay far, far away. Are you saying it's the site of a major nuclear disaster? I doubted it, but sometimes taking things a little too literally worked to reveal underlying truths. No, but... Mix Cardoso pinched the bridge of their nose. So many signs of stress, uncertainty. They knew something. Just leave it to someone else. The adamant refusal should have set me off, but Arcee's tickling whiskers stilled my nerves. The mouse wanted another treat. I obliged. You can help me here, or I'll go digging around the library, but I'm not dropping this. The right owner would respect Paxwood House. They just need to know it exists before Silphium seals the deal. I won't help you investigate Paxwood House. But Mix Cardoso looked down at their smartphone then, which wasn't characteristic of them. They almost always kept their focus on the person in front of them, rarely checked their devices during conversations. I can help you with finding a potential buyer. I'll put in a word. Have a friend contact your mother. Who? I asked. One name sprang to mind. Roy Coleman? Mix Cardoso laughed. You have such a sharp memory. Between park ranger duties and courting a new lady in Vegas on his days off, no, he's too busy. How could I forget Roy Coleman, the literal Olympic fencer who came from Paxwood, who also saved a girl who was drowning in a lake when he was in high school? Roy let me interview him for both moments in Paxwood history, even though I'd been a kid. Mix Cardoso, back when I'd known them as kid genius Alex Cardoso, had hung out, waiting for Roy. Roy and Alex left holding hands. They'd been more than friends, which I didn't piece together until later. My heart gave a little butterfly flitter in my chest as thoughts strayed to Char. No, I couldn't ask Mix Cardoso, teacher, for relationship advice. All right, who then? Someone you met in Boston, maybe? Mix Cardoso waved me off. Until I contact her and determine if she's interested, I'm not telling you more about her. You met her in Boston, I pressed. After all, they hadn't denied the fact. Boston has altogether too many colleges. That won't help you narrow it down. I promise I'll make contact. She'd be better for Paxwood House than Sylphium, but might be she's otherwise occupied. Mix Cardoso stretched a hand out for RC, and the little mouse left my open palms, scampered up Mix Cardoso's arm, and nestled back into the pocket of their button-up shirt. I gritted my teeth, resigned. I wouldn't be getting anything else out of Mix Cardoso today. And, in the meantime, stay out of Paxwood House. Nowhere near it for me, okay? No promises. You don't make promises you couldn't keep to a wizard, after all. Episode 5. An old journal should be kept dry. I didn't see Char for the entire school day. Our class schedules annoyingly didn't line up, and even though we'd usually eat lunch together, she texted me to let me know she was going to hole up and review her math notes because she'd failed a quiz. She may have been avoiding me after last night's chat with Officer Morgan. She probably hadn't gotten grounded like I had. Unless she actually told her parents that we'd been somewhere we weren't supposed to be, she wouldn't be in any trouble at all. But she didn't like to be trouble adjacent. And if we're being real, she probably told her parents. She also didn't like to lie, tell a half-truth, or omit details. Close to the end of the school day, though, she sent me a text. Char, I've got to stay late and do this quiz. Char, dinner at my place, or does that break your grounding? Me, it's fine, as long as I don't stay too late. Char, text you when I'm done with my test. Me, I'll go do some library research in the meantime. Char, bad idea. You'll lose all track of time. Me, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. That settled it. I was going to the library. First the school library, then the library downtown. After I'd gotten kicked out of the school newspaper class over creative differences my freshman year, I found my backstage pass into the school library as a library student aide. And I have to say, I got the better part on that one. The school newspaper continued publishing drivel articles about our sports teams, dances, rivalries, or friendships between local schools, with occasional puff pieces about students volunteering at the elementary school, while ignoring significant current events, local politics, and Paxwood history. One of these days, teens would be voting adults, so knowledge about city council mattered. The school library had an excellent records room, at least for the teen experience in Paxwood. Student-made zines and chapbooks filled with long-past teen voices. Student newspaper back issues, yearbooks, pretty much every pamphlet about anything that had been distributed en masse to the high school populace. The coolest pamphlet I'd found dated from the 70s protesting the draft. During the 90s, there'd been a whole organized poetry club publishing a yearly anthology and everything. I doubt it anywhere but the school library, and maybe the original poets still had copies. Unfortunately, the school library's back room lacked illumination on Paxwood House. I took the opportunity to at least find Trisha Ann Holt's senior yearbook. Oddly enough, same year as Roy Coleman and Mix Cardoso. Anholtz had a whole page spread memorializing her deceased parents and siblings, their historic bed and breakfast, all lost in a tragic fire. I remembered the scent of smoke heavy in the air that day 8 years ago. Why would someone come back to their hometown when they carried such a tragedy? Maybe it wasn't her choice. Maybe someone at her company found out about it, and because she had local ties, they had selected her to help establish roots. And because she grew up in a historic home, she could have insider Paxwood knowledge. I put the Anholtz family history onto my mental list of threads to pull. After my TA period, I endured 6th period with one eye on the clock, and only a quarter of my focus on the classwork in front of me. Fortunately, it was an independent workday, so I wasn't dragging anyone else down with me. The freedom, permitted by the bell, arrived after a molasses hour oozed by. I pressed my way through the flow of students. The one perk of my bicycle? I avoided the student parking lot traffic jam. Despite the rainy Western Washington weather, Paxwood at least tried to keep up a bicyclist-friendly environment. Probably got to the library faster than a car. Most people stuck to the first floor of the library, freshly remodeled just 5 years ago to incorporate an open floor design and the increased importance of Wi-Fi access with your own devices. Accommodating tables with built-in power strips occupied much of the space, inviting locals and tourists alike to use the free Wi-Fi in a temperature-controlled environment. 6 public computers, each with their own study carrel, lined one wall. These, by default, opened to the library's searchable catalog. The large wooden bookshelves that had dominated the first floor throughout my childhood and gave the library an air of mystery were completely gone. Short shelves no taller than 4 feet stood in their place, letting natural light flow through the oversized windows. Some days without those old sturdy shelves, the library felt more like a coffeeless cafe, but it was admittedly nice that it felt a lot less like something was constantly stalking you as you navigated the secluded shelves. Yes, the library was haunted. But by most accounts, it was primarily the spirits of library cats past, given shelter by Paxwood librarians in the winter. I never saw a single mousetrap or a single mouse on the property, so maybe the ghost cat still provided rodent management services in exchange for the shelter provided to them. The library's second floor remained classically claustrophobic, with tall shelves in long rows and one locked records room. The on-duty librarian informed me the records room was open. Unusual. I rarely ran into anyone in the records room. Inside, an unfamiliar individual at one of the 2 long tables leaned back in their chair. Classic teenage goth vibe. Dark eyeliner, long dark hair, black clothes that had a certain feminine Victorian flair, porcelain pale skin. The stranger gave me an appraising up and down. Rarely see anyone up here. They flashed a smile and waved at the chair across from them, inviting. It's like everyone thinks the second floor might swallow them whole. No, this building doesn't eat people. I accepted the invitation. That's the basement of the Clarkson Theater, and it only eats the lead when it believes the understudy is more highly qualified. The lead usually emerges after the show. I hadn't heard that one. Is it actually true? Silvestri, but my friends call me Sly, and you can too. She, her. Carrie, also she, her. I started unpacking my laptop. It's happened on 3 separate occasions since the theater opened, twice with the same understudy. I'll fish out the local papers if you don't believe me. Is there a reason I feel like your name is familiar? The Paxwood Chronicle did a little human interest story when my adoptive family took me in last year. She tilted her head. Somehow you strike me as the type who'd read that sort of thing. I held up my hands in mock surrender. You've got me pegged. Okay, human interest story, a year ago. Oh, that's right. Dr. and Mrs. Vogel adopted you. The Vogels regularly took in children who needed a home. Sometimes our town dentist and his wife fostered, other times they adopted. Usually they helped teens who'd lost their families under tragic circumstances, like Trisha Anholtz. Yeah, that's me. The good doctor has me doing a primary source project to meet my independent study program's history requirements. And don't get me wrong, but this stuff is pretty dry. Please, save me from the doldrums of inconsequential local history. What brings you? School project? Not school, but definitely a project. I tried not to feel too much disappointment. For most people, this sort of records room wasn't exactly a candy store. I'm trying to find stories about Paxwood House. either the original Paxwood family or from when it was the mayor's house. The city council's trying to decide whether to sell it to an outside corporation, and my mother's on the opposed side. You know about the sale? Sly gagged. The only thing worse than local history? Local politics. She gave me a little wink before my heart sank too much further. When Trisha came for dinner, she and the Rents got deep into Paxwood House talk. Would asking for details ruin any chance of making a new friend? The curiosity nipped at me like an ankle-biting chihuahua. I barely kicked it back as Sly shuffled through the books sitting in front of her. She clicked her tongue again. That was an adorable thinking quirk. This one. She pushed an old dark brown leather-bound book toward me. It's the actual diary of the youngest Paxwood daughter. Mostly typical girl stuff. Dinner parties, jealousy toward her older sisters, fawning over the latest eligible bachelor visiting town. Sometimes she writes about her mother's seances, which can be entertaining. Close to the end, she gets into some stuff about how she thinks she's being haunted by the ghost of her dead dad and sister. My mouth might have been hanging open like a shocked cartoon character, but could you blame me? I knew the records room had at least a couple of journal shelves, but they wouldn't have been my starting point. Now, Sly held the words and experiences of a Paxwood on a silver platter for my taking. With luck, I'd find hints about whatever Ann Holtz and the Sylphium lawyer, not a vampire, were so interested in. It's 95% dry, like most things in this library. Sly leaned back in her chair, hands tucked behind her head, her knee against the tabletop, keeping her from spilling backwards. The seances aren't even that thrilling. Ooh, we talked to Uncle Bartholomew, who died of dysentery on the Oregon Trail. Did he really? I raised an eyebrow, and we both broke out laughing. When I caught my breath, though, I nodded. Most of what I've read about historical seances make them sound more like Tupperware parties than actual horror story material. Exactly. Old rich ladies with crystal balls, tea, and cucumber sandwiches. If people died as much as they did in the movies whenever they dabbled unwittingly with the dark arts, you'd think they wouldn't dabble. Some people eat laundry pods. This garnered another laugh from Sly. She had a point. With all the stories about ghosts, fairies, demons, and magic, if any of those carried an actual threat, Mix Cardoso wouldn't need to compare Paxwood House to Chernobyl. Its haunting alone would be enough. Life would be more interesting if ghosts actually messed with people during seances. Sly's gaze fell back upon the book in front of her. I recognized the local history book written in the 50s by a town historian and resident librarian. I knew that look, torn between focus and an interesting conversation. I tipped the journal to Sly like a glass of fine wine in a toast. She raised her book to meet mine, and then we both settled into our reading. Episode 6. Best Friends Save You Leftovers. Luella Paxwood's voice caught me somewhere between the turn of a page, where her journal became less like reading and more like listening to an old friend. I absorbed her life story, took notes on my computer, forgot about the existence of time or food. At some point, Sly cleaned up her books and placed them back on the return shelf, but she left quietly. Whether she respected my focus or found it dull, I didn't particularly care. I didn't discover any obvious mention of a hidden treasure in Luella Paxwood's journal. But would it be a secret hidden treasure if someone blatantly wrote about it in the open text of a journal? I also didn't notice the time or the text messages until the on-duty librarian arrived to inform me that she was locking up the library. I apologized for holding her up and only then checked my phone. My mother messaged to let me know she was busy with city council work and I should handle my own dinner. That was typical, though. Then there were 3 messages from Shar. Shar, 3:40 p.m. Finally done with math retakes. Brought my score up to an A. Heading home. Let me know when you're on your way over. Shar, 4:37 p.m. Did a book eat you? Should I send help? Shar, 5:24 p.m. Dinner might be leftovers by the time you're here, but you're still invited. I kicked myself as I sent a reply. Carrie, 6:04 p.m. Sorry, lost track of time. On my way. Leftovers at Shar's still beat whatever I'd pieced together on my own at home. Though I found Luella Paxwood's company entrancing, My reverie was broken. My stomach demanded attention. Shar was a once-in-a-lifetime friend who deeply understood me, and I never wanted to lose that. So I spent the whole bike ride to her home, filing away all my thoughts and research notes about Paxwood House, the haunting, the potential hidden treasure, and lawyers that definitely weren't vampires. Even with my research notes physically closed away, my mind was all wound up. It felt like stuffing springs into a box and securing the lid before the thoughts could jump out. I layered each line just right so it would rest without bumping into another and causing an explosion of new thoughts. After last night's debacle, I had to let Shar lead the conversation. Everything in our friendship couldn't always be about me and my investigations. By the time I knocked on her door, I'd ratcheted my mental box of investigative springs tightly shut. The flower beds in the front yard were in full bloom. Shar's father loved doing landscaping and gardening to relax, and his love showed through the bright selection of colors in elaborate arrangements. Still hadn't found fairies in those flower beds, but one of these days I'd set up an outside camera and watch for them. It was just that kind of perfect dreamy paradise for a fairy dance. Shar called for me to come in, so I pushed the door open. The sound of the sink running and dishes clanking cut off. "Sorry you missed dinner with us," Shar's father said from his open study, off to the right of the doorway. I pulled off my shoes and left them on the shoe rack. His costume design work featured in stage productions and on screens all over the world. Fabric, sketches, and costume projects in various states of completion filled his workspace. "We saved some for you, though," Shar's mother chimed in. She was no doubt curled up with a relaxing book in the living room, which meant that Shar was doing the dishes. "Thank you," I said, loud enough that both adult Musos would hear me. I went into the kitchen to see what was left over. Shar was wearing an apron, adorable, while she worked on the dishes. The microwave hummed, a plate already inside, warming just for me. "How was the library?" she asked. I shrugged off that question, much as it strained my mentally coiled springs. "How was your day?" I bit my tongue to keep the term of endearment inside. "I'm working on a design for a puzzle box in shop class," Shar said. Well, she finished pre-rinsing and then loading the dishwasher, and I ate the leftovers, still deliciously fresh. Shar recounted her day to me. She lowered her voice as she got to her own frustrations, though. "When I got home, my dad spent the better part of half an hour checking my math work and making sure I had a plan so I wouldn't need a retake for the next quiz. I wasn't going to say that my parents did far less for me. Instead, I gave an affirming, He doesn't believe I can be responsible for myself. I'm used to being in a public school now. I know how to ask teachers questions. I took the initiative, studied at lunch, went right after school to take care of it. No one made me do that." Shar homeschooled her way through her elementary school years. I still remembered the shell-shocked look on her face on her first day attending a public middle school, even one as relatively tame as Paxwood Middle. All middle schools were war zones. "I hear you," I said. The best 3 words I could offer were not the 3 words I wanted to use. I wish they'd realize I've grown up. They're always going to think that I'm that shy little girl who couldn't talk to anyone. Suddenly, she was swapping my cleared dinner plate for a ramekin of mysterious chocolate fluff, which was fortunate because I really had no words. Her parents had to recognize that Shar was a confident force to be reckoned with these days. But what did Shar want to hear? I took a bite. The chocolate fluff was airy and sweet, with notes of chocolate bitterness, making it all the sweeter. I enjoyed a few bites, then gave my verdict. "This is perfect. Thank you." She relaxed at the words of approval, releasing tension from her shoulders. "All right, your turn. I know you're dying to tell me what you learned at the library." Since she asked, how could I deny her? I found the journal of John Paxwood's youngest daughter, Luella. Or at least one of her journals. She might have more. And if I could have checked it out to keep reading, believe me, I would have. Her perspective about early Paxwood is enchanting. Plus, I told Shar about overhearing Trisha Anholtz and the Sylphium lawyer's conversation, leaving out exactly where I heard it. She'd assume at City Hall, after the council meeting, and that was fine by me. So, there's a hidden treasure? Shar asked, checking if she'd heard me correctly. You'd think someone would have found it by now if there is, I said. I doubt it, but if they believe it, I may as well investigate that too. Okay, I'm surprised. Legitimately surprised. You doubt it, but the full-grown adults believe in it? That's a reversal. You have me there. I don't know enough about this treasure to be confident. What I know foremost is that for a long time, Paxwood House was occupied by non-Paxwoods. It used to be the Paxwood mayor's home until they built the new one around 20 years ago. I haven't checked over the mayoral period yet. Mayor doesn't feel right for a treasure hunt. It would be the original owners, the Paxwoods, wouldn't it? Shar said. Based on the conversation I overheard, it feels like they're looking at the Paxwoods, not a Paxwood mayor. I agreed. I could see the Paxwoods hiding some of their wealth for a rainy day. See, in Luella's journal, she writes about when her father and sister Nellie passed away. The burden of managing Paxwood lumber and keeping the whole town alive falls on the shoulders of Luella's mother, eldest sister, and herself. And considering women didn't have the right to vote yet, I can understand 3 women running a business choosing not to trust the male-dominated banking industry. Women's right to vote was 1920? The 19th Amendment, right? Give her a prize, ding ding ding! So, I could see it, but I doubt it because of the nearly 100 years of people who weren't Paxwoods living in the house, and the likely remodels throughout the decades to keep it in modern living condition for the mayors. Right, Shar nodded. And I'm hoping to pay the house itself a visit. The inside. I've got to experience Paxwood House through and through to understand its story. I'd been weighing that desire out in my mind. If I even mentioned that Mix Cardoso cautioned against it, Shar would almost definitely side with them, which honestly should have given me pause. If I get permission through the proper channels, will you come with me? Saturday, hopefully? Of course. My heart soared. Adventure awaited us on Saturday. Episode 7. Red Sky in the Morning? I wanted to get inside Paxwood House, and Diana Cade, Paxwood Chronicler editor, pulled through. All I had to do was ask, and she gave me the contact info to schedule a visit and one of her digital cameras to add pictures to my report. I would entrust the camera to Shar and her eye for visual balance. When I called the real estate agency that managed Paxwood House visits, 4 separate people assured me I did not want to or need to visit, and they could provide me with up-to-date photographs and video footage from inside the house for my reporting needs. Look, this isn't a prank. I'm not trying to create a scary meme video. I write for the Paxwood Chronicle. My mom's on the city council. I'm working on a series of articles about the sale. If none of you want to show me around the property, can you give me the key and I'll go myself? I expected the answer would be, no, that would be ridiculous. We won't let a teenager go into one of our properties without supervision, all alone. Let's schedule an official viewing, shall we? Instead, Agent Number 4 said, I'll need to get permission from a member of the city council, but considering who your mother is, I think we can arrange that. So, when Saturday arrived, I rode my bicycle to Paxwood House, still grounded from car usage, with a ring of borrowed keys almost guiltily heavy in my pocket, though I didn't understand why. I'd gotten them through legitimate channels. I had permission for this visit. My mother, the real estate agency, and the editor of the Paxwood Chronicle all knew. So did Shar's parents. I had documentation along with the keys to prove it. If Adrian Morgan showed up, he'd just have to deal with it. The wait could come from the research I continued on Thursday and Friday. Stories of a mysterious flu that claimed John and Nellie Paxwood and then came back for the remaining Paxwoods, leaving no heir. That flu, Colloquially, the Sandman flu would pop up every couple of decades and put visitors to Paxwood House into comas. Once, during a remodel in the 1980s, a wolf assaulted 4 construction workers in the basement. Their wounds matched a wolf attack, but no one could find evidence of any wolf on the Paxwood grounds. In Luella's journal, she wrote about Nellie's haunting presence, and sometimes a black dog or wolf in the tree line, watching her. Black dogs, a sign of bad luck, a potential death omen. And Luella had died. Oh, and apparently, the whole reason the mayor moved out of Paxwood House was a supposed anthrax attack back in late 2001 that had claimed 3 lives and put 10 others in critical danger. No actual anthrax detected on further investigation, but there were no better explanations either. Maybe Paxwood House was bad news. Mix Cardoso could be right. There was one certainty, though. Those walls hid a story, and it was mine. Shar arrived 10 minutes after me. I'd already freed the padlock and chain from the main gate to the grounds and pushed the gate open for us. The wrought iron had an elaborate tree pattern, branches and roots stretching out into abstract curls. Same as always, when I stood on the outside of the wall, the late spring afternoon sunlight felt warm and inviting, but a chill raised goosebumps across my skin once I crossed the property line. "You weren't wrong about wearing a coat," Shar said as she joined me. She wrapped her arms a little more tightly around herself. I passed her the camera. "Ready for an adventure?" "I know you'll keep me safe." My heart turned into a burst of butterflies just for a split second before I set my sights on the historic residence before us. The long cobblestone driveway was barely wide enough for 2 cars heading in opposite directions to squeeze past each other. Dark green moss consumed cobblestones, slowly returning them to the forest. The Paxwood's private arboretum grew around the drive, with trees from around the world. Some had survived and thrived in the absence of a regular caretaker. Others stretched out their dry, dead, crackling branches like long witches' fingers grasping for something alive to consume. I usually snuck onto the grounds after dark, so seeing all these trees in sunlight was different. And yet, as Shar and I walked down the cobblestone drive toward the grand entrance to Paxwood House, I swore it was more shadowy than it should have been in the early afternoon, sun high overhead. The camera clicked and flashed as Shar took pictures of the trees. Weird. Auto flash is on, but we're outdoors, so it shouldn't have triggered. She pressed something on the camera. There. Settings adjusted. I'll turn flash back on when we're indoors. Tell me the story? Gladly. Imagine it. You've been invited to the Northern Cascades, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. You don't know what to expect. It's the headquarters for a lumber business, and lumberjacks are a rough and tumble lot. Shar took a picture of the house in the distance as we walked. She looked at the digital display, lips pressed together in a tight line, played with the settings, lifted the camera for another shot. Since she wasn't interrupting my narrative, I kept going while she worked out whatever she needed to. But when you arrive in Paxwood, it's well laid out. The evergreen trees and the buildings blend in a mountainous balance of wilderness and civilization. You make your way to Paxwood House and find the artistic wrought iron gate standing open, waiting for you to come through. A private arboretum filled with trees from around the world greets you. The lumber industry is so often about dead wood, the grain, color, quality. But here is a celebration of the living trees, the roots that give the industry its most precious resource. With the camera turned toward the trees, the house ahead of us, Shar continued snapping pictures. The house itself, constructed from local wood and granite, stands proudly at the end of the drive. Luella writes the house was dark green, pastel green, and golden yellow, inside and out. Her oldest sister called it their slice of the Emerald City, referring to Oz, not Seattle. Shar stopped next to me, and I followed suit. We were 3/4 the way up the drive. Perfect photo opportunity. Whoever had painted the house most recently used a more modern mayor's house color scheme, creams and tans that were smudged brown, cracking, and peeling. They'd even painted over the granite foundation, though stone was showing through the worn-out paint. A stately home, fallen, left empty for the better part of 10 years. Someone had boarded up the windows. Moss and natural rainwater claimed the central feature of the roundabout, an elaborate fountain. The statue featured a man and woman dressed in Greco-Roman togas, clasping one pair of hands together at waist level, while they held their opposite hands cupped together above their heads. The cupped hands no doubt served as the fountainhead. Some would say it was ostentatious for Mr. and Mrs. Paxwood to commission a statue of themselves like they'd brought life to this part of the Cascades. The Salish people thrived here long before any white person stepped foot on the North American continent, but it's not that, Shar said. It's here. Look. She stepped up next to me and showed me the pictures she'd taken. Every single one looked dim and blurry, like she'd taken them at night or in a fog. The photos blurred most around the house, a reddish miasma. An old sailor's rhyme sprang unbidden from my memory. Red sky in the morning, sailor take warning. Red sky at night, sailor's delight. But what did an early afternoon red haze, only visible via digital camera, mean? Is the camera broken? Just a minute, I want to see something. Shar headed for the gate again, and I followed, guessing her thoughts. This was a practical test, after all. When we were back outside the gate, she kept her back to Paxwood House and took a picture of the city from the hilltop vantage point. There were plenty of trees between us and a really decent skyline-style photo, but that wasn't the point. Shar turned the camera so I could see the results of her test. The photo was crystal clear. Please, tell me you aren't messing with me. A strange delight soared inside of me at the photographic evidence that something really was different about Paxwood House. I wouldn't. Shar shook her head. She faced Paxwood House again, taking a picture from this distance. In the fresh shot, the area outside the gate looked clear, even along the drive. The miasmas started up somewhere closer to the house, its visible effect less overt around the grounds further away. What does this mean? It meant I should tell her what Mix Cardoso said, listen to their advice. Consider the fact that no real estate agent or adult working for Diana Cade at the Paxwood Chronicle would go anywhere close to the house. It meant we should leave. Only one way to find out. I raised the borrowed keys. Episode 8. Flickers of the Past. The massive double doors parted silently, an open invitation. Weren't haunted house doors supposed to creak, like the voices of cursed souls? I stopped before I crossed the threshold and turned to give Shar a photogenic smile, hand on the doorknob. With a laugh, she took my picture. I'm not what you're here to photograph, I said. It's not like digital film can be wasted, and even if it could, you were perfectly posed in that doorframe. I trusted her eye, even though I was sure she was speaking literally. She took the picture because of the pose, and that was all. This wasn't the right time to get carried away with what-ifs or turn Shar's words inside out. Then we were inside the foyer. The moment I let go of the handle, the weighty door slid back towards its frame, though the latch rested against the metal tongue. The door still opened just a crack. It would only take a light press of the hand to close it all the way. At least it didn't slam shut and trap us. In classic haunted house style. That had to be a good sign. The agent who gave me the key said electricity would be on when we got here, so I looked at the wall on either side of the door. If there'd been a fancy 100-year-old wallpaper here, someone peeled it off or painted right over it in bland beige. An ordinary beige modern light switch blended right in. I flipped it and the foyer's chandelier flickered to life over our heads. Now that, at least, they'd left alone, except for adapting it from gas to electric. I wasn't sure when that happened, though I knew from some unrelated research that Paxwood became electrified, along with Bellingham, after the construction of the Nooksack Falls hydroelectric power plant in 1906. Shar took pictures of the glittering piece of art, a Venetian chandelier with 22 candles, now electric candles, their flame-shaped bulbs filling the foyer with light. Is it supposed to flicker like fire? Not sure, I admitted. She was right, though. The flame bulbs glowed at varying intensities, each one flickering in and out independently from the others. Almost a dance. Almost in waltz time. Was I hearing a waltz? No, of course not. Whether or not it's on purpose or accident, it's probably a wiring thing. It's gorgeous, though. She took one more picture and turned her focus toward the stairs straight ahead of us. I expected one of those massive, sweeping grand staircases, honestly. The half-turned staircase with its landing in the middle led up to the second-floor mezzanine. The railing was stately in its own right. Decorative balusters with a floral theme, handrail worn smooth and light along the top from decades of use. But even with the subtle details, the staircase came across a little too ordinary, especially compared to that fountain outside. Well, imagine Florence Paxwood sweeping down these steps in profile, first one way and then the other, a chance for any visitor to look upon her from every angle. Or John conserved a bit of money on a staircase to indulge in other places. Luella wasn't alive to make observations about staircase construction decisions, so honestly I can't be sure from her journal, but maybe somewhere a carpenter has records. A shadow shifted in the far left corner of my eye. The hairs on my arms prickled up. Drawn by the movement, I turned, but nothing was there. A trick of the flickering not candlelight, probably. The library is to our immediate left, converted into the mayor's home office, but they tried to keep some of the antique furniture and decor in there. The once disguised door, close to the center of the left wall, leads into a servant corridor and more directly back into the kitchen and laundry. Then there's the dining room double doors. Bet you can guess which room sounds most interesting to me. Char moved toward the wall panel. The kitchen, of course. I didn't bother finishing my description of the first floor layout, the grand hall to our right behind both sets of double doors. Marble floors and more high ceilings. A place for dancing. If I continued the narrative my way, I'd be guiding Char out onto that marble floor to dance with her. Char came here at my request, though, so I had to give her this. I let her lead us toward the door to the servants' corridor. A flat color really doesn't hide this door, Char said as she approached. I don't know a lot about late 19th century wallpaper, but I bet they would have used something with at least straight vertical lines to hide the door frame a bit more than this. Or wooden paneling, something like that. I hope you never have to choose between costuming, set design, and cooking. She was right, though. Whether or not it was intentional, no one bothered to hide the hidden door anymore, so the tiniest line of a gap was perceptible even to a casual viewer. I'll have to at some point. Only so many hours in the day. Still, Char smiled as she pressed her fingers into the distinct square space that served as the door's trigger. The latch clicked, and the door swung open on silent hidden hinges. I'll ask my dad about it. The hidden door thing. I wonder if Sylphium would bother to consult an expert and hide this door, or if they just open up the whole thing. With pursed lips, I considered which a vampire would prefer. Probably the hidden hallway. More annoyingly beige paint awaited in the servants' corridors. But that may have been historically accurate for all I knew. Servants didn't need fancy wallpaper. If it's really haunted, this would be the perfect backdrop for a dramatic bleeding wall moment, I kidded, trying to pull my thoughts away from the Sylphium lawyer. Char jabbed me with her elbow. I'm not laughing. Still, there was a crinkle in the corner of her eye. A kitchen to explore outweighed any hesitance or fear. How could I deny her the chance to explore something familiar? It should be the first door on the right, I said, letting the joke fade away. Vampires couldn't possibly be real, but I accepted ghosts could be. And the ghosts of this house could be listening, too. We didn't need their blood to manifest around us. Char continued to lead us down the hall toward the kitchen door. To my surprise, though, when we reached it, she turned away from it, toward the open stairs. One flight heading up toward the second floor, the other down toward the cellar. There's a basement? She asked. There was something off in her tone. It was a common enough fear, though. Cellars. They were dark, damp, hidden places, and people usually sealed them off behind a door. In fact, as I looked at the stairway, I recognized the door frame there, the empty hinges. There should have been a door here. It was missing. Yeah, I know. Not that common in Washington, I said, trying to play it off. With all the rain, it doesn't take much for poorly constructed basements to flood. I stepped behind Char to the kitchen door and swung it open, holding it wide for her. I think the kitchen was last updated in the early 2000s, not too long before they made the decision to move the mayor out of Paxwood House. Come on. She snapped her gaze away from the gaping stairs back toward me. Her skin was pale. But worse. Right when she turned, the wrongness I'd been trying to deny grasped hold of my lungs. I went rigid as I saw the paranormal in movement for the first confirmed time in my life. Wafting down the upper staircase, a gray fog, and a faint outline of a figure in a dress, hands reaching out toward us. Transforming from cellar shadow to solid reality, a massive black dog, white fangs bared. And Shar, beautiful, enchanted, future 5-star chef Shar, was all eyes for the kitchen, camera up as she took another picture of me in a doorway. My expression couldn't have been photogenic in the least this time. Shar, run! My muscles were tight, still holding the door wide open. Would it be better for us to run down the hall or close ourselves up in the kitchen like those kids in the dinosaur movie? Shar looked over her shoulder, screamed, then listened. Whether it was my words or her instincts she listened to, she shot down the hallway. As she did, so, too, did the black dog. I didn't mean to be standing there holding the door, letting Shar bait the dog. That wasn't my intention at all. Shock and adrenaline make poor planning companions, and no one prepares you in school for an emergency like seeing a ghost and a black dog in a haunted house. I screamed my own muscles into action, out into the hallway, chasing after the black dog and Shar. If the ghost was going to come after me, let her. My best friend was in danger. Episode 9. Ignore instincts, suffer the consequences. This is one of those memories where emotion overshadows detail for all eyewitnesses present and willing to provide their perspective. Shar, driven down the hallway by the massive black dog that had emerged from the cellar stairs. Me in pursuit, behind the dog, shivers running through my body, a spectral woman breathing down my neck. All the lights we'd turned on flickering, flashing, dancing wildly on and off, transformed from filament to flame. The black dog closed the distance while Shar hauled one large front door open. Either the door resisted or my adrenaline slowed my perception of time. She turned, framed by the entry so much like I'd been just moments before, but she wasn't smiling. The camera swung wildly from a lanyard around her neck now as she scrambled backward and the dog stalked forward. She thrust her hand into one of her pockets to pull out a colorful little cylinder with an elastic string. A reusable confetti popper? Her mother offered those as eco-friendly party supplies for events she catered. I went for the dog. The dog went for Shar. Shar pulled the string. A glimmering dust cloud popped into the dog's face and it yelped and drew back. But Shar was still moving backward, eyes wide. "The porch!" I shouted. Too late. Now I rushed past the dog toward Shar as her foot went over the edge of the porch and she fell backward, body twisting, arms flailing, eyes wide. The confetti popper fell from her grasp. Momentum and ankles worked against her. Her arm gave an audible crack. She wailed. And suddenly, somehow, a lithe, pale man with dark hair dressed in an expensive suit bounded up the stairs, waving his arms and shouting to drive the dog back. The Sylvium lawyer? Had I hallucinated him into being physically present somehow? And why him, imagination? Then Trisha Anholtz was there too, in her own expensive business suit, kneeling down next to Shar, cell phone up at her ear. I promise you, this is not a prank call. I'm calling from Paxwood House. That's right, that Paxwood House. I'm here with a teenager who may have a broken arm. What were these two doing here? I was kneeling next to Shar, across from Trisha Anholtz. When had I done that? Shar cradled her broken arm against her chest, trying her best to slow her breathing. I rested a hand gently on her uninjured shoulder. "You're going to be okay," I told her. This was my fault. I ignored warnings. Mix Cardoso, the way the realty people spoke, the looming aura around the house, even my physical reactions to this place. I hadn't been fast enough to notice the dog or the ghost, and now it wasn't a ghost, Shar said. The salt hit it, and nothing happened. Salt, I repeated. Then the confetti popper, it wasn't full of glitter. Shar actually listened when I talked about the paranormal stuff. She even paid attention to my cross-cultural analysis of natural preservers and purifiers that provided protection against hostile metaphysical entities. And that had been a tangent. The dog ran away. The lawyer emerged from Paxwood House. Yes, she's breathing and her pulse is steady, Miss Anholtz was saying into her phone. I don't think I see any external bleeding, no. No external bleeding, but I gritted my teeth and inspected Shara's injured arm. What did my health teachers say prevented vomiting or fainting at gruesome sights? Balanced breathing. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. It is swelling. Hugh, would you be a dear and go open the gate for the EMTs? How did she manage to sound so courteous, so polite? The Sylvium lawyer, Hugh, was paler than ever. Had his gaze been a little too intently focused on Shar as she writhed in pain? Was Tricia sending him away because of it? Of course. He moved past us down the drive. Miss Anholtz focused her gaze on me next. Please keep her talking while I make sure there aren't other surprises. Yes, I agreed. Then she was standing up, phone still pressed to her ear, moving around the outside of Paxwood House, and I was alone with Shar. Pain twisted her face, tears still flowing. I'm sorry, I said, fumbling with my phone. I'll call your parents, put it on speaker, okay? Good idea. They need to know what's happening. As I scrolled through my contacts looking for either of the adult Musos, a question occurred to me. The dog wasn't a ghost, but did you see the woman? Shar took a shuddering breath, but then she nodded. Yeah, that had to be a ghost. There, her dad. I dialed. In 2 rings, he picked up. A stupid pang of jealousy plucked at my heart. My parents loved me, even if they'd only call back after I left a voicemail or sent a text. Every family had different ways of communicating. Shar's hurt, I said. Paramedics are on the way. Here. I held the phone down close to her. Shar? Mr. Musso asked, breath hitching. Hey, Dad, she said. Sorry, wasn't watching and I missed a step. I'm pretty sure my arm's broken. That was about as far as the conversation got before the sirens. Everything blurred again. The ambulance. The paramedics. One asked for my phone to talk directly with Shar's dad. It could have been 2 minutes or 10 before they had her on a gurney and moved her into the back of the ambulance. Time was meaningless while she was hurting. Can I ride along? I asked. The paramedic sized me up, then handed my phone back and nodded. In the front seat. You'll still be able to talk to her from there. Thank you. Miss Anholtz reappeared just as I started toward the passenger side door of the ambulance. Miss Reese-Hayes, before you go, we were here looking for the keys to Paxwood House. We'd wanted to do a walkthrough today, but the agency checked them out to you? That's right. Well, that explained the curiously timely arrival. I'll make sure the keys get back to the agency first chance I get, and you can check them out next. They told me not to give the keys to anyone and return them when I finished. Oh, I can return them for you, no problem at all, she purred. I didn't have time to analyze what made me so uncomfortable with her offer. I'd rather keep to the letter of my agreement. Sorry. I hopped into the passenger seat and closed the door before she could offer any other protests. More sirens, more time blur. Then Shar was in surgery while I sat with her parents in the waiting room, working out some way to apologize but finding only pensive silence. At some point, Mrs. Musso put her hand on top of mine and asked me if I'd called my mother yet, which I hadn't. It gave me just the excuse I needed to step away for a moment, gather my thoughts, find something to say other than, "This is all my fault." I headed outside of the hospital to find myself some breathing room, but rather than call, I just sent a group text to my parents. Sorry, I'm fine. Char's hurt. I'm at the hospital waiting for her. When my mom's reply text came through, the timestamp gave me an anchor point, even if I swore it had to be a text from the future. Could it really be almost 4 p.m. already? Char and I had met at Paxwood House about noon. The message itself was about what I would have expected. I'm glad you're all right. Keep being a good friend. I headed back into the waiting room. After more pensive silence, the surgeon emerged, smiling. The surgery was a success. She's waking up. You can go see her now. Go ahead, Carrie, Char's mom said, waving a hand. I want to ask a few questions about the injury and operation if I can. Of course, the surgeon said. I asked for a room number and went on my way before anyone could change their minds. Char was already awake and talking with a nurse when I arrived. Between the adjustable bed and the plush pillows, she was sitting upright. The nurse was in the middle of explaining the controls. And if you need help with anything at all, no matter how small, press this call button, the nurse said, finishing up. She did one last comfort check before she moved on. Char tracked the nurse out the door, then saw me there. Carrie. She sounded so tired. I came in and stood next to her bed. I'm sorry. This was all my fault. Accidents happen. Her words were so soft. No one's fault. But everyone was saying not to go. Everything about that place said we should leave, and I ignored it all. Tears stung at my eyes. Unfair tears. I wasn't lying in a hospital bed with a broken arm. I didn't need to cry here. You did it for a story. That's who you are. What did she mean by that? I couldn't read her strained expression, interpret the pitch of her voice. She didn't sound like herself. I'm going to need some time. She was looking down at her cast now. I swallowed against a massive lump in my throat. My fault. Oh, my fault. Of course, that makes sense. I saw it, though, she added, softly. And now I recognized that her head was lolling slightly, eyelids drooping. You've been through a lot. I stood up. Sleep, if you need sleep. I'll get your parents, okay? Best friend I'd ever had, and she needed time. This was not the story I'd come searching for. Episode 10. Butterflies and Toads. The thing about the phrase butterflies in your stomach is that yes, it connects to a churning nervous feeling, something uncertain or nerve-wracking in the world. But it's also that beautiful sort of nervousness. Something worthwhile, positive, enjoyable, or pleasant follows butterflies. The unsettled nervous churning in my gut after I left Char at the hospital and went home? It wasn't the weight of swallowed rocks. It was more like, sure, there were butterflies in there. But a knot of warty toads sat in the stomach acid pond beneath them. The butterfly wing beats were uneven, desperate for escape from the ravenous toads' tongues. As I laid in my bed and tried to sleep, the butterflies and toads wouldn't let me. 2 times in 1 week, I'd placed my best friend in some kind of trouble. The second time, she was hospitalized, so she needed time. She'd take that time and use that space, and she'd realize how bad I am for her. More than once, I impulsively checked my notifications, my social media feed, noted her absence, and there went another butterfly. It was stupid to lose sleep over this. It was nothing. We were friends. School friends at that. Friends who are thick as thieves until they go to different colleges. Then the next thing you know, you both have completely different lives. After the 3rd or 4th or 10th time I checked for messages and noted the time, now 2 a.m., I tossed my phone, oh so lovingly, in the general direction of the wall. The dull thunk did not satisfy. Sunday morning couldn't come too soon. Both my parents were actually home in the morning. Instead of scolding me for getting my best friend in trouble, they asked me how I was doing and how she was doing. One or the other made waffles. They forced me to sit at the dining room table for family breakfast. "She's going to be okay," I said, as if Shar had actually contacted me, as if I actually knew. They didn't probe any harder. My mom was off to some county government luncheon, and my dad had to go up into his home office and start digging into the background information for his next consulting job. Since I was still grounded from the car, not enough pity to reverse that decision. I took my bike and pedaled hard as I could to the library. The physical exertion made it easier to ignore whatever was happening in my gut. Most of the year, Paxwood Library was closed on Sundays, but from May to August, the heart of summer tourist season, they kept their doors open to give tourists free Wi-Fi and host community events. Like last time, when I stopped at the desk and asked about the records room, the librarian told me it was already open. "Hey, Sly." I kept my head turned toward the shelves, looking for Luella's journal. I hadn't touched up this morning. My face was probably blotchy and puffy, and I just didn't want questions. So instead, I tossed a question over my shoulder. "You've even got homeschool homework on a Sunday?" I'm trying to get ahead so I can enjoy a long Memorial Day weekend, maybe finish up the school year early and get a long summer. Sly shuffled something on the table. Plus, my shift at Harrison's Antique starts in an hour, and home's crowded when Trish is around. Shar was in homeschool before we met. One of those warty toads leapt into my throat, and a tear left a cool trail down my cheek. I tried to wipe my face against my upper sleeve discreetly, but Sly was too observant. "I've got some tissues in my bag. Here." I grabbed Luella's journal from the shelf, then sat down at the table next to Sly. Before I took the tissue, I placed the journal square in front of me. Sly gave me a minute or two, however long it takes to get an ugly cry out and soak 3 tissues through with tears and snot. Thank goodness no one else came running in to stare at me. Sly went back to reading and taking notes, passing me a tissue each time I used one up. She wasn't cold, pretending ignorance, or feigning concern. Her motions were matter of fact. When I'd gathered myself together enough to actually meet her gaze, she raised an eyebrow. "Want to talk about it?" Though I'd only met her once before, I wanted to. At least part of it. Not everything. But Shar, my best friend, broke her arm yesterday at Paxwood House. I was the one who brought her there. "What, did Luella's mysterious ghost dog attack her?" Sly asked, tone playful. I grimaced. "Real dog, actually." I took a steadying breath and slipped into storyteller mode, only leaving out the part about the woman's ghost breathing down my neck. As I finished my tale, Sly let out a sigh. "I'm sorry about your friend. Too bad she said she needs time away from you like that, though." "She ended up with a broken arm," I said in Shar's defense. "Yeah, but I'd think that would be when she wants her best friend close." Sly held up a hand then. "Just one woman's opinion. Take it how you will, but I won't press. I am going to give you my number, though. If you're dishing out the deepest feelings of your heart to me, that makes us friends in my book." Friends. I gave her my number, and she sent me a quick text to confirm she had it right. Then, with all that weight off my shoulders, I tapped Luella's journal. "Any recommendations on good entries?" "Any year around February. That's the anniversary of Nellie and John's deaths, and Luella indulges most in her ghostly imaginings around them," Sly offered almost instantly. She picked up her pencil again, but turned toward me, conspiratorial. "Okay, so she doesn't ever outright say it, at least not that I saw when I was skimming through her journal. But I think Luella and Nellie were thick as thieves until a boy came between them. I think it happened just before Nellie and John passed away. I think the reason Luella feels haunted by Nellie is that she regrets the jealous feelings that tore them apart. Or I'm trying to make a dusty journal more interesting than it really is, so I'm using any plot holes I find to add in my headcanon. I don't think we call it plot holes when it's a real person's life." I laughed, and a few of the butterflies rode the mirth out, escaping the toads. A little more calm settled into my gut. Before I could get too settled into building a historical headcanon for Luella Paxwood with Sly, though, my phone buzzed on the table next to me. I snatched it up, a little too eagerly, but it wasn't Shar. Instead, it was a text from Cardoso Auto, which I only knew because the last message I'd gotten from that number was confirmation that an oil change was complete. This new message was personal. It's Mix Cardoso. I think I have your buyer. Meet me at Cardoso Auto? My pursed lips and furrowed brow gave my confusion away. What's up? Sly asked. I closed the journal, resting my hand on top of it. Guess the mystery of Luella and Nellie will have to wait. I wish I could take this with me, though. We're just lucky they keep it out here in a place where anyone can handle it. Sly picked up her pencil again. I'll be leaving for the antique shop pretty soon. If you find yourself with free time later today, I'll probably be there. We've got some stuff in our authentic historical Paxwood collection you might actually like. I grinned at that. The local antique shops hadn't crossed my mind, though for good reason. A few shop owners had kind of banned me when I was younger because I asked too many questions. But I was older now, and if an employee was inviting me, that had to make it legitimate, right? I'll see you there later. Episode 11. Yogurt Drops and Truth Bombs. Through the open repair bay door at Cardoso Auto, I spotted Dominic Cardoso working on a car. I moved close to the wall before he could spot me. Active power tool noises worked to my advantage. When the pitch and intensity masked the chime, I pushed the office door open to slip through. Less motion, less likely anyone would spot me. Look, maybe I have a bad eavesdropping habit. I like when I choose whether to reveal myself. Can you blame me, though? People say interesting things when they don't realize a kid is listening. Old boyfriend? A mezzo voice. Unfamiliar. I'd missed the start of the sentence, but Mix Cardoso's reply filled in the gaps. No. Bran made it clear when I chose Paxwood that we were done. If we're going to talk about our dating lives while we wait for Carrie, how about you and that firefighter? The only reason he even knows I exist is because he saved me the night I lost my arm. And he only followed up because he had questions about the Demon Prince's corpse. That's a terrible basis for romance. I kept close to the wall so Mix Cardoso and the guest wouldn't notice me as I eavesdropped. Mix Cardoso wore a coverall pulled up over their shoulders, but still unzipped, revealing a floral print tee underneath. The guest also stood behind the counter, leaning casually, light brown hair, olive skin, but most distinctly, one prosthetic arm. I didn't mean to stare, but given what the guest had just said, I couldn't help it. Lost arm. Demon Prince corpse. Rescued by a firefighter. The need for the full story swelled inside my chest, overwhelming. No, I would not reveal myself by immediately asking personal questions. Way too invasive. People didn't tell stories to gotcha journalists. Well, people meet in all kinds of ways, and they'll use any excuse they can to spend time with someone who catches their eye. I mean, Bran and I. Mix Cardoso cut off, skimming the waiting room so suddenly that I couldn't avoid their attention. Of course you slipped in. They grinned. Rowan, this is Carrie. She, her. Intrepid journalist and daughter of the city councilwoman who could use a buyer. Carrie, Rowan Hayward. She, her. Thought you might want to meet your alternative buyer. Maybe help us get in touch with the councilwoman. What? I raised an eyebrow. It made sense, but why did it feel so unexpected? Because adults said whatever appeased kids? Or because Mix Cardoso gave me honest advice to avoid Paxwood House and I didn't want to eat crow? Lucky I was out this way when Alex called me. So, you're the one who knows all about this Paxwood House. Her smile faded when she turned her gaze on me. She shivered. Alex, you feel this? Mix Cardoso made a non-committal noise, met my eyes. Then they cursed. Actual 4-letter word. I'd never heard a teacher cuss before. Not only that, Mix Cardoso didn't have that strong language persona. More like a family sitcom euphemism vibe. You went to Paxwood House, didn't you? I tensed. This was what I expected. But The two looked at me like they'd discovered an ancient Tupperware container full of mystery meat and deadly mold. What? I told you not to go there. I warned you it was dangerous. Mix Cardoso rounded the counter, pulling something out from their pocket. Hold RC for me, would you? Here, give her some yogurt drops. From another pocket, Mix Cardoso produced a little plastic bag with milky pink yogurt drops. Next thing I knew, I held the mouse and the treats both. How did we get here? I'm very confused right now, I admitted. Rowan came around to touch my shoulder. Well, let's clear this up. Magic is real. Alex is a mage. RC is their familiar. And when you visit a haunted house, sometimes its ghosts mark you. My jaw dropped. Mix Cardoso glowered at Rowan. You're the one who told a teenager not to do something instead of explaining what dangers awaited, Rowan said, matter of fact. Oh, I liked her. But Mix Cardoso had meant well. I could acknowledge that. I ignored you and went in unprepared. Then Char got hurt, I said. I'm sorry. Mix Cardoso sucked in a breath through their teeth and looked skyward, as if seeking a higher power. Thank you for that, Carrie. And Ro, I don't like it, but you have a point. Yes, RC is my familiar. I use her to help with spells, like the aura cleansing I'm working on you subtly right now. She helps as a magic focus, so I don't have to light candles or chant in dead languages. People get suspicious about the chanting, but they don't seem to mind giving treats to pocket pets. A cleansing spell. Okay, I said. So the ghost I saw in Paxwood House. Real. Ghosts are real. Yes, Rowan confirmed. Sharp anger filled me, tamped down by the softness of the little sweet mouse in my palm. Magic is real. Ghosts are real. Every paranormal thing I've ever asked you or Old Man Morgan or anyone else about town legends, real? And if they are, why is it everyone I've ever asked has always couched their answers in reasons magic isn't real? Is it like some kind of joke? Get some kicks at my expense? That's not why. Alex extended their hand, taking RC back from me and returning her to their pocket. Magic is dangerous. There are dark beings that don't want mere mortals knowing about their existence. Plus, manipulators take advantage of people who think magic is fairy tales and children's books. A bright-eyed teen with dreams of becoming a magical girl would sell her soul before they know what they're doing. The people who don't look, don't have the questions, don't believe, they're able to skirt past the worst dangers. When I'm telling you the ways magic isn't real, I'm giving you the shield of skepticism. Humans make enough mundane trouble. So, do you really want this? That was a lot to take in. But before I could dispute a single word, Rowan spoke up. Is there a good diner in town? This might be easier with food, and I didn't have breakfast. Maisie's, I said. Let's go. Episode 12. The Buyer's Story. Maisie's Diner had been a Paxwood staple since it opened in the 50s. Local, fresh, and classic. The menu hadn't changed much, and neither had the decor. There was something novel about the white and red checkered plastic tablecloths over the booth tables, the red vinyl seat cushions, the chrome trim on every counter and table. Every visit to Maisie's was like taking a step out of time. Now that I had Mix Cardoso sitting across the booth from me, ready to actually tell the truth, I supposed I could start there. Okay, is this diner an actual magical time capsule back to the 50s? Mix Cardoso laughed. I wondered that when I was a kid. The original Maisie had some minor cleaning magic that helps keep this entire space fresh. If they remodeled, they'd break the spell. That's all. Just a minor magical enchantment that's lasted over 60 years. My tone dripped sarcasm. I couldn't help it. Not like that's unusual or anything. But before Mix Cardoso could quit back, Rowan leaned in, resting her prosthetic arm on the table. I have this strange feeling that someday you'll be writing my biography, she said. For now, let's keep it simple. Nobody told me that the prophecy foretold my death. They only told me, trained me, and prepared me for the other part of the prophecy. The part where my destiny alone was to slay a demon prince named Varoriax. The hands of the seers stepped into my life when I was a vulnerable teenager, wide-eyed and ready to be a chosen one. They funded my education. My handler made sure I had every skill and resource necessary to kill the demon. The hands of the seers safeguarded my quality of life because they knew the prophecy. When I fulfilled my destiny, I'd pay for it with my life. They didn't give me what I needed to survive that battle. To them, my death would serve the greater good. Varoriax and I would kill each other. The world would survive. This is what the prophecy said, and they would ensure I fulfilled the prophecy. A few weeks after I finished graduate school, I fought Varoriax. Alone. I would have bled out alone if an off-duty paramedic hadn't put a tourniquet around the stump that remained of my arm and called an ambulance. Instead of losing my life, I lost my arm. When my handler arrived at the hospital, she claimed they lied to her. They'd abducted her that night and kept her in a holding room so she couldn't interfere. They hadn't told her until that night. I survived when I shouldn't have, so I wasn't part of any other prophecies. They didn't need me. They didn't even want me. They gave me a hefty retirement package and left me alone. Rowan somehow finished 2 burgers and a very large order of flies over the course of her telling. I nibbled, too riveted for food. That's horrible. The statement wasn't adequate for the depth of empathy. Besides, this short version had only whetted my appetite for the whole. Did her family know about the prophecy? How had it affected her friendships? What dark forces arose to stop her? What epic adventures had she already faced? Mix Cardoso's caution echoed, and I latched onto it so that I wouldn't get carried away by the tidal pull inside me. That's what you meant. The manipulators in the magic world who offer big promises with hidden strings. Exactly. The hands of the seers, Mix Cardoso started, but Rowan cut in. Do a great deal of good for the world. There are actions that set consequences in motion, strands that psychics and mages with foresight can grasp at and try to understand the patterns. I would have ended up on a crash course with Varoriax's forces, with or without training. They're just blinded by the letter of the prophecy. Mix Cardoso gave a shrug, but kept their mouth shut, a silent acknowledgement of exactly what I could see in front of me. Rowan had been fed the company line for years. Even when she could admit that they'd set her up to be sacrificed, she was still defending their underlying principles. But that's what you meant about the shield of skepticism, I said to Mix Cardoso. Rowan did actually smile then. She's smart. Are there a lot of smart kids in Paxwood? They've got to be to survive around here. Mix Cardoso looked away, shoulders sinking with a sigh. That weight they carried, unseen, was more story. I could tell. But then they refocused, eyes on me. So, doubt everything. Look at Rowan Hayward's past. Use those journalistic research skills of yours to dig through public records and news articles. You'll only find the mundane version, but you'll see the dots lining up. Another thing occurred to me. The diner wasn't exactly empty around us, but no one seemed to care that we were talking about magic, demons, prophecies, and hauntings. Do you talk freely about magic and everyone ignores it? I asked, looking between the two. Rowan was quick to nod her head, but Mix Cardoso smiled mischievously, then stirred at the air with one index finger. A swirl like dust motes reflecting sunlight caught my attention, except that there was no beam of sunlight. Minor obfuscation spell, Mix Cardoso said. Anyone who might accidentally hear a few stray words and get curious, or anyone actively trying to eavesdrop will hear something that sounds like English, but they just can't quite anchor on the words. If someone comes over to the table and talks with us, they enter the radius of the spell, and they'll hear us clearly. It's one of the quick enchantments I've got anchored to my ring. What ring? I looked more closely at Mix Cardoso's index finger and spotted a silver ring. Or was it gold? No. Black? Oh, the ring's also obfuscated, huh? See? Smart, Rowan laughed. Then she leaned in. So, here's the point. Kids like me don't deserve to be left fighting alone. I want to set up a community center for chosen ones and anyone fighting the good fight. A haven where they can trade information, network with each other, help each other, stand together when the situation is dire. We should be able to stand together, regardless of the fates. Mix Cardoso's expression grew serious. Bringing chosen ones to Paxwood House feels a little like leaving goats in a velociraptor pen. Before it becomes any sort of community center, you're going to need a hardcore exorcism. Not a minor one, no amateurs, no future students. Team effort, deep, clean. I concede to your wisdom, Rowan said. Seems like it's ideally situated otherwise. Out of the way community, but still close to major urban centers. Strong ley lines run through. Small power grid. Ley lines? Power grid? I asked. Ley lines give mages access to raw energy to craft spells, Mix Cardoso said. Power grids are more complicated, but the short is that magic and electricity don't always play nice. I raised an eyebrow, but Rowan tapped the table before I could get caught up in that detail. So, Carrie, your mother is on the city council. The city council must approve the property sale. Alex tells me you've been at every meeting. Catch me up. What's the situation? This was a story I knew. I leaned in. Gladly. Episode 13. A Little Antiquing. I gave Rowan a rundown of everything I knew, all the intel I'd been gathering on Sylphium for my mother, a play-by-play of the city council meetings regarding the sale of Paxwood House. She took it all in stride, jotting down notes in a small personal journal as I spoke. I wanted Mix Cardoso to pipe up and contribute anything about the actual magic around Paxwood House and its ghostly residents, but they just ate their strawberry rhubarb pie and let me drive the info session. Maybe Mix Cardoso wasn't entirely ready to prattle off every fact they knew about magic unbidden. How could I earn Mix Cardoso's confidence so they'd share their delicious stories? Any opportunity for sharing ended when my phone buzzed in my pocket and my heart leaped. I turned my attention to check the messages, hoping I'd see Char's name there, and as I did, Rowan leaned back. I should find a hotel, she said, stretching. Looks like I'm staying. I can help you with that. Mix Cardoso stood up, laying cash down on the table to cover the bill as they did. And as quickly as my heart had flitted up, butterfly light, another toad in the acidic pit of my stomach caught it with its sticky tongue. No message from Char. But, Sly. Bored out of my mind. Come antiquing? I tilted my head, raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Sly had invited me to spend time with her while she worked her cashier job at the antique shop just a couple hours ago. It only felt like a lifetime because, well, magic was real. That changed everything. I'll be in touch, Rowan said to me. I'm guessing you've got something else on your mind based on that look. Yeah, a friend wants to hang out. Nothing important. I tried to play it off. Mix Cardoso grinned. Tell Char I said hello. All the toads in my gut hopped in unison at that, churning the pond. Right. I plastered on my best cheerful mask, squeezing back any hint of tears. I distracted myself by focusing on the activity along Main Street. A few employees or small business owners were out, polishing windows, painting storefronts, positioning window displays. Memorial Day weekend, just 1 week away, marked the start of tourist season and the summer rush. For the last couple of years, color choices had veered toward the rainbow unicorn, eye-catching and trendy. Although some businesses stuck to the rustic browns, forest greens, and plaids that evoked Paxwood's lumber industry past. There was one building in particular where the owner insisted on using the same roofing and siding techniques from the original construction. Now I had to wonder if it was like Maisie's, with some enchantment related to that craftsmanship that kept it standing. There were vacant shop fronts, too. Some owners shuttered their shops for the off-season and returned for the summer tourists. The startup businesses and pop-ups were less predictable. An entrepreneur would come with fidget spinners, or boutique slime, or some other seasonal trend. Then they would find very little support up and down the street. The businesses here weren't the friendliest toward newcomers with niche ideas that had nothing to do with Paxwood. Even if the entrepreneurial Sylphium Resorts had a sound plan for Paxwood House, the residents might not buy it. My mother knew this city, and once I introduced Rowan, my mother would recognize the kindred intent. I turned down 2nd Avenue, navigating to the antique shop where Sly worked. It wasn't the only one in the shop district. Tourists and locals alike loved a little antiquing. The dusty old trinkets could hide history or secrets that made them worth more than gold for a dedicated treasure hunter. When I was 7, I'd gotten myself banned from all the antique shops looking for those secrets. I got it now. I pestered the shop owners with questions about every single item in their store, consuming their time and energy and giving them nothing in return. Most people who adored antiques also enjoyed sharing the stories, but maybe not so much when the pipsqueak kid kept distracting them from paying customers. Freshman year, I mended fences by helping with some ad copy and online social media posts. I practiced my burgeoning interest, and they gained exposure. The shop bell chimed, and I strolled into that potpourri of wood and dust and fading perfume that bordered on stale, yet somehow remained inoffensive. Sly stood behind the glass counter, leaning over an old paperback. An annoyed frown crossed her face before she looked up. Then she grinned. "Thanks for taking up the invitation," she said. "I don't know why we're open all day on an off-season Sunday. Churchgoers aren't shopping. Tourists aren't here yet. It's so dull that I'm rereading Dracula. Only tolerable book from the little library. You don't have to pretend you hate classic horror in front of me." I loved the little libraries peppered around Paxwood, artistic enclosed shelves with glass doors where people left books they'd finished for anyone to claim. So many of the high schoolers refused to touch used books. If they enjoyed reading at all, they didn't want book cooties. "You got me there. I'd still rather lay my hands on one of those." She gestured to a bookshelf behind the counter. "But they are all out of print, signed, or rare first edition. You don't read these books. You collect them." I skimmed those spines for anything interesting. Could they contain some piece of Paxwood's history that the library hadn't collected? Or could any be magic? A spell book? That question came from that dreaming child inside me who still loved So You Want to Be a Wizard by Diane Duane. It hit me again. Magic wasn't just real around Mix Cardozo and Rowan. It was real everywhere. So, magic books were out there, maybe even on that shelf. I had to shake that off, though. I didn't know Sly well enough to even guess her stance on magic. Besides, she'd invited me here for Paxwood House history, not magic tangents. "Okay, what Paxwood House trinkets do you have around here?" She clasped her hands together, her posture straightening. Paxwood House served as the mayor's official residence for a few decades, so it's challenging to verify when an object was actually owned by the Paxwood family rather than one of the house's many resident mayors. This had all the bland energy of a practiced legal disclaimer. Sly's lips twitched as she finished her recitation. "Okay, but," I prompted. Her smile grew, and she moved around the counter, off into the depths with a purposeful stride. I followed her, navigating through these tight spaces full to the brim with beautiful old things. She stopped in front of a shelf of ornamental boxes and picked one up. The individual who sold this box to the shop swore up, down, and sideways that it belonged to Lady Paxwood. When you turn it over, you'll see her initials carved in the center. Sly placed the dark-stained wooden jewelry box in my hands and allowed me to do the honors. Sure enough, I discovered the ornate FMP. Florence Marie Paxwood, wife of lumber baron and city founder John Paxwood. I traced the letters with my finger. "Carved initials don't prove the box's provenance," Sly said. "No paperwork to prove any chain of ownership. No proof of the original purchase. It has a local crafter's mark, but that's about it. I hummed as I set it upright. An unusual symbol spread in almost paisley-like curlicues across the lid. Some whorls might be ornamental, but only someone who knew the core symbol would be able to tell. Something tingled through me, a shivering impulse, the kind that often came right next to the edge of uncovering an amazing detail for a story. I could feel the slightest shift of something inside the box as I turned it right side up again. The lid moved smoothly on its hinges and rested at that perfect 90-degree angle, revealing a lovely polished mirror on the inner lid and a plush emerald green velvet lining. Nothing inside, though. I could have sworn. I lifted one side higher than the other and felt that slight shift. Puzzled, I passed it back to Sly. Tilt it at an angle and tell me what you feel. Sly didn't tilt it as far as I had at first. Not until I nudged her arm up higher. Once I did, her eyes widened. Feels like there's something in there. I held out my hands to take the box back, and Sly obliged. With the lid open and my fingers together, I put my hand inside, against one edge. Then I did the same on the outside. Have an index finger of difference between the inside and outside, which is more than the thickness of the wood and lining combined. There's got to be a hidden compartment. Let's go back to the cashier's counter. I bet I can find something there to help us probe the box gently. Episode 14. Curiosity freed the cat. Soon enough, we had the cedar jewelry box sitting between us, Sly back on the cashier's side of the counter. She opened a drawer full of miscellaneous tools and shuffled through them. I tried a simple sweep of my finger around the seams of the velvet lining, but I found nothing latch-like. This is one whole continuous piece. No seams, no break in the wood grain pattern. I think the carpenter must have carved this out of a block of wood instead of putting panels together like you'd expect. That doesn't seem normal. That would eliminate the possibility of an external compartment, Sly mused. The maker crafted a functional false bottom inside the box. Otherwise, we'd see a seam on the exterior. Unless it's magic. I meant it as an offhand joke, but magic was actually real. And Florence Paxwood enjoyed the occult. She could have done actual magic. Ha ha, Sly said, though. Probably a blood sacrifice, right? I gave a forced chuckle. It's probably something mechanical, I conceded. Sly pulled the box back toward her and traced the top edge with a thin metal probe. Gentle. I've heard of spring-loaded triggers hidden along the top edge of a box. Springs? Even in the early 1900s, I asked. Springs have existed for a long time. Sly shrugged, though. She set the probe aside and drew out a magnet bar. I do research into puzzle boxes and hidden compartments sometimes when I'm exceptionally bored during the off-season. At least I get paid, even when I don't find a secret compartment full of millions of dollars in gold bullion. Maybe a magnet lock. Less common than springs, but here. I took the magnet. What do I do? Guide the magnet over the box. When it connects with anything, draw it slowly in each direction to pull the mechanism. I moved the magnet bar slowly against the front of the box, then around one side. It snagged when the magnet passed over the back side of the box, beneath the hinges. Weak resistance. When I found the place where the magnet's pull was strongest, to the right of center, I stopped. I've got something. Can you pull it loose? Sly leaned in. I tried pulling to the center. It followed, at first, but then the magnet hold broke. I tried upward. Again, nothing. Downward? Also, no. Further to the right. Even less pull than any of the other directions. I felt it move for a second when I moved it this way, but I retraced that right to center line. Want me to try? Sly offered. I passed the magnet over to her and she followed my guidance and started trying for herself. As she did, I mused. What did I know about the Paxwoods? If this was Lady Paxwood's own possession, and it had a magnetic latch, how would it function? How would it reflect her journey? The Paxwood's journey, I said aloud. They came from the east out to the northwest. Most people who made that journey traveled to Missouri first, then headed northwest along the Oregon Trail. So, I held my hand out and Sly passed the magnet back to me. I moved the magnet back to that starting position and pulled it from the right. No, the east, to that center point where I lost resistance last time. But this time, instead of continuing to pull the magnet straight, I traced it up toward the northwest. The magnetic piece hidden inside the box stayed with my magnet until I hit the northwest corner of the box. Then the box gave a small click. Okay, now that was clever, Sly said. Both of us leaned in at the same time to lift the false base, but then Sly pulled back. You solved it. You do the honors. I pulled the base panel up slowly. A glass cat, crystal clear, with a red heart glinting in its transparent chest, rested inside the surprisingly deep hidden compartment. It laid there, curled up in a sleeping crescent, delicate tail curled around it. Beautiful. This was a treasure. Did you get to the part in Luella's journal where she complains about how her oldest sister Marjorie loved the Oz books and how silly they are? Sly asked. It seemed completely out of left field. I nodded, though. Yeah, read that. The glass cat, bungle. I raised an eyebrow. Sly clearly expected me to understand the reference. You didn't eat that series up as a kid? She asked. There's a magician with powder that makes things come to life. He has a pretty glass cat with a ruby heart and emerald eyes and decides, hey, this cat could probably help keep mice out of the house. After he brings it to life, though, it declares it is much too delicate to chase mice. It's made of glass after all. I remember the powder of life from the Return to Oz, where they use it to make the weird sofa creature fly, I supplied. But the roller skating monsters freaked me out. I never gave the books a chance. Sly snorted. You don't insist the book was always better? When you move a story into a different medium, it becomes an entirely new creature. I looked back at the glass cat. So, Bungle the Glass Cat, from the Oz books. You think it has emerald eyes, too? Only one way to find out. Sly scooped the glass cat up between her two hands. She and I both expected a solid object. But the little glass cat's tail suddenly draped down in a curl around her hand. Sly yelped, but somehow refrained from throwing the figurine away as it uncurled itself and yawned a surprisingly loud, very cat-sounding yawn. It blinked emerald green eyes up at Sly, then sprang from Sly's cupped hands down to the countertop and started along the edge in a stately stroll. It's walking. Sly stared, wide-eyed. How is it walking? I met Sly's gaze and repeated what Rowan said to me. So, magic is real. Episode 15. So, magic is real. So, magic is real. I'd barely uttered these 4 words when 2 things happened. First, the animated glass cat figurine found the edge of the antique store countertop and leaped to the far distant ground. Second, the shop door chimed, signaling a customer. With wide eyes, I dove like an outfield baseball player going for the game-winning catch, hands outstretched in a soft bowl for the fragile cat to land in. Even though I caught it, the cat was dead set on escaping. It hopped again, sparkling in the air before it landed with the softest sound of a tinkling bell and stalked further off into the shop. I wanted to scramble after it, but Sly's voice snapped my attention toward the door. Oh, hello, Mr. Hugh. Sly used her customer service tone. Formal, crisp, polite. What brings you in today? A little antiquing while you're in town for all that silphium business? I dusted myself off and got to my feet, trying for ease. Anyone could randomly crouch on the floor of an antique shop, right? It wasn't any more unusual than a vampire lawyer. But said pale vampire lawyer threw a disdainful glower at me before flashing his pearly white smile to Sly. Trisha mentioned something about items that once belonged to John Paxwood's family floating around some of the stores in town, so I'm doing the rounds. My employers would be interested in reuniting those items with the house if things go the way we expect at the next city council meeting. My heart raced as Mr. Hugh approached the counter an arm's length away from me. Especially now that I knew about the reality of magic, I did not want to be this close to a vampire. I had no clue what parts of my research were accurate, and I had no desire to become the next teen vampire romance novel protagonist. What if he had the ability to read minds? What if he was reading my mind right at that very moment? But if he wasn't reacting to me. His attention was on Sly. The glass cat was getting away. I had to trust Sly. I'm going to go explore? I didn't mean it to come out sounding like a question, but Sly nodded to me at least. I tried to tail the animated figurine, difficult, and made more challenging because I also pulled out my phone to send a text to Mix Cardoso. Carrie, SOS, animated glass cat, vampire, Tristan's Antiques on Main. Relief when a reply came almost instantly. Mix Cardoso, OMW. Now wasn't the time to doubt that this was Mix Cardoso. I was so used to teachers using formal messages and disparaging abbreviations. Even though I wanted Mix Cardoso to be on his way, I hadn't expected an OMW. While I waited for him, I had to... What? What could I do? Not control the vampire. He had a high-profile job as a lawyer, plus, who knew what supernatural abilities? But finding the magical treasure and keeping it from his nefarious hands was in my power. I was a panicked teenager in a world I didn't fully understand, operating on instinct and altogether too many fictional stories, and the vampire's coincidental arrival right when the glass cat came to life felt too significant. I turned on my cell phone light and flashed it around the shelves. The glass would glint, making the cat more apparent. Sly winced, but she kept the vampire lawyer's attention. Actually, this. She gestured to the box with the open hidden compartment sitting in front of her, launching into the same story she'd told me. A familiar story. I leaned on it to catch my breath. Stories had their own magic, and even when Sly was in customer service mode, her storyteller's voice resonated. My mother claimed that deep breaths tricked your brain into thinking everything was all right. Short, fast breaths were for flight or fight. Thinkers, in their element, breathed deeply. Porcelain and glass glinted from the shelves all around me, so the light didn't help as much as I'd hoped. Interesting, Mr. Hugh said as Sly finished the story. So you and your friend were just looking at this box right now when you found its false bottom. Was there anything inside? Anything to prove it belonged to Florence? Sly turned the false bottom panel in her hands, and then her eyes widened. Well, that would do it, I think. What new twist had I missed? No. I pressed my lips together. I needed to focus on the story I was already tracking. The glass cat, now animated and strolling through the shop. What did I know about cats? I'd never owned one, but there were plenty of fictional cats out there to use as reference points. They liked fish, milk, lasagna, basking in sunlight. Sunlight! I turned toward the front, where the ground-to-ceiling display windows let in the natural late spring sunlight. A tiered open cabinet of fine antique china edged in gold glimmered. Were vampires like the Tyrannosaurus in Jurassic Park, predators attracted by movement? In case they were, I idled, perusing shelves, moving until I stood framed by sunlight. And sure enough, there was the glass cat. It lay on a fine dinner plate, crystalline prism body casting a rainbow shadow, tail idly curling back and forth. If it noticed me at all, it didn't deem me worthy of attention. I'll pay well above asking price, with this discovery in mind, Mr. Hugh was saying. I glanced toward the counter and saw him withdrawing multiple bills. Although I was too far away to be certain, based only on Sly's reaction, those weren't Washingtons and Lincolns. I think this needs to be re-evaluated for sale. Her voice wavered. I couldn't lose the cat. I didn't want to let the vampire know about it either. A lovely soup bowl sat on a tier above the plate with the basking glass cat. I took a steadying breath, imagined the movement, and sprang. Fluidly, I swept up the bowl, flipped it over, and brought it down over the plate. The clank drew Mr. Hugh and Sly's attention, but no damage was done. I'd captured and concealed the glass cat. Sorry. I pulled the plate and upside-down bowl toward my chest. These are for sale, right? I think my mom would like them, and her birthday's coming up. Oh, sure. Bring them over. Sly looked over at Mr. Hugh again, uncertain. He flashed his extraordinarily normal pearly whites at her. You can take this as a down payment. If Tristan feels it's worth more, I'll provide a second, also in cash. The glass cat clink-clanked inside the bowl, hidden from view but hissing and scratching in objection against its current state of imprisonment. I didn't need to check my hands to know I had a firm grasp, so I had my total attention on the interaction at the counter. Sly's eyes lost focus, her lips curving slightly. She looked like someone who was daydreaming about a crush, and it didn't suit her face at all, at least not what I knew about her. Sly shook her head and smoothed her expression, but she couldn't hide the rosiness of her cheeks. Right, here, if you'll give me your phone number. She produced a notepad and pushed it toward Mr. Hugh, then took the cash in front of her to put into the register. By the time she'd finished the routine process, he returned the pad. She flushed again. I returned to the counter. I looked down at the hidden compartment, and now that the cat was out of the way, I saw the inscription. A treasure for my dear Marjorie. May it bring you joy each time you uncover it. I'll wrap this all up in some packaging paper for you, and you're good to go. Sly didn't just sound like she was in customer service mode. She sounded downright bubbly. This wasn't right. Not at all. Mr. Hugh had done something to her. I carefully avoided even looking at him again. He thanked Sly and waited as she restored the hidden compartment to its place, then wrapped the whole box up and passed it over to him. I kept my hands clasped together tightly over the bowl. If he noticed me and the glass cat, he might hit me with whatever charm he'd used on Sly, so he'd have 2 brides of Dracula following him around. At least the cat seemed to be still now. The vampire lawyer paused only long enough at the door to hold it open for Mix Cardoso. They locked eyes, and Mr. Hugh's demeanor went icy cold, but they didn't actually speak to each other. Only that brief, stiff courtesy. Mr. Hugh left. Mix Cardoso stayed in the doorway for a moment, watching him go. Then Mix Cardoso turned toward me and Sly. All right. What happened? Episode 16. Meeting Trouble with Open Eyes. This time, it was Sly feeding unexpected treats to Mix Cardoso's mouse familiar, Arcee, while I was the one explaining that magic was real, the animated glass cat had to be enchanted, Hugh was a vampire, and he just hit Sly with some kind of charm. Didn't help that he's my aesthetic. Sly slumped in embarrassment. I raised an eyebrow. Really? That? Crisp suit, clean lines, sharp angles, impeccable. What, you thought I'd be into black clothes, chains, spikes, clumping military boots? She looked at the mouse in her hand, then over at me. Yeah, okay, the physical stuff rarely hits me all on its own. Personality plays a big factor. When you've had an encounter with a vampire as a child before puberty, it doesn't hit the same way, Mix Cardoso inserted, shaking their head. Their charms don't work on kids, and for some reason it inoculates them against future vampiric influence, if they survive. It's just best to avoid vampires. Wait, does that mean you've crossed paths with a vampire before puberty, I asked? Since this question wasn't about Paxwood House, maybe they'd share. 2. Both when I was in middle school, but that's a long story, and we don't have time for it. They looked at the bowl beneath my hand. I sighed, letting the thread go for now. This was inside the hidden compartment in the Paxwood jewelry box. It might run once I let it out, so be ready. Mix Cardoso clicked their tongue. Then Arcee scurried across the counter, nose twitching in the plate's direction. Ready. I lifted the bowl. We all leaned in. The cat was curled up in the center of the plate. It could almost be mistaken for a simple figurine again, except its tail continued to swish back and forth. It outsized RC by an inch or two, not counting tails. Still, RC pounced. Brown mouse and glass cat launched into a hissing, spitting, spinning animal brawl right there on the countertop. Should we stop them? I asked. Mix Cardoso had their eyes closed, brow furrowed in concentration. They only gave me a librarian sharp shush. You could cash in on videos of this, Sly Stage whispered. I snickered while Mix Cardoso shushed again. Our resident wizard was in action, funneling magic through their familiar to make sure the brawl went in RC's favor. It took a moment, but when RC pulled back, the glass cat stayed frozen mid-slash. Mix Cardoso opened their eyes, then smiled. That is a clever enchantment. The ruby heart contains an animation spell built upon the memories and essence of multiple cats. Wizards were using datasets to train their constructs long before programmers were making AI. Did you break it? I asked. No. I found the magical equivalent of an off switch. My best guess is that the jewelry box puts it in stasis. Mix Cardoso lifted the glass cat, holding it close to their face. Amazing craftsmanship. The little details match Bungle perfectly. Bungle? Was I the only person who hadn't read the Oz books? From the Patchwork Girl of Oz, Mix Cardoso confirmed. All your love of fairy stories and you haven't read the original American fairy tale? Wouldn't that be Native American folklore? Mix Cardoso set the glass cat down. Native American fairy tales are not the same as American fairy tales. L. Frank Baum is not without his faults, but Oz holds up a mirror to so-called traditional American values from his time. You could spend your time researching Baum's feminism and measure it against his racism toward indigenous peoples instead of getting tangled up in vampires and haunted houses, you know. That's not the story I'm interested in today. So, the Sylphium lawyer is a vampire then. Hugh has a reflection and a day job, Sly said. One that involves going into sunlight without combusting into flame, collapsing into a pile of ash, or glittering like your skin is made of diamonds. He doesn't have the teeth either. Prime vampires and their spawn are the ones without shadows or reflections, and sunlight actively harms spawn vampires, Mix Cardoso sighed. Sanguine vampires like Hugh blend in with their prey, wolves in sheep's clothing. Some are mages, shifters, or espers, talents they carried over from life. Sunlight weakens them to the same strength as mortal humans, but it doesn't harm them. All of them have that alluring charm. Mages, espers, shifters. I filed those categories away for later because right at that moment we were on the vampire topic. Sanguine, prime, spawn. 3 kinds of vampires? That depends on how you want to define vampire and whether you'd include vampiric thralls, undead animal servants of vampires, as vampires themselves. But for vampires of European origin, those are the main 3 flavors, yes. Mix Cardoso looked between me and Sly. The more you know, the more you'll see. And when you pay attention to something as private, predatory, and conniving as a vampire, they won't like it. Yeah, ignorance is bliss. Got it, Sly said, shaking her head. I wasn't looking for vampires when one came in and hit me with whatever that was, and it still affected my day. I hummed my agreement and met Mix Cardoso's gaze. Trouble is headed for Paxwood, me and my friends, and I can't close my eyes and hope it'll play nice if I pretend it isn't there. You've got to understand that. Did you know I have 6 older brothers, and my father was the youngest of 7 sons? Mix Cardoso asked after a moment of pause. I shook my head. 7th son of a 7th son, Mix Cardoso said. No one else in my family has magic, but the numbers add up. Call it random chance, call it fate, but for whatever reason, if you've got 7 sons with no daughters between them, followed by another 7 sons with no daughters between them, you get someone born with a deep, resounding magical strength. Granted, with me it gets a little more confusing. My parents thought they got a daughter, but that label didn't fit me. In numerological lore, my magic strength labels me as a son, so I tried that for a while, and it didn't work for me either. I don't feel comfortable with any gender, so here I am, choosing who I am every moment of the day. Mix Cardoso petted Arcee with their index finger, gentle, smiling. I guess what I'm trying to say is I've always had a choice, no matter what the world, society, or magic would choose for me. So do you. Mix Cardoso looked between the two of us then. If you choose, right now, to ask for help with the trouble you're facing and walk away from it, I will do everything in my power to keep you safe and let you travel any course of life you desire. But if you can't ignore it, I can't hold that against you. I'll try to support you. Only if it is what you want, not what you feel obligated to do. I understood where Mix Cardoso was coming from at that moment. He wasn't trying to keep dangerous knowledge hidden away. It was more about making a conscious decision, asking questions, challenging every piece of information that someone presented. He wanted to preserve my self-determination. I can get on board with that, only if you accept my decision to ask you a million questions about magic and vampires and mages and espers and shifters and fairies and anything else you know that actually exists. I glanced over at Sly. Sly nodded too. I want to know what I'm facing and what Trisha's bringing into my life. All right then. Episode 17. Is winning really better? No one invited me to the meeting between my mother, Mix Cardoso, and Rowan, but I knew it was going down Monday night. I spent my school day juggling between distractions, pretending not to notice that Char wasn't there, sending my potential buyer everything I had on Sylphium and the town meetings up to this point, hyping up this option to my mother, trading messages with Sly about nothing important. Oh, and of course, attending my classes and doing what teachers expected of me. Obviously, on a school day, education was the top priority. Before I headed home, I stopped by the grocery store to pick up some fresh supplies for making dinner. Most of my cooking skills came from watching Char and her mother. If I wanted to know where my mother stood on backing Rowan as an alternative buyer for the house, a good meal would set the right tone for her to open up. I beat her home easily. Dad was still out of town on business. I prepared some chicken sausage pasta with snow peas and fresh herbs in a cream sauce that I hoped would hit the spot, timing each step of the process to messages from the people in the know, so that when the garage door rumbled open and my mother's car pulled in, I was plating and adding a little garnish like a contestant in a food competition. Char would be proud. I snapped a shot of the table and almost texted it to her, then remembered again that she needed time and space. I swallowed whatever I felt about that down and sat at the table, smiling as my mom entered. She set her Kate Spade designer bag in its place and gave me an assessing look. Should I be expecting another call from Officer Morgan? No, Mom, this isn't a getting out of trouble dinner, although if you wanted to give me the car keys because this pasta is just that good, I wouldn't complain. She shook her head and came to sit down across from me. It's celebratory, I said. You've got your buyer, someone you can stand behind who will be in line with the values of the independent business owners of Paxwood. It's an option that's been on the table for less than a day. I need time to assess it fully, especially considering the conversations I've been having with said business owners, my mom replied. She lifted her fork, and I waited for her to take a bite. This would almost be enough to unground you. Maybe for Memorial Day weekend. Hope fluttered in my chest. Memorial Day in Paxwood meant the summer tourist season. It was a great weekend to head for the mountains and wander among the trees, connecting to the real essence of Paxwood, not the Old West lumber town persona. I could hold on to that hope. By then, Char could... Or, if Sly hadn't spent too much time off the beaten path, she might enjoy the opportunity. That thought was easier on my heart. Safer still, the business owners of Paxwood. Okay, what conversations? I asked, leaning in, conspiratorial. Dr. Vogel has been throwing support behind the Sylphium bid, and his enthusiasm is hard to argue with. My mom took another bite, then pressed on. Sylphium is a mid-sized resort brand with a loyal customer base. They already have their facility just outside of town. Paxwood House, as a smaller experience under their umbrella, would mean their customers have more reason to come into our town and interact with local businesses. If I throw my weight behind this no-name Rowan Hayward, no matter how good her youth center concept would be for the community, and if our side loses to the financial benefits of the Sylphium bid, I lose ground. My mother's reasoning took me by surprise. But Rowan is better for Paxwood. She'd be another independent business owner, shoulder to shoulder with the rest. Part of the spirit of the town. And a community center like the one she's proposing would mean that Paxwood House would be a historical site open to many, not the elite few who have the cash to afford a luxury resort stay. Better is not as important as winning. Her firm words, focused on the end goal, took me completely off guard. But in the long term, Sylphia might be an enormous loss for everyone. Their clientele would look for name brands, more corporations, more franchises, driving out our independent businesses and family legacies, I argued. And isn't your platform about the people of our town? She tilted her head, an acknowledging little nod. I also need those people to vote for me, and they vote in the moment, not in the future. If I want to run for mayor, I need to keep the biggest names in town on my side. And it wouldn't be awful to have a campaign donor with some extra cash flow either. Are they buying your vote? I put my fork down, harder than I intended. Heat pulsed through me. This wasn't what I expected from my mother. It wasn't what she'd taught me. No one from Sylphium has made any explicit offers to fund my mayoral campaign, Carrie. That was a little too guarded for me. Teeth clenched, I stood. I'll take care of the dishes. While I went about scrubbing pots and pans in the kitchen, just through the open doorway from my mother in the dining room, finishing her plate, I took a few deep breaths and ran that conversation over in my head again and again. I'd found her the perfect buyer for this city, someone who could actually handle a haunted house because she knew ghosts were real. But I couldn't exactly tell her that. My mom would only think I was going crazy. My mom soon brought me her plate, but she didn't take it as an opportunity to apologize or clarify. It felt wrong, like Sly's sudden change in behavior after Hugh's charming whammy. Could the vampire lawyer have gotten to my mother? When my hands were dry and the dishwasher was running, I headed up to my room. Although I closed the door behind me, I was careful not to slam it. I didn't need to get my grounding extended any further for disrespecting the house. Then, I sent Mix Cardoso a message. Me. When my mom was meeting with you and Rowan, did anything seem off to you? Like magic off? Mix Cardoso. No, there wasn't anything wrong. Why? Me. She just wasn't acting the way I expected when we had dinner. Mix Cardoso. Oh? I laid out the scenario, and in response, Mix Cardoso sent a laughing, crying emoji. Mix Cardoso. Welcome to the world of politics. Lines are fuzzier than you'd expect, even with good people. We've got an ordinary human fight ahead of us. That's all. Me. You and Rowan are presenting at the city council meeting on Wednesday, right? Mix Cardoso. That's right. Me. I'll give you the insider scoop to prepare. Mix Cardoso. We'll make this happen. Paxwood House is in good hands. I spent the rest of Monday evening winding down, texting with Sly, trying not to fret about how much I missed Char or how proud she'd be of the meal I'd made for dinner, and creating an outline of every piece of insider information on the city council that might help us out. Episode 18. Protectors, Hunters, and Chosen Ones. The bed and breakfast Mix Cardoso recommended to Rowan was on my way to school, more or less, so I swung by Tuesday morning to check on her. I wouldn't be driving over to pick up Char, still no car, or riding my bike to Char's to ride along with her to school. So I had to fill the time up with something. This bed and breakfast was Native American owned and operated, and it showed in the decor. As I rode up, I spotted Rowan standing on the open wooden porch out front, sipping at a cup of something warm. She reached out and traced her fingers over the surface of one of the porch's intricately carved support pillars. And somehow, right then, right there, Officer Adrian Morgan in uniform arrived. "Ma'am, please respect the posted signs and do not touch the artwork," he said, pointing past Rowan to a laminated, if slightly dampened and worn, letter-sized piece of paper posted beneath the front window. Oh, sorry, she said, pulling her hands back. Is the artist local? I hung back because I didn't want to make the situation worse, and if he saw me, it almost definitely would make matters worse for Rowan. She didn't know, after all, who the artist was. Cyrus Morgan passed away just this January. What he didn't say was that the artist was his recently deceased uncle. I carefully wheeled my bicycle toward the next building over, trying to stay in earshot but out of Adrian's line of sight. The symbolism is local Native American? Nooksack. Is it like other local, I want to say Salish, is that right? Ma'am, I'm not a tour guide. I'm only asking you to leave the art alone. Rowan smiled. I understand. The protective symbols drew my attention, that's all. Is there anyone who could tell me a little more about the craftsmanship and the symbolism? If you ask at the local history museum, they should be able to point you in the right direction. One last thing. Are you wanting me to leave it alone because of the art, or because of the protective enchantments? Adrian took pause at that. Hunter? Something like that. Ah, chosen one. Plan to be here long? If you have time to join me for some coffee, I can tell you my plans. You're a local guardian of some kind. The artist was too. I don't like outside trouble coming to town. This land has had to endure more than enough of that. Just leave the town defenses alone. Adrian turned with that, heading down the street. I spotted his partner at one of the other businesses. Maybe what I missed was his partner checking in over the radio. That would have been too soft for even my keen ears to catch. When Adrian was a sufficient distance away, I rolled my bicycle up to the bicycle stand, left it there unlocked, and hopped up the stairs to the porch. What's your take on Officer Morgan? I asked Rowan. He's a protector, and... Morgan. The artist is Cyrus Morgan, so they're related. Rowan paused, thoughtful. He said the artist passed away in January, only a few months ago. He might be new to his call. Overprotective, overbearing, out of line to bother Rowan about touching a pillar that guests touched on the regular. He's been on my case about everything I ever investigate, pretty much since I was in middle school, I said. You've been sticking your hand in supernatural bees' nests for a while, then. He might have been keeping you safe this whole time. Prickly, though. Got my car keys taken away because of him, I grumbled, although it sounded so petty in the moment. I thought back to that night, the wolves' howl, the way he appeared and ushered us off. So, you're saying he and his grandfather are magic? Depends on how you define magic. Some taxonomists apply magic only to the specific sort of arcane work that mages like Alex perform. Some chosen callings come from the divine, or from the innate will of the people, a sort of communal psychic energy that coalesces to fulfill a need. Rowan sipped her coffee. I won't get offended if someone calls me magic because I'm a chosen one, but it's best to go with whatever the person tells you. But he's not just full of himself. He's actually got some reason he acts that way. I gestured toward the carved pillar as an example of what I meant. Rowan nodded. I don't have a magical sixth sense to help me find chosen ones, but I've been around enough of them to recognize a few of the signs. Granted, he's a cop, so that could feed into it, but he confronted me specifically about this pillar that anchors an enchantment. He guessed that I was a hunter, and in context, he meant someone who hunts down supernatural threats. He's in the loop at the very least. And if he's been keeping you out of trouble, that's a sign he might have a calling. I frowned at the thought that Adrian Morgan might actually have some kind of authority beyond the badge, that he had a reason to show up and turn me back time and time again when I was following the trail of a story. Even if he'd been saving my life this whole time, getting me grounded repeatedly was a pretty awful way to go about it. That's not why you came to see me before school, though, Rowan guessed. Right. I shook the thoughts of Adrian out of my head and focused on Rowan. You got my insider information, and I'm sure you're working on a plan for Wednesday's city council meeting presentation. What can I do to help? You're a high school junior, and I'm not trying to make a terrible impression with your mother. So, go to school. Rowan winked. You already helped a lot, though. The city council office hours today will give me some more inroads. Depending on the timing, I might also swing up to Silphium's Northern Cascades Resort and Spa. know your enemy and all that. Their lawyer is an actual vampire. Will you be safe on your own? I furrowed my brow. Rowan glanced down at her prosthetic arm, then back up at me, her expression smooth. That wasn't what I'd meant, but I could see how she got there. I know how to make sure someone's watching my back, even when I'm on my own, she assured me. I've got this. Right. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a little alert I'd set so I wouldn't dawdle too long if Rowan proved to be too interesting. I reached mentally for safe ground to smooth things over. You're totally right that I want you to tell me your story, and you're right that I need to keep my mom in a good mood so she'll be open-minded. So, I'd better get to school. We swapped goodbyes and I hopped onto my bicycle. Next stop, I had just enough time before first period to check in on Mix Cardoso. Episode 19. Eavesdropping. Trespassing. Terrible Hobbies. The voice I most wanted to hear flowed through Mix Cardoso's door and into my ears. I paused at the threshold, out of sight. Was Char back to school today, or was I imagining it? The puzzle box project? That way she had of turning a statement into a question, the lightest raise of her tone at the last word. I knew her teacher conversation voice so well. I'd missed it. That makes sense, Mix Cardoso said. Anything else I can do while your arm is healing? Could he actually magically make it better at light speed? If magic was real, and all magic was possible, then how about healing magic? I pressed up against the wall instead of going through the door. Char needed time after all. She hadn't sent me a message. She hadn't called. No one told me she'd be back at school today. She clearly didn't want to see me. I'm not sure it's really something you can help with, she said. Try me. Mix Cardoso's tone was gentle. Well, it's about Carrie. Dagger to my chest. This wasn't a conversation I should eavesdrop on. It was never a good idea to listen when people were talking about you. I twisted away from the door and pounded the pavement in any direction but right there, right then. I didn't need to hear Char telling Mix Cardoso how she felt unsafe with me because over the course of 1 week, I'd gotten her in trouble with her parents for taking her out into the forest on a school night under false pretenses. Then, I'd gotten her arm broken as a final flourish to a terrible week. Would Mix Cardoso defend me or protect Char, now that I was in on the magic, and Char wasn't? Would distance be better anyway? Mix Cardoso would probably advise her to keep away from me for her own safety. She hadn't decided to participate in the world of magic. Her shield of skepticism stood. I sniffed, blinked, shook my head. Bathroom. I needed to hit the bathroom before I headed to first period. It took a couple of minutes to refresh and reset, but I still finished up before the 5-minute bell chimed. As I walked toward my first period class, I checked my phone, tentative. Of all the things I expected to see, a message from Sly's name was a pleasant surprise. I smiled as I flicked the message open, then read it twice, eyes widening. Sly. Trish is going to Paxwood House today. Right now. She and Hugh were talking about the jewelry box, and now she's off. Not 30 minutes before, I was asking Rowan if she thought it was wise to go to the Sylphium resort on her own. In hindsight, there were so many other options for me. At the very least, I could have asked myself that same question before I started moving against the flow of students heading toward their classes and toward the bicycle rack. Or given a thought to the fact that if my first period teacher marked me absent, my mother would get an attendance robocall. But hey, if you've never cut class before, you don't think about flying under the radar. I wasn't a total goody two-shoes. I'd used a bathroom pass or two to stay out in the hall and avoid a class I didn't want to attend. Used my TA period in the library to roam a little further afield than necessary. Been late to class because I got caught up in pursuit of a story. Played sick and gotten one of my parents to call it in for an excused day off. This was my first time outright cutting. I had the best justifications, though. Someone had to check in on what Ann Holtz and Hugh were up to. Mix Cardoso had to teach. And Rowan was off meeting with city councilors or heading to the Northern Cascades Sylphium Resort. so both were busy. It was down to me to gather this vital information. It might shed light on the concept of a Paxwood treasure or reveal what Sylphium wanted with Paxwood House. This story was too important to neglect. I felt it in my bones, and it had nothing to do with avoiding Shar. Paxwood High wasn't exactly close to Paxwood House. Paxwood House sat on a hill, overlooking the city, surrounded by residences and forest. By the time I reached there, pedaling hard against gravity, I was breathless. I wheeled my bicycle around the perimeter, away from the main gate, to the collapsed and crumbling section of the wall that I'd used so many times to cross into the grounds. I didn't second-guess the miasma that enfolded me as I crossed the barrier this time. It was real. The house was haunted, and this was a tangible aspect of that haunting. The air was colder, heavier, darker. Light couldn't penetrate as easily. Was it a common aspect of many hauntings or particular to this house? Had the Paxwoods built the place to harness this kind of energy, or was the atmosphere a result of all the untimely deaths? Plenty of questions left to be answered, but none of them would help me figure out where Anholtz and Hugh were. I checked my phone, but Sly hadn't sent me any updates or more information. I had to go with my gut on this. Most overt entrance was through the front door. Unless they had magical reasons, they didn't need to slink in through the back or use a window. They'd have the keys from the sloppy realtor who didn't want to visit the haunted house. Cutting between trees and around low-growing clusters of ferns and brambles, I approached the front door. The door stood wide open and inviting. A black rental Mercedes sat empty in the driveway, just the car a vampire lawyer would drive. They were inside. I climbed the porch steps and headed inside too, pausing just on the other side of the threshold to listen. At first, nothing stood out, just empty house sounds, a slight creak here, a rattle there. For a moment, near the grand ballroom, I thought I'd caught the sounds of string music, but no, I shook that off. It didn't make sense. There, an echo of conversation came from the direction of the kitchen. I took the softest steps across the old hardwood foyer floor, then pressed myself against the wall instead of moving straight into the doorway that led down to the servants' quarters. The basement is the most likely hiding place, the vampire asserted. It could be hidden anywhere on the grounds. Let's do a wider survey for the symbol. Trust me. A space with no windows beneath the ground, easily accessible by the family but not meant for guests. This is where we should begin our search. Or do you have that all-too-human fear of basements yourself? Anholtz scoffed. I waited for their footsteps fading down the creaking basement stairs, then started down the hall after them. As I did, though, I shivered. That sound of strings playing behind me echoed in my ears again. I tossed a glance over my shoulder and saw the doors to the grand ballroom standing open. Had they been open before? A grip as real and firm as any living humans clamped around my arm and pulled, but there was no one standing next to me. The force threw me off balance. I stumbled, trying to keep my feet beneath me, to turn. Another vice-like grip grabbed my other arm. A lady's voice cooed in my ear. "Come to the party, darling. You're ever so welcome." I did the only truly natural thing to do when unseen whispering forces were dragging you against your will. I screamed. Episode 20. The Evergreen Waltz. One moment I was screaming as incorporeal forces dragged me forward, sneakers squealing on hardwood. The next, I was standing on the threshold of a grand ball. All around the room, men and women in early 20th century fancy dress whirled arm in arm to beautiful, live string music. Masks covered every face, some grotesquely exaggerated demon faces with horns curling over human ears and hair, others cherubically lovely and innocent and adorned with feathers. I was standing in flat, black Oxford shoes. a black pinstripe suit with a deep green vest over a crisp white button-up shirt. Men's clothing that suited the apparent fashion era, but cut in a way that still flattered my feminine hourglass. I touched my face and found a mask there too. "Miss Carrie Reese Hayes," someone announced. And then the guest behind me bumped me forward, toward the dance floor. Or, more accurately, toward the evergreen carpet that cut a path along the edge of the room, leading toward 2 women and 1 man standing around an empty throne. No, 3 women. One of them, much like me, wore a tailored pantsuit. But throne was the only correct word for that chair. It towered with twisting bare branches stretching up and out in an interwoven pattern that reminded me of the lid of Florence Paxwood's jewelry box. It was a pattern, or a pattern concealing a symbol, or simply pretty interlaced branches. The emerald green velvet tufted cushion was massive. 2 humans, maybe 3 if they squeezed, could all fit between the arms of the throne. I could tell I was supposed to approach, perhaps to kneel before this seat. A hand grasped mine and pulled me sideways, off the carpet and into the dancing crowd. "You don't want to go there," the dancer said. "Dance with me instead." He didn't fit in with the rest of the crowd. A cheap child's plastic Halloween Night Fox mask covered the top half of his face. You know Night Fox, that comic book vigilante billionaire who combats a rogues gallery of gangsters and villains. Every decade we get another animated series or movie adaptation. That Night Fox. He wore jeans and a tuxedo-patterned t-shirt instead of a suit. But as he pulled me into the dance, he placed my left hand on his upper arm, his right hand above my waist, gripped my right hand in his left, and moved to the waltz beat in perfect time. "What is happening?" I asked, looking from my new dance partner back toward the golden branches of the dead tree throne. "Keep your eyes on me," he said. "You're dreaming, but this is not the type of dream where it's safe to wander. More of a nightmare, really." "No, I'm not asleep. And even if I were, none of this is like any other dream I've ever had in my life," I replied. "Where does tuxedo t-shirt, cheap mask, Night Fox come from in my imagination? Definitely nowhere. I'd want to meet Soul Ace." He laughed. "That's right. Keep your focus on me. The announcer said your name is Carrie, is that right?" "Yeah, she, her pronouns." "Bast. He, him." "Bats?" As I kept my eyes on him, the music and the dancers all blurred. "No. Bast," he insisted. "Like the Egyptian cat goddess of protection?" "Bast, like my name is Bast," he replied, sounding annoyed. It was his name, given to me, and even as confused as I was about everything, I knew better than to keep pushing. This was what the dancer wanted to be called. I'd go along. Bast. Bast is you. "What's the last thing you remember before coming to this little dance?" Bast asked. I tried to remember before the dance. "I was..." "It's okay if it's hard to remember," he said. "Sometimes dreams are like that. Take a breath. Take a beat. How about a little further back? Like yesterday. What day was yesterday?" "Sunday," I said. "No, wait. Monday." "Okay, good. Now, what do you usually do on Tuesdays?" "School, right?" "What grade are you in?" "10th grade," I said. "I usually go to school." "10th grade," he repeated. Was there a hint of longing in his voice? "What about you?" I turned the question back to him. "What do you usually do on Tuesdays?" He chuckled. "There's no usual Tuesday for me these days. I'm a traveler, an interloper, an adventurer. Every day is something new." "All right, Peter Pan. And do you never grow up, too?" "Let's say I'm still figuring that part out." He shook his head. "Okay, Tuesday. You usually go to school on Tuesdays. 10th grade. Was anything different today, though?" I didn't want to think about it. Why didn't I want to think about it? "I saw a new friend before school. She's interested in buying Paxwood House." The surrounding ballroom sharpened. The music paused, if only for a second, and all eyes were on us. "That's a name we shouldn't say here," Bast observed, turning me in a sudden spin. "Why do you like an annoyingly flawless super alien over an imperfect human detective, anyway?" The music resumed, and with it the movement of the dancers. "Ava East isn't perfect, even if she's powerful," I disagreed. "You'll just think it's silly anyway." "Go on," he said. "She tells stories and looks for the truth. As an investigative journalist, she cares about everyday people, even though she has all the yellow sun-powered strength and cosmic destiny that she could treat anyone like they're beneath her. A dumb space rock can't defeat or corrupt the Night Fox, though." You can like a character without insulting a character that other people like, right? It's not either or. It can be both. I can enjoy Soul Ace without hating Night Fox. I can even enjoy Night Fox without betraying Soul Ace. "All right, then," he conceded. The world had blurred out around us again. It felt safer here with him. So, without saying that name that got everyone looking at us, what else do you remember? After I met with my friend, I went to school, and I swallowed, not wanting to remember. I got a message. You see, these people want to buy the place I mentioned before. They're here now, and there's some kind of hidden treasure they're looking for, but it's dangerous, haunted. Everyone else was busy, so I came to see what they were up to." "You purposefully entered a haunted house. You're sleeping in a haunted house right now. A haunted house with that name." Bast spoke slowly, building each thought like a bricklayer putting together a wall. "The Wymans, yes," I supplied. I wasn't entirely sure that was the best fit, but since we were talking about Soul Ace and Night Fox, why not substitute in Soul Ace's billionaire philanthropist human rival Wyatt Wyman for the Paxwoods? "I don't want to scare you, but I'm pretty sure this means you are sharing a dream with one or more ghosts right now. Your consciousness is on their turf, and you are in a great deal of danger." His tone was grave now. "That might be what drew me here, but I'm honestly not sure how much I can do. I've never actually dealt with ghost dreams before." "Ghosts have dreams. Wait, does everything have dreams? Do trees dream? Or dogs? What about glass cats?" You're going down a rabbit hole. And as much fun as it would be to head there with you, we may not have time for it. Come back here with me, where we can try to make a game plan. Bast looked over his shoulder. "Clara?" One of the other dancing pairs slowed down and came into focus. It wasn't a dancing pair at all. A lovely brunette woman, probably early 20s, in a modern prom dress, was dancing with a rigid fashion dummy pinned into a suit. "He walks here, Bast. We shouldn't stay long." "He who?" I asked. Bast shook his head. "Another name we don't say. Call him the Grinner if we're using comic villains as pseudonyms right now." "It's not the time for jokes, Bast." "We should leave," the brunette named Clara said, insistent. "If we take her with us, she gets lost in Slumberland. Her body ends up in a coma, and I don't know if we can help her find her way back to consciousness." Bast groaned in frustration, looking between me and Clara. "You're trying to keep me safe, but you don't want her to become one of the lost." "I don't either," I chimed in. Bast and Clara both looked at me. "I'll keep watch. If, the Grinner, was it? If the Grinner draws near, you cannot stay, little brother. You aren't ready," Clara said. "Understood. So, please tell me someone knows you're in this haunted house and they're bound to come rescue you sooner than later." I laughed weakly. "Probably not. The only two other living people in the haunted house. I trust them less and less every time I meet them, and I didn't trust them much to begin with. One friend sent me here. A couple of others might look for me if I'm lucky." "Let's hope you're incredibly lucky." Bast gritted his teeth. "So, favorite version of Soul Ace?" Episode 21. Meanwhile, phoning a friend. While I was busy dancing in dreams in a haunted house, Rowan went to visit the Sylphium Resort. Aside, you're used to hearing from me, Carrie, in first person about my own experiences. I started with my story for a reason. But to best share the stories of the chosen ones, there will be times when I'm the omniscient narrator. Well, semi-omniscient. I wasn't there with Rowan to observe this happening. I interviewed her and fact-checked where possible. For the sake of narrative, I'll include some embellishments. This is one of those times when the only way to convey the reality of a moment is through story. Where I share Rowan's thoughts and emotions, sometimes it's based on those interviews. Others, it's about the overall narrative flow, keeping you in the stream of events. So, I was dreaming and in mortal peril. We'll get back to that. Rowan took the winding mountain road to the Northern Cascades Sylphium Resort and Spa. It turned out to be more difficult to pin down than she'd expected. When she'd pulled the Maps app open on her phone and put in Sylphium, no results appeared. She switched the search to Resort, and while there were plenty of those, none were Sylphium. It took an internet search and drilling through their business website to find the physical address. That was another sign that something was off about Sylphium. Most vacation or relaxation destinations would want to be found. Sylphium clearly preferred word of mouth over search engines. With a vampire working as their legal representation, their clientele might be, well, concerned with privacy. While the evergreen trees blurred by, Rowan fought her first impulse to call her former mentor, Chris Ellis. She was the one who had the network, knowledge, and answer to every question, or at least the strategies to find the answer. But no, Chris wasn't an option. Chris had a new chosen one to guide, and she was loyal to the hands of the seers. Too risky. Instead, she had to think over the list of people she might call for insights. Alex was the local, but they had a day job, and they'd already given her what they knew about Sylphium. Sylphium had 4 other resorts scattered across the corners of the continental U.S. besides, and the Northern Cascades Resort was the newest. Local intel wasn't what she needed. Vampire lawyer? Ask vampire hunters. The string quartet might have some ideas. She pressed the microphone button on her steering wheel and gave the command. Call Viola. Viola answered in 3 rings. You know I'm trying to sleep, Ro, with the hours I keep. Sorry. Dealing with a vampire lawyer named Ryan Hugh, who works for a company named Sylphium Resorts. You heard of either? A name like that is probably a pseudonym, so I'm not sure. Sylphium, though, yeah. They are not good news. They've got humans aplenty working for them, and they put on a good front, cooperate with local law enforcement and regulatory agencies, pay their taxes, everything is on the level. But they cater to necromancers, pact makers, and sanguine. At least they're too American to network with the European primes. Or, at least, we haven't spotted any agents of the primes visiting Sylphium resorts where we have eyes. We can only do so much. Bad news all around. Necromancers dealt with death. Ghosts, animated dead, scrying potential pasts and futures through blood sacrifice. Pact makers traded human souls to demons for strength, prestige, and wealth. Sanguine were among the most powerful types of vampires, able to walk openly in daylight, although the sun weakened them to human strength. Word that the European prime vampires probably didn't have ties to Sylphium meant little. She wouldn't encounter Dracula, but there was plenty of other potential bad going on. Carrie side note, Rowan wasn't using a pop culture pseudonym. Dracula is one of the prime vampires and still active as of this writing. If they're operating within legal systems, is there any chance they'd be under investigation in relation to missing persons or racketeering? FBI? If there's someone with a personal vendetta, a hunch that something's off, or a friend who's a hunter, but I'm not aware of anything active. Sylphium must be using donors among the employees. They're keeping them alive, well-paid, and protected. If they're trafficking too, they're covering their tracks. Rowan clicked her tongue. Donors, people who voluntarily allowed monsters to consume their blood, emotions, or energy, were unlikely to betray the predators that feasted upon them. Like addicts, they kept coming back for more. There were plenty of horrific, mundane reasons for human trafficking, but monsters like vampires often needed more than willing victims could provide. I'm headed to one of their locations to look around, she said, getting to the point. Viola needed her sleep. Any advice? Tread lightly, and don't give them a reason to want to vanish you. Use your real identity as a shield, slayer of Avoriacs and all. Rowan chuckled. You don't think they'll have any desire to avenge a demon prince? I mean, there's a non-zero chance that happens, but my gut's telling me they don't want scenes. You're more likely to face mundane trespassing charges than the wrath of an angsty Avoriacs groupie. Can I go back to sleep now? Thanks, V. Send my best to the rest of the quartet. You know I will. Throughout the call, Rowan had been monitoring her mileage. The GPS chimed in with her next turn just as she hung up. With only 5 minutes left on the drive, she didn't have enough time to make a follow-up call to her newest contact. She wasn't even sure how that newest contact would respond. Sure, she'd just saved General Joshua McPherson's granddaughter from werewolf hunters. And sure, the old werewolf was the newly appointed head of the top-secret, clandestine military operation known by those involved as the Supernatural Activities Intelligence Unit, or SAINT for short. But no amount of gratitude would get that man to walk anywhere near the line of betraying military secrets. It wasn't time to tap that connection, not for information on a rival bidder for a real estate transaction. The Sylphium Resort and Spa burst forth into sight in front of her. A sprawling building that blended wood and glass. From the Pacific Northwest stereotypes, Rowan would have expected foggy gloom turning everything a dull gray, but late spring sunlight struck the sparkling clear glass and cast rainbows. The parking lot was about half occupied, so she wouldn't be alone in there. Immaculately maintained flower beds with a mix of local ferns and flowers created barriers between the rows of parking spaces and lined the protected pedestrian pathways. Everything about the resort exuded an air of welcoming escape from the outside world. The only contradiction to the visual invitation was how Rowan's gut twisted inside of her as she got out of the car. She wasn't the only prophesied chosen one who got a physical reaction when danger was near. She just wished sometimes that it hit something other than her stomach. Some people saw auras, heard music, got goosebumps, felt static electricity. She got to train herself to breathe through the nausea that accompanied the sense of nearby wrongness. How was that fair? The lobby was immaculate, sparkling white. 2 receptionists in crisp uniforms stood at a polished wood front desk. There was a large cooler of fruit-infused water and a plate of chocolate chip cookies. The receptionists glanced at one another, then down at something on their desk. Probably a guest log. Hello there. Rowan moved right up to the desk. I'm not registered for any overnight stay or day treatment, but I was hoping to ask a few questions about your offerings, possibly make a booking. My name is Rowan Hayward. A little typing, an exchanged glance, a raised eyebrow. Oh, she was definitely in their system. And if she was in their system, that meant they had connections to the dark side, tracking chosen ones and other troublemaking do-gooders. The hands of the seers didn't officially recognize any of the broader conspiracies, that there was an organized system of demons, devils, and practitioners of the diabolical, equivalent to the network that they'd put together. They only acknowledged provable gangs, mafias, secret societies, and smaller-scale players who sometimes made deals with one another. Especially now that she was on her own, though, Rowan often suspected there was something more to it. Ah, Miss Anholtz left a note that you might come by. You're also interested in purchasing Paxwood House, the receptionist half-asked. That's right, Rowan confirmed. Knowing her name wasn't a full-fledged demon conspiracy. This time around. She was hoping to be here when you did, but she's unfortunately out on other business today. She should be available tomorrow to meet with you, if you leave a number where she can reach you. Sure. Rowan pulled her wallet out and fetched out a business card to leave behind. It only had her name and a number, black ink on about the cheapest white cardstock. but Chris had once told her that business cards were more presentable than jotting her name and number on a receipt when she needed to leave her contact information with a person in need or a potential ally. Or, in this case, a potential adversary. If you'd be interested in a massage, we have a licensed therapist with an opening in his schedule in about an hour. Miss Anholtz notes it would be her treat. You'd be welcome to wait here in the lobby seating area, or in our Zen garden. That sounds lovely, Rowan said, faking a smile. I'll go explore the garden then. And so, Rowan couldn't come to my rescue because of a complimentary spa day. If you ask me, narrator me, sitting in the future, I'd say Anholtz wanted Rowan out of the way while she and the vampire lawyer got a good look around Paxwood House. My predicament, just a little bonus. Episode 22. How many heroes does it take? Within the dream, time had a way of blurring whenever the conversation with Bast lulled. However much time passed, my muscles didn't grow tired and my feet didn't get sore. I desperately wanted to ask my mysterious dance partner 1,000 questions about who he was and how he knew so much about this place, and I was running out of casual comic book material. So, I asked. You called this Slumberland, and you mentioned that there are people who get lost here, I said. So, this isn't like a lone dream conjured up by a single mind? Are all dreams interconnected? Slumberland, dream world, the sleeping, the astral plane. There are a lot of things that people call it, Bast said. Your unconscious mind, when you're sleeping, dreams. The vast majority of those dreams stay inside of you, but there's also this place, born from dreams resonating across time and space. He glanced over his shoulder, and his companion sighed and stepped closer for a moment. Over the millennia of human dreaming, my home has taken on a life of its own. If you think of each sleeping human as a passenger on a ship built of their own dreams, passing across a sea, that might be the easiest way to explain it. Many would never realize that they are on a ship, let alone on a sea. They don't have a reason to look farther than their own hulls. Dreamers who are more aware may actively choose to moor their ships together and create shared dreamscapes. And then there are those of us who are born within dreams, fancies, nightmares, thought forms that have taken on a life of our own. And there are ghost ships, apparently, I noted, trying my best not to shift my attention toward the ghosts in question or draw their attention to me. Sometimes you'll have other incorporeal beings who slip in, like rats on ships, and take up residency, invasive species that they are, Bast added. And the lost. Some people who are in comas, I guessed. They got separated from their dream ship and couldn't find the way back? Exactly, Bast confirmed. Not all comas involve lost dreamers, but when a coma patient has every reason to wake up and still hasn't, there's a chance they need some help to find their way back home. Clara drew back from us again, a little further than she'd been before. So, Clara's from here, but you're not. You're lost. She's not actually your sister. More like my mentor, Bast confirmed. Not lost, though. I know exactly where I've left my ship. This is going to make me sound full of myself, but I've got this destiny on my shoulders. A guardianship over this place. Powers that allow me to cross easily between people's dreams, control dreamscapes, and shape them to my will. I'm supposed to protect, well, all of humanity when you're sleeping. That sounds like a lot for one person to carry, I said. I've met at least 2 other people who have destinies. One to slay a specific demon, one to protect my hometown. Nothing as heavy as all of humanity's unconscious minds. Bast laughed, relief in the pleasant tumble of the sound. You believe me? I barely even believe it most days. Nights. Whatever time it is when you don't have the sun as a reference point anymore. I can tell for sure you're keeping me safe when you're putting yourself at risk. Trust but verify, but also between you and the, Wymans? I jerked my head vaguely toward the Paxwood ladies, still gathered around the empty throne. I think I'll take my chances with you. When you wake up, and you will wake up, do all the fact-checking you want, Bast said. I honestly don't know how you fact-check anything about Slumberland. Clara was suddenly back at our side, a grim look on her face. He's coming. Now. You aren't ready. You need to leave. But Bast shook his head, holding me a little closer to him. We can take her with us and risk her joining the Lost. Clara proposed. Would you stay with her? Can you blend in and slip out when she's awake? Bast asked. Clara tensed. Damsel in distress that I apparently was, I still didn't want them talking over me. If it is dangerous for you two to stay, arm me with any knowledge you can, then get going. Both of you, together. I don't think you understand, Clara said, looking at me. The spirits have brought you here as a sacrifice to their demon master, and the demon is coming. In a best-case scenario, he may lock you within your own mind as he occupies your flesh and uses your face to destroy everything you love. If you come with us now, he will have no way of inhabiting your body because you won't be present to provide a tether. But I might not make it back to my body either. I'd gotten myself into this mess. I had to get myself out of it, if I could. Faintly, somewhere distant, I heard shouting. With a glance away from my dance partner, I verified that no one in the ballroom was making a ruckus like this. I think I hear someone in the waking world. Bast uttered a curse that in tone was more of an expression of relief. You've had some bad luck, but hopefully someone's looking out for you, especially if you know 2 other people with callings like mine. Throw your mind, your focus, your concentration toward that sound. Whatever you're hearing, let it snap you awake. And you get out of here so we can meet in my dreams again, I said, pulling free from his arms. Bast reached for Clara's hand, and both vanished in the blink of an eye. The ballroom music grew louder. There was a knock at the door. But no, that knock was in the dream. What was I actually hearing? Hey, get away from her. Come on, you mongrel, look at me. A deep-throated dog growl. Serious. That's right, over here. Familiar, masculine speaker with an overly demanding tone. I knew him. The band played a fanfare. The dog snarled in attack. Welcome, the outcast emperor, our treasured guest. No, that was the dream. The voice I needed to focus on was Adrian? The name came out over my sleep-leaden tongue, heavy and slow. Now the music was gone, only the snarling and shouting of a dog and a man entangled in combat. My hands tingling with pins and needles, I brushed the thick crust from my eyes and blinked myself into this moment. Officer Adrian Morgan, bane of my existence, struggled on the cement floor with a large black dog, its jaw latched tightly onto his leg. As I sat up, my damp shirt rested against my skin. I touched the dampness on my upper right shoulder, and my hand came back with blood. Pain snapped bright, firing from my nerves to my conscious mind. I didn't so much scream as take sharp, gasping breaths. Had something bitten me? The dog? Where was I? I scrambled to my feet, using a door frame as leverage, then stepped toward Adrian and the dog he was fighting with. Get out of here, you idiot! Adrian shouted at me, thrusting one arm in a pointing gesture. Run! The dog. The same dog that had emerged from the Paxwood house cellar and chased Charlotte. Adrian was pointing me toward the cellar staircase, up and away from this cold cellar. Before I got more than 5 steps toward it, though, 2 things happened. When I was clear of the doorway I'd used to get on my feet, the door snapped shut with a heavy slam. Then Anholtz and Hugh came running down the stairs. Hugh leveled a pistol at Adrian and fired. No, not a pistol. Pistols didn't make that pfft sound, unless that was what a silencer sounded like. Adrian didn't scream like he'd been shot, but there was a feathered tranquilizer dart sticking out of the dog's neck. The dog whimpered as it drew back, stumbled, and collapsed. Whatever was in that dart worked incredibly fast. Even with Adrian's blood turning its teeth red, the black dog, now asleep, looked almost ordinary. Emaciated, its ribs showing, but its black fur was sleek. One ear bore a notch, a telltale sign of conflict. I wanted to reach out and pet the dog, reassure it, glean some part of its story through the contact. Anholtz was talking, but not to me. Injured officer, Adrian Morgan, yes. Animal control in an ambulance, please. The animal is unconscious. I'll check on him now, yes. Phone pressed against her ear, she kneeled by Adrian's side. Hugh brushed past me, went to the dog, and plucked the dart out, sticking it into his back pocket. He had already stashed his tranquilizer gun away somewhere. I took a meaningful step away from the vampire lawyer, avoiding any chance he might touch or try to influence me. From there, the scene unfolded in an odd parallel to Char's injury at Paxwood House. This time, though, Adrian was in the ambulance, and animal control took the dog away. The paramedics bandaged my shoulder, but decided the bite was too shallow to merit my own ambulance ride. When I checked my phone, I saw it was late afternoon. I'd been asleep in the house for hours. I thought I might have to explain what I was doing there, but to my surprise, Ann Holtz folded me into her explanation. She'd invited me to tour the house with her and Mr. Hugh because of my journalistic curiosity about Paxwood House. She smiled to me, conspiratorially, but that smile didn't hit me right. Some people used that kind of smile like a baited hook to catch and control the people around them. I shied away from the barb, excusing myself from the property as soon as I could. I noticed 3 messages on my phone before I got onto my bike to ride away. One message was from my mother. Why am I getting absence calls from the school? Where are you, Carrie? Much as I hated Ann Holt's little lie, I used it to my advantage in my reply and apologized, claiming my phone battery had died so I couldn't give her a heads up. One was from Mix Cardoso. Are you all right? I didn't know how to respond to that one. Honestly, I wasn't. But did I want another lecture about how dangerous Paxwood House was? He might have answers about Bast and the Slumberland where I'd spent the day dancing away, though. The third was from Sly. Did you go? What happened? I replied, Are you at work? Sly. Come on over. Instead of heading home, I made my way to Tristan's Antiques to catch Sly up on my strange day. Episode 23. Tough Love and a Quartz Shield. So, let me get this straight. You're telling me that there's an entire, plane of existence that we can experience in our dreams, and the ghosts drag you into their literal nightmare? Sly asked as I finished my bizarre account of the day's experiences. Much like the last time I'd been at Tristan's antique store, she was behind the cashier's counter, and I leaned against it from the other side. From her vantage, she could monitor the door in case any customers appeared. For now, pre-tourist season as it was, we had the store to ourselves. Focusing on the events in Slumberland kept me from thinking too hard about the other aspects of the adventure in hindsight. This had no flavor of success, only bitter notes. But at least Bast, Clara, and Slumberland gave me something positive to work with. Exactly, I confirmed, tracing a finger along the counter in idle curlicues. Dreamplane, Dream Realm, Slumberland, with a guardian, and residents, ghosts, and something worse than ghosts. This guardian of humanity's dreams, instead of showing up in a full-fledged Night Fox suit, or decked out like millionaire Boyd Wright wore a cheap plastic Night Fox Halloween mask covering the front of his face, did he at least have the 80s live-action actor lips? Sly puckered her own lips as she said this. That unexpected reference got a deep belly laugh that made the bandaged bite on my shoulder ache. Usually an animal bite like this left such jagged edges that it had to be stitched up, but the paramedics had been sure I was all right to go. It left me with questions about that dog, questions I couldn't quite pin down. Easier to focus on Bast. Just ordinary. A teenage boy, our age or a little older, I said when I caught my breath. There's a story there I've got to dig into after the Paxwood House sale. Sly hummed. Did you figure out what Trisha was doing there? No more dwelling on the highlights. I sighed. I didn't really get much time in spying on them before the ghosts dragged me down. Hugh had that trank gun ready, like they were expecting danger. Neither of them had anything in their hands when we were all leaving, so I doubt they found any hidden treasure. I still got a sense from the way they were carrying themselves that they got what they wanted. Whatever it was. I looked down at the counter, at my curlicues. If my finger oils hadn't been leaving trails across the polished glass, I might have missed the pattern. It wasn't random. It was like the one on the lid of the jewelry box. And the door that had slammed shut on its own in the basement. I closed my eyes. Yes, I was sure. I'd only glimpsed it, and there was a lot going on in that cellar, but the door had this symbol. If they came ready for danger, they could have created that danger, Sly mused. I mean, they were there. The dog was there. People got hurt. But no one's going to blame them for the actions of a random stray dog, right? So what if they planted the stray dog there? Turn any opposition off with concerns that the house is full of feral animals and pests. Does that seem like something Trisha would do from what you know about her? I furrowed my brow, considering this possibility. She's got a vampire for a lawyer. I might not know her as well as I thought. Also, vampires can control wolves, right? Like in Dracula? Sly pointed out. And dogs are descendants of wolves. Hadn't thought of that. Not sure if it's accurate or not. I'll ask Mix Cardoso and Rowan what they think about that possibility and follow up on the dog. Animal control picked it up, so it should be in the shelter. The conversation lulled for a moment as I weighed the possibility. If Sylphium would do physical harm to get what they wanted, that was all the more reason to push back against them. With the city's chosen guardian down for the count, would they get even more brazen? And how is that friend of yours? Sly asked. The one who broke her arm. The question came from nowhere and hit me hard in my gut. If my stomach could have sunk to the center of the earth, it would have dragged me right down there along with it. That good, huh? Whatever expression had overtaken my face, Sly could read it transparently. I don't think she's interested in picking up our friendship after all that. I closed my eyes and swallowed, willing any tears inside of me back to where they came from. But you're not going to give up on her since she matters so much to you, right? Sly put a hand over mine as she said this. The contact surprised me, pulling me out from the spiral of doom. I don't know how to make up for it. Everyone's a little materialistic. Maybe a gift would do the trick. Some flowers, a card, one of those get-well-soon fruit baskets. Sly reached under the counter and pulled out a tray of necklaces. This is all stuff that's made of cheaper material that doesn't have any history or significance. For the tourists, we mark it all up and sell it as the sort of gifts a lumberjack would give to his belle. But for you, I'll take a hit. See anything she'd like? Some necklaces had charms made from old iron nails. Others had beads made from polished river rocks. A few were carved wood. A cute little wooden songbird caught my eye for a split second. But then I saw the cameo necklace. The delicate details of the woman's face. The minuscule flowers in her wavy hair. Every detail was intricately carved into gray stone. That one is volcanic ash. You know, Tuff, Sly said. Probably from Mount St. Helens, back in the 80s. I guess during the Victorian era, tourists would get lava rock cameos from their visits to Pompeii as a sign of wealth, so it's actually a historically accurate material to use, too. This one, I said. But I don't know if it'd be right of me to approach her face to face and give her a gift when she said she needed time. I'll box it up and deliver it to her. Just give me the address. Sly smiled. You've had a tough day. This matters to you, and we're friends, so I've got your back. After I paid, we chatted for a little longer before I made my way to Cardoso Auto as my next stop. I needed to own up to my actions, and besides, with the city council meeting tomorrow, I couldn't go avoiding my biggest allies against Sylphium. You're going to have to teach me how to do this cleansing thing for myself, I informed Mix Cardoso, as I once more fed RC some yogurt drops after going through the back and forth of how unwise it was for me to go into a haunted house unprepared. They confirmed that there was, in fact, a sleeping plane of existence, but it wasn't their particular expertise. Mix Cardoso surprised me, though, by pulling out a bracelet with a rainbow array of quartz crystal beads. Protection works better than cleanup, so I charged this up for you. If you'd stopped by during the school day, I would have given it to you before you went back into Paxwood House. Thank you, I said. How do I charge it? How often? It will charge naturally in the light of a full moon or in a bath of salt water. But I can infuse it with a spell anytime, Mix Cardoso said. If the color fades or there's a convenient full moon, charge it. If it goes completely clear, come see me. It's too late in the day to check the animal shelter for that dog, but we'll check it out tomorrow. By we, you mean you and Rowan? I asked. I've got work and you've got school, so we'll meet up with Rowan and go afterward, they clarified. Rest up tonight and make nice to the teachers whose classes you skipped. And do I need to make you an anchor for your bed so you won't go wandering too far away from your body while you dream? I wanted to wave that off, but then I considered the danger I'd been in. I did not want to be a lost soul if a ghost pulled me into their dreams like that again. If that's a legitimate offer, I'll take it. Not because I plan on wandering, at least not without more research. Just to be safe. Protection's better than cleanup, like you said. That's right. Mix Cardoso scooped Arcee back, expression thoughtful. I'll get something together for you. Although I still counted the day as a loss, by the time I got home, my heart felt lighter. Sly, Mix Cardoso, and Rowan all had my back. There was a guardian of dreams who'd kept me safe when I'd gotten myself in stupid danger. If Anhold's Hugh and the whole of Silphium had the upper hand at the moment, there was still a chance to make everything right. After serving my mother another apology dinner, this time for skipping school, I did a little more research to verify the city animal shelter's hours and procedures before heading off to bed. As I drifted off, I remembered one of the first little bits of lore that I dug into with Shar. Black dogs. Why hadn't I thought about it before? Episode 24. About that black dog. I think that dog is following us. Shar and I were meandering around the main paved loop trail in one of Paxwood's many neighborhood parks. A perfect place for a picnic. She had a literal picnic basket. I just had a plastic grocery bag with some snacks, sodas, and a blanket. Early in our friendship, I hadn't yet learned that her mother was a caterer who had these kind of things on hand. We'd been talking about the town's ghost stories on and off for days, but that Saturday's picnic plan was searching for fairy circles. Flowers, mushrooms, and ferns could all form natural fairy circles, or we could make an intentional one with pebbles. Paxwood only had a few fairy stories compared to the plentiful ghost stories, but there were enough to spark my curiosity. I looked over my shoulder and saw the dog that Shar was talking about 30 feet back. Probably smells the food, I reasoned. What should we do? Ignore it, I said, turning away from it. Or, if you want to make friends, we could feed it. Let's ignore it. A couple of days later, walking home from middle school together, we saw the dog again. This time, it was padding along between unfenced yards, 3 or 4 houses behind us. Could it be the same dog? Shar wondered. It's like a shadow following us, I said. Let's ask Old Man Morgan. Old Man Morgan? He's on the way to my home, and he knows all the folklore and the ghost stories and the urban legends of Paxwood. If he's sitting out on his porch or his garage is open, we can talk to him. Compare Old Man Morgan to his nephew Adrian Morgan, and it was night and day. Now, years later, knowing magic is real, I recognized how Old Man Morgan had been arming me with knowledge from the first time I ran into him to the day he died. Back then, as a middle schooler, I took him as a town oddity, or a grandfather but not my personal grandfather. Old Man Morgan's garage door was open, and he was sitting on a lawn chair in his driveway with his long-furred gray tabby cat stalking around him on a long tether. Another of those details that made him an oddity. There weren't too many people who walked their indoor cats. Usually they either let their cats roam free through a cat door, or they kept them locked inside their whole lives. Inside the garage, an eclectic collection of tools and trinkets filled shelves and mounted cabinets. Shar and I sat down on the long bench opposite his lawn chair, and after I introduced Shar, I asked my question. What does it mean if there's a black dog following you? You never ask me anything easy, Old Man Morgan said, smiling. Now, many people take the black dog to be a death omen, or a sign of danger. Death omens take many forms in many cultures. If you have ravens or crows following you, or you hear an owl hooting at night, or a black cat crosses your path, these may be taken as signs that you or someone you care about is near death. I shivered. So, if we're seeing a black dog following us, then one of us might die? That's only one dire perspective, Old Man Morgan said, shaking his head. There are some black dogs in folklore that act as guardians or guides. Stories of a black dog leading a lost traveler through a forest, for example. And whether it's an omen, a warning, or a guide, it's a reminder to take precautions and keep the ones you love close to you. Not a reason to be afraid. Can't control the future, but we can control our present. Now, where did you see this black dog roaming around? If it's a stray, I'll find it at home. We never saw the black dog following us again after that. Maybe Old Man Morgan was a town guardian like Adrian, and he'd kept us safe from danger. Or it really had just been a stray dog. A coincidence. But that ear. My dreaming mind brought me from those long ago memories to the day's events. The moment in the basement when I'd wanted to pet the tranquilized dog. It had a notched ear. Its left ear. Notched. And the dog that had been following us in the park? I reached for the middle school memory brought fresh into my mind and drew the dog forward from between the trees. It had the same notch in the same ear. Your dreamscape is something else, Bast said, moving up beside me. He startled me. Some part of me knew I was asleep and dreaming, that all these memories coming to me were part of my subconscious mind processing information. But usually when I acknowledged I was dreaming, I got pulled straight out of the dream. Bast's presence must have been anchoring me in place. What do you mean? I asked, turning toward him. Even if he looked different, it was definitely Bast. Now he was wearing a Mariners baseball shirt, a ball cap pulled over his wavy brown hair, jeans, and off-brand sneakers. He looked more or less like a normal teen. I didn't mean to spy on your memories, he said, waving. Didn't want to interrupt the sequence while it was flowing and break whatever train of thought you were on. That's all. Memories are usually more crisp, vivid. But most people's memories are still pretty foggy. You remember what you want to remember, and your current mind fills in anything else with its own bias. But your memory is ultra high definition. There's very little Gaussian blur. So, these two dogs are as I saw them, in that moment, even though it was years apart? Bast shrugged. It's possible. I'm not an expert memory analyst or anything. I only know what I've experienced, and I have never experienced such sharp, precise memories while walking around through someone's dreamscape. Humming, I looked between the black dog of the past and the black dog of the present. They sure looked like the same dog. If I wasn't just dreaming it, if it really was accurate to the moment of observation, that could be significant. Do you always check up on your damsels to make sure they get home safely, or is this visit special? I asked then, turning toward him with a smile. Starting to think you're special, Bast replied, still staring at the twin memory dogs. I do like to follow up and make sure everything's back to normal when I've intervened somewhere, though. Unfinished business inevitably becomes trouble. And you don't need more trouble if you're already dealing with the grinner, right, Night Fox? I smiled. Can we talk more about that here, now? Better not to tempt fate. I think you're clear from those ghost ladies as long as you stay out of their domain. But the grinner's influence has far-reaching tendrils, and you don't want to attract the sort of nightmares that flock to him, Bast said. Understood. I looked him over again. He really couldn't be that much older than me. Anything I can do for you while you're fighting an impossible battle against the King of Nightmares or whatever? People in the waking world who might want to know you're safe, that kind of thing? Bast's smile turned forced, masking something deep. Pain, memory, trauma he didn't want to touch. No, nothing like that. Keep yourself safe, that's all. Sweet dreams, Carrie. Nothing but sweet dreams. Flickering, he saluted as he left my dreamscape. Oh, he did not like to talk about himself. Slumberland, comic book banter, even my safety were all safe topics. But Bast fled from one offer of help. If I wanted to know more about him, I'd need softball questions. I turned my attention back to the memories of the two black dogs for another moment. Then my sleeping mind wandered, and the usual variety of forgettable dreams carried me for the rest of the night. The next morning, when my phone buzzed with a message from Char while I was slurping down the last dredges of my cereal milk, our black dog encounter was so fresh on my mind. I wanted to spring right in and text with her about it, see what she remembered. But when I read the message, my heart plummeted right back into the pits of my stomach. Char, thank you for the necklace, but I really just can't spend time with you right now. I need to grow up. I jammed my phone in my pocket without replying, rinsed my bowl, and deposited it into the dishwasher before leaving for school. At least I had my answer. Episode 25. Fact-checking memory. I tried not to pay too much attention to who exactly Shar spent her time with the next day at school. Nick, Marilee, and TJ, 3 scholar athletes who somehow had the time to get straight A's, compete dependably for their teams, and participate in the class student council. Their names were regular fixtures in the school newspaper and social media feeds. If she wanted to grow up, she could admittedly do worse. I did not dedicate the better part of a math class trying to puzzle out why she was wearing the cameo necklace if she didn't want to associate with me, or scrolling through selfies we'd taken together on our many adventures. I spent that time studiously preparing for an upcoming unit test. At the end of the school day, I swung by the shop classroom to find Mix Cardoso. I waited for them to hand out constructive advice to students working on their latest projects, in no particular rush, completely cool and collected. After Mix Cardoso sent off the last student with a couple of online video references to help, they came over to where I sat. "Want to share some of that sour candy with the teacher?" they asked. I blinked. "What? Either you've got some extremely sour candy, or you've got some bad news, judging from your expression." "Oh, it's neither." Mix Cardoso gave me a flat look for a silent moment, but they shrugged when I didn't budge. "Rowan's meeting us at the animal shelter. You're still bicycling to school, aren't you?" "Right," I said. "Perfect. Let's roll." Mix Cardoso stood, grabbed a bicycle helmet out from nowhere, and led the way out to the bicycle rack. My brain was 3 steps behind as Mix Cardoso unlocked a high-quality transition bicycle from one end of the rack. I hadn't really thought of them as a bicycle kind of person because I constantly saw them around cars, but here was proof right before my eyes that they knew a thing or two about bicycles. "You know I grew up in Paxwood," Mix Cardoso said as I unlocked my bicycle. "Most locals have a bicycle stashed away somewhere, even if it's gathering cobwebs in a shed. Besides, technology and magic don't always get along well. The magnetic fields can clash, which doesn't end well if you're traveling at high speeds. So yes, I ride bicycles." "All the time?" I asked. Mix Cardoso snorted. "That would be exhausting. I've got enchantments on my vehicles that redirect energy flow and protect them from surges for day-to-day use. Most practitioners worth their salt know similar tricks. If I'm going into a situation where I expect a lot of magic flying around, I'll play it safe, park nearby, and walk a ride the rest of the way. Today, it's more convenient to travel together at the same pace, that's all." Rowan was leaning against the hood of her car when we arrived. "So, this dog. Why are we following up?" Sly had the thought that Sylvia might have planted it there, so we want to see if it's, an evil dog. I pressed my lips together, debating whether to share the other part. "And?" Mix Cardoso prompted. "Back in middle school, there was a black dog following me and Shar around. I swear it was the same dog, unless my memory is playing tricks on me. But my memory is pretty reliable," I said. "It has a notch in one ear, same as the dog back then. Same size, same build. I want to take a closer look. Sylvium hasn't been around that long. And a dog from, 3 years ago? Would change with time besides," Rowan said. "If they're involved with the dog, how could it be the same?" Mix Cardoso held up a hand. "Before we go spinning theories without analysis of the physical evidence, let's get eyes on this dog." I clenched my jaw at both Rowan and Mix Cardoso's dismissal of my idea, especially after Bast's compliment in my dreams. Once we had the dog in front of us, things would come together. I'd prove myself. "Hey, Sydney," I said, coming up to the animal shelter counter with a smile. I'd interviewed Sydney when I was in 5th grade, trying to make the case to convince my parents to let me adopt a dog or cat. Despite an absolutely delightful article about the benefits of pet ownership and the joy that adopting a shelter animal can bring that got me 3 gold star stickers from my 5th grade teacher, my parents were unmoved. Since then, she'd gone from shelter volunteer to paid animal care technician while she was working her way through classes necessary to become a full-fledged veterinarian. "Oh, have you applied for the WSU vet program yet? About time, isn't it?" "How do you remember everyone?" Sydney asked in return, blue eyes sparkling. "I haven't seen you here in a while, and yet you still somehow know exactly when I ought to be applying for WSU? You're not internet stalking me, are you? Just an excellent memory, I said. Maybe that was a little too pointed. Sent my application in last week, but they won't make decisions for a while yet, and it's a long process. Keep your fingers crossed for me. Sydney looked past me at Mix Cardoso and Rowan. So, what brings you all here today? Animal Control picked up a dog from Paxwood House yesterday, I said. I figured they'd bring the dog here, right? That's right, they did, Sydney said. Poor boy was underweight and in serious need of a bath and some love and care. Probably been on his own for a while. Can we see him? When's he up for adoption? I asked. Sydney raised an eyebrow. Your parents finally cave in? No, but I'm new in town, and I've been considering getting a companion, Rowan said, chiming in. Carrie convinced me to consider a dog in need. Unfortunately, he's already been given a home. We have a few others who might win your heart, though. Sydney rounded the counter, leading the way to the kennels. A glance at my companions confirmed their intent to follow along. We weren't just giving up because the dog wasn't here then. Really? Mix Cardoso asked. But don't you usually have a waiting period between when an animal is brought to the shelter and when it's available for adoption? Time to allow the owner to realize their pet is missing and come looking? That's right, Sydney said. Shouldn't have happened that way, and I'm honestly miffed. I did an initial physical on arrival, and I wanted to take him to the vet today for a full health check. But when I came in, well, I'm not going to get into it, but an individual had completed all the adoption paperwork and was approved. Once a dog is out the door, it's really out of my control. Oh? Who? I asked. Sydney waved her hand. That's private information. Sorry. Was it Trisha Anholtz? I watched her expression, and she definitely flinched at the name. I really can't say, she said. For the next 20 minutes, Rowan proved to be a dog person, complete with soothing dog voice and all the appropriate instant compliments and nicknames for these sweet pupperinos and big boofers. Her words, not mine. Rowan wrapped it all up by telling Sydney that she had a lot to consider, but would be in touch when the time was right. Our next stop was Maisie's Diner, and I waited for Mix Cardoso to do their magic and protect our table from eavesdropping before I leaned in. So, if Anholtz has the dog, what does that mean? Could mean any number of things, Mix Cardoso said. I'd be willing to bet that she used some magic to grease some wheels so the adoption would happen. Mind magic's in her wheelhouse. Oh? Rowan asked. We went to high school together. She tried to win over my boyfriend by force. Lucky for both of us, I caught the whammy before it took root, and she backed off. Mix Cardoso explained. How is Roy, anyway? I asked. Being a Grand Canyon park ranger and loving every minute, Mix Cardoso said. They leaned back casually. I'm not even a bit surprised she's even deeper into shady dealings. Rumor in our graduating class had it she probably set the house on fire and killed her parents for the insurance money. I don't buy into rumor mills, and the investigation didn't turn anything up, but she's always been self-centered enough to do harm for her own personal gain. So, if she's got the dog, she's probably not going to be giving him tasty treats and belly rubs, is she? I said, frowning. She's never had pets, so I doubt it, Mix Cardoso said. This makes following up on the dog a bigger challenge. Rowan sighed. It'll have to wait. There's bigger business in hand right now. Tonight's presentation. Right, I said. Let's go over the plan. Episode 26. Cracking Open Minds. You're here to learn about the people who broke the world and the people who saved it, not the minutiae of a city council meeting to discuss a property sale, especially a closed-door meeting where everyone said and did what you'd expect them to say and do. Rowan made her case, Anholtz and Hugh made theirs. City council members asked a variety of questions that ranged from incredibly dumb to piercingly insightful. And the final vote would occur during the next public meeting on Tuesday, May 28th. Closed door as it was, there were no quirky Paxwood personalities arguing that local parks should sell ham and mayonnaise sandwiches at the refreshment stands during summer Little League games. If you want that presentation play-by-play, you can pull up the minutes in the video recording of the meeting on the Paxwood City Council website. I love the nitty-gritty personally, but a thrilling narrative it is not. Closed-door meeting as it was, Mix Cardoso couldn't attend. They were probably spending the evening with their family, and I'd catch up to them in the morning if Rowan didn't before me. As everyone began parting ways after the meeting ended, I stood torn between at least walking Rowan to her car or catching a ride home with my mother. No guarantee my mother would be around long enough if I dawdled. She had a schedule to keep, and I was old enough to take care of myself. Before I had to make my choice, though, my mother walked up to Rowan in the City Hall lobby. "Insightful presentation," she said. "You seem to understand what's at the heart of a city like Paxwood. Community, standing up next to each other, taking care of our youth." "I've always cared about community, from the time I was little," Rowan said. "And, in a lot of ways, my communities have always taken care of me. This is my way to give back, and I hope I can do it here." "My daughter's been preparing you to win me over, hasn't she?" "Carrie has been a big help," Rowan said. "And her ears are burning." I stepped in to form a little triangle with the two women. "Turning a historic site into a youth center that welcomes residents and sponsors events for traveling youth leaders would enrich the community, not just make a few people with deep pockets richer." "Let's talk again before next Tuesday," my mother said to Rowan. Whether she was ignoring my tagline or allowing it to speak for itself, I couldn't tell. Rowan's gaze shifted past my mother. Anholtz and Hugh were also rubbing elbows with the city council members. In fact, Anholtz was walking away with Curtis Mitchell, a retired math teacher turned city council member. The sweet old man, in a tie and cardigan, genuinely wanted the world to be a better place, especially for the rising generation. I figured he'd vote our way in a heartbeat. "I'd like that," Rowan said. While they set a tentative date and time for their meeting, I tracked Anholtz's progress through the glass door. At least she wasn't the vampire. At least she wouldn't be drinking a city council member's blood. But Mix Cardoso had said Anholtz worked mind magic. Rowan surprised me with a request as she wrapped up the conversation. "It's a school night, so I won't keep her long, but can I borrow your daughter for a little longer?" "Sure, if she wants," my mother said, shaking hands with Rowan. "Math exam tomorrow, so I need plenty of sleep," I assured her. "See you at home." We walked out through the lobby door with my mother, and she continued on to her car, while Rowan paused. "Anholtz went left?" she checked when my mother was clear. "Left." I was sure. We started along the sidewalk, down the front of the building, around the corner. I didn't see Anholtz or Mitchell anywhere, and from the way Rowan was swiveling her head, neither did she. "Where would Anholtz take him?" she asked. I took a breath, closed my eyes, and imagined the area around City Hall. We turned left out of the main entrance. The main entrance faced south, so we were now on the east side of the building. On the other side of the eastern parking lot. "There's a little smoking area with a gazebo through the trees, away from the building," I said, opening my eyes. The spot was nestled in a copse of evergreen trees. Like a lot of things in Paxwood, the tourist experience was the priority, and city employees taking a smoke break wasn't aesthetically pleasing. Add a gazebo and some cover foliage, and now you meet the legal requirements for clean indoor air without compromising the appearance of City Hall. Rowan pulled out her keys and offered them to me. "Open my trunk and grab my short sword. Stay out of sight once you've got it, unless I call for you. I've got a bad feeling, but if I'm wrong, I don't want to scare Mr. Mitchell there. Either way, I'd rather not have you on the front line." Makes sense. I took the keys, grateful for the fob. Rowan drove a newer, gray Honda Civic sedan. It wouldn't stand out in any parking lot, but I could Marco Polo my way to the car with a few beeps. While I hustled to her car, she started toward the gazebo. 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have ever expected to be retrieving any weapon from the trunk of a car, let alone a sword for a demon slayer. Did this mean she expected that demon slaying would be necessary in this situation? A physical threat, not a mental or magical struggle. Magic was real, vampires existed, but Hugh had never flashed fangs at me. Outside of the dog bite, I'd never been in a fight. Beep, flash, there was Rowan's car. I popped the trunk and peered inside, trying to imagine what she expected she'd need a sword for. She'd lost her arm in a demon battle, but what did that demon really look like? Or did she expect to use it against Hugh and Anholtz themselves? Rowan clearly knew how to maximize trunk space. There were a couple of duffel bags, a gap that would fit a medium-sized suitcase, and some little fabric organizer bins with jumper cables, a first aid kit, and water for emergencies. She would have told me if I needed to look inside any of her bags. So I skimmed the open spaces. There, tucked longways against the edge of the trunk nearest the bumper, rested a simple short sword in a black sheath, about 3 feet long. I grabbed it by the hilt, surprised by how very light it felt in my hand. I expected it to be at least as heavy as a textbook or a gallon of milk, but it was more like a light hardback. With very little idea of the correct way to carry a sheathed short sword, I held it at the hilt and about halfway down the sheath, up close to my body so it wouldn't be as obvious that I was running around the City Hall parking lot with a sword. Trust Adrian Morgan to show up and arrest me for possession of a deadly weapon. My gut twisted. Adrian wouldn't show up because I'd put him in the hospital. I would not be the damsel in distress this time, though. Following Rowan's instructions, I slowed as I approached the cops and stayed out of sight of the opening. But I could hear a conversation unfolding. "Did you enjoy your visit to the resort?" Anholtz was asking. "I got the information I was looking for," Rowan said, voice cool. "Now, are you going to drop the spell and let Mr. Mitchell go?" Anholtz laughed. Then unfamiliar words slithered over her tongue, almost painful to hear. Rowan gasped, and I peeked around the trees to see City Council member Curtis Mitchell sitting on the gazebo bench with a vacant stare while Rowan clutched at her head. But after a beat, Rowan laughed too. "Just messing with you. The little seed your massage therapist tried to plant didn't stick. I was expecting something like that, even before Alex Cardoso warned me you're a mind manipulator." She straightened up, hand dropping to her side. "Have you heard of the death of the demon prince Veroriax last June? That was me." "You killed a demon prince," Anholtz said, incredulous. I expected she was eyeing Rowan's prosthetic arm. "He took my arm. I took his life. Not the fairest trade, but I lived. Let Mr. Mitchell go before this gets messy." Anholtz snapped her fingers, and a few seconds later, Curtis Mitchell emerged from the cops, his expression vacant. I shifted the short sword behind me so that he wouldn't see it, but he wasn't really paying attention. "Mr. Mitchell?" His eyes cleared as he looked at me. "Carrie Reese Hansen? That's right. You were headed to your car to go home, but you looked a little lost for a second there." "Forgetful in my old age, I suppose," he joked, sounding more like himself. "Good night. Don't stay out too late." "There you go," Anholtz said, "but now you have me curious. I'll leave you with a little parting gift." Again, she murmured something in that horrible language that burned at my ears, and this time I caught a whiff of something sulfurous. "Carrie, the sword!" Rowan called out. I stepped into the copse with the sword extended, and she grabbed it from me without looking my way. A cloud of sickly yellow-gray smoke billowed from within the gazebo. Then, the thing emerged. 4 jet-black eyes, a long, gaping maw, somehow something between a crocodile and a wolf, furry and lined with jagged teeth. It stalked forward on 2 legs, its arms unsettlingly long, each finger of its grasping hands tipped with black, gleaming claws. "Have a good night, ladies." Anholtz walked straight past me to the parking lot without a backward glance. Episode 27, Fighting Evil by Moonlight. Have a good night, ladies. A good night did not start in the City Hall parking lot face to face with a massive bipedal crocodile wolf hybrid. My only defense, the chosen demon slayer Rowan Hayward. But here I was. I didn't even think to look at Trisha Anholtz as she left. This creature was so beyond my understanding of the real world. I wanted it to be a practical effects puppet or some kind of holographic projection. It wasn't, though. I gagged on its rancid, sulfuric smell. Rowan Hayward. Slayer of Varoriacs. It spoke slowly, like it was trying to figure out how to make its mouth work. Carrie Reese Hansen. It talks? I asked Rowan. It talks, and it knows so very much more than you wish it did, little morsel, it replied for itself. Dialogue with demons is usually a trap, Rowan said. Ignore it. The demon laughed, a hideous, blood-curdling laugh. Yes, ignore me. Ignore me like you ignore the truth unspoken that rots inside you. You'll never tell her because she is so much better than you. Useless. Small. How could she love someone whose only offering is selfish obsession? The words plunged into me, physical pain clutching tight around my heart. How could it know what I'd never said aloud to anyone, anywhere? My breath caught in my throat. All I could see was its eyes. Its black, void pupils, dilated and swelling in my vision. All right, enough of that. Rowan's words swam. Then she cut between me and the demon, breaking my line of sight. I collapsed into a heap on the gravel, marionette with cut strings, while Rowan lifted her short sword against the foe. The way she positioned her prosthetic arm with the tilt of her shoulder reminded me of a fencing stance. I only knew anything about fencing stances because Mix Cardoso's high school boyfriend, Roy Coleman, was a literal Olympic fencer. When a local represents the U.S. in the 2016 Olympics, I'm going to write a special interest piece about it. That's just a fact. I didn't know what I would have expected from Rowan's fighting form, but not this. With her height and her build, she didn't give off the energy of someone who would flow around a demon's slashing grasp. She pivoted and dodged and flowed, flower petals on a breeze. Her short sword reach couldn't possibly match the demon's disproportionately long arms. The demon almost locked eyes with me again. I twisted my head toward the parking lot so that it couldn't get into my thoughts again. Out there, the world was still completely normal. Early summer that it was, the sky above was in a transition of darkening twilight blues, stars glimmering into sight. People were getting into their cars and driving away after the meeting. Nobody noticed what was going on just behind the shield of the trees, and no one was coming for a smoke break before their drive home. City Council member Curtis Mitchell was just getting into his car, safely. No sign of Hugh or Ann Holtz anywhere near him. Normal. Safe. Running out there into the safety and normalcy wasn't the worst idea. Instead, my heart pulled me like a magnet back toward Rowan, locked in her duel with this otherworldly monster. No more demon eye contact. Focus on Rowan. When she used the short sword to block a blow, it forced her back a step, off balance, vulnerable. She turned on her heel and caught a claw hard on her prosthetic forearm. This created the opening that she needed to slip beneath the demon's reach and jam the blade upward into its torso. The demon wailed horrifically as it stumbled backward. Then it dissipated into sickly yellow smoke. Rowan fished through her pockets with a curse, but whatever she was looking for, she came up empty-handed. She switched to an at-ready stance, then waited for the smoke to clear. Where did it go? I asked after a long, quiet moment. Is it coming back? The smoke. Ann Holtz must have used her magic to grant it temporary physical form. I usually try to keep a demon trap on me in case I'm going up against the incorporeal made flesh, but I used my last one in Montana and I haven't restocked. She kneeled down, then picked up a little wooden carved wolf from the ground. It was the sort of simple handmade thing some of the tourist shops sold because of Paxwood's lumber history. After she held it up for me to see, she slipped it into her pocket and picked up her sword again. That was the anchor she used. I can at least burn it for safety, but the demon got away. Demon trap. To catch the smoke instead of letting it escape, I guessed. And an anchor for the demon smoke and the magic to hold on to. Anholtz didn't, summon it from another plane of existence then? Thankfully, no, Rowan confirmed. She moved over to the gazebo bench, tilting her head for me to follow. We both sat down. She had the short sword across her lap and the carved wolf beside her. I folded my hands, not sure what to say. The adrenaline was passing, leaving me a little lightheaded. Look, I'm not the best one to give anyone relationship advice, but you need to tell Shar the truth before it eats you up inside, Rowan said, taking a cloth out. She wiped down the blade gently, balancing it in the crook of her prosthetic arm. I was still reeling from the fight, from the monstrous taunts, and her statement only hit me harder. What do you mean you're not the best one to give relationship advice? I asked, avoiding her statement. Rowan looked up toward the darkening sky, stars appearing in greater numbers. Her lips formed the smallest curve of a painful smile. When I was in high school, not long after I got my calling, the enemy killed my boyfriend, put a demon inside him, and spied on me through his body. That sort of thing leaves scars. I whistled. That explains why you carry demon traps, huh? You need to tell me your story, start to finish, sooner than later. When's your birthday, Carrie? Rowan resumed cleaning the sword. November 19th, 2002. What's that got to do with anything? She shook her head. Maybe nothing. But the one thing I don't regret is that I told him how I felt early enough in our relationship that he was definitely still alive. I don't have to wonder how he felt about me or if it was all a demon trying to manipulate my emotions. I told him the truth. And even though it ended terribly, even though I still blame myself some days, at least there's that. Shar told me not to talk to her. She said she needs to grow up, I objected. Isn't it better to honor someone's boundaries? Rowan shrugged. In the off chance she's set those boundaries from a place of misunderstanding, isn't it worth knocking at the door to say one last thing and clear the air? My head dropped into my hands, heart so conflicted. What if it doesn't change things? What if it's not a misunderstanding? At least you won't be turning the question over in your mind until it consumes you. You'll have the answer. Rowan sheathed the sword. That's when you respect the boundaries and you work to let it go. Is that the sword you used to kill Varoriax? Stallbloom is a Zweihander, and I don't exactly have Zwei hands anymore, Rowan said. This one has some light enchantment to keep the edge especially keen for slicing into demon flesh, but beyond that, it's nothing special. Just what I have to use, given the current circumstances. And when do I get to start sword training? That has to be part of my introduction to the world of magic, right? Anything to veer the conversation further away from the troublesome matters of the heart. Rowan laughed. If you'll have a one-handed swordswoman as your teacher, training starts tomorrow. How's that sound? Perfect. Let's get you home. Episode 28. Schrodinger's Glass Cat. Rowan's advice to talk to Shar kept me up all night. No amount of internet research and taking notes on mysterious phenomena would settle my mind. Rowan was right. I had to do this. I had to make sure Shar understood my feelings. Even if she didn't feel the same way, at least I'd know. I got to school early, no point in lingering around the house, and stopped by Mix Cardoso's room. Most mornings, ever since she discovered she loved making things with her hands, Shar would be here before the bell. Still working on that dream protector, Mix Cardoso told me as I came in. First student there. It would get busier soon enough. I thanked them. Have you seen Shar around? She hasn't been hanging around here much since her accident. She's giving her arm some time to heal, they said. You're welcome to wait for her, though. And there's nothing off about her otherwise? Mix Cardoso shook their head. Aura's fine. I took up my laptop to do a little homework and pass the time until Shar arrived. But she didn't. The 5-minute warning bell rang, which meant I'd have to try again at lunch. Before I left, Mix Cardoso waved me up to their desk. This afternoon, I'm planning to do a perimeter walk around the outside of the Paxwood house property to make sure that everything is status quo. Would you like to join me? Really? I raised an eyebrow, incredulous. Might be a good idea to hone your instincts so you can identify trouble for yourself, Mix Cardoso said. Are you in? Of course. Just say when. Let's meet there at 4:30. Instead of shutting me out, Mix Cardoso was including me, teaching me, preparing me to face the world of magic. I practically floated through my morning classes to lunch. I'd go to the library after school, conduct a little more research, and arrive prepared to impress. With lunch came the returning weight of uncertainty in my gut. I spotted Shar and her new circle of friends. Either one of the cafeteria lights shined a brighter beam on her and gave her a radiant glow, or that was all in my head. I had to do this. Shar, I said, grasping the shoulder strap of my backpack a little tighter. Can we talk a minute? Just the two of us. Shar turned toward me, and I caught a flash of a silver necklace chain around her neck. Whatever necklace she was wearing, it was tucked under her shirt. Her expression was sad, concerned, disappointed. If we have to. She followed me out of the cafeteria, down the hall, around a corner, where we had at least as much privacy as anyone could expect at school. Words stuck in my throat as we walked, and she offered nothing to break the silence. Looking at her now, that little downturn of her lips, anything I might have said fluttered away. I wanted to make sure you're okay. She held up her arm, still in a cast. I mean, as okay as anyone with a broken arm. It's healing. I'm making do. Right. I tucked a lock of hair behind my ears, fretting. I know you asked for time and everything, but I wanted to... Shar cut me off, rolling her eyes. You wanted to feel okay. It used to be all right that you took me along on your adventures so that you'd have an audience, but now it's getting me hurt, Carrie. I need to focus on my story and my own goals. That's not what I want, I objected. You're right. Sometimes I get a little deep into an investigation, and you're right that I made a mistake and things got dangerous. But I'm not denying that. I just want you to know that I care about you. You need to fix yourself. I can't do that for you. Shar turned, tossing those words back over her shoulder as she left me standing in the hallway. Alone. I didn't have the stomach for lunch, so I made my way to the school library and found a study carrel off to the side to get myself right for the rest of the school day. I guess that was my answer. That was how Shar really felt about me. Nothing I could do about it but let her go. I grasped at the threads of the Paxwood house story to keep myself afloat. I started from the high-level surface details, the facts on Wikipedia pages about the city of Paxwood, John Paxwood, and Paxwood Lumber Company. John Paxwood. Wife, Florence Paxwood. 3 daughters, no sons. Marjorie, Nellie, and Luella. John Paxwood and Nellie Paxwood died on the same day, presumably from the same strain of flu in 1904. After John died, Florence and Marjorie took over operations at Paxwood Lumber Company until all 3 surviving Paxwood ladies died, also presumably from the flu, in 1922. Another Pacific Northwest Lumber Company swallowed up Paxwood Lumber Company. Paxwood House became city property, and the city council made it the mayor's residence. I hadn't seen a single spectral signal of John Paxwood anywhere around the house. The first ghost I'd encountered was a woman. 3 Paxwood ladies hosted the ball in Slumberland, though they'd all been wearing masquerade masks. Hard to say if the ghost in the hallway had been one of the 3 ladies at the ball. If I could find some photographs or paintings of the ladies, I might figure out which was which. Luella's diary might have some entries that could help me distinguish between them, too. I noted a single question to follow up on. Could the Paxwood dog be John Paxwood? Anholt's interest had come from somewhere. The dog was protective of the house, especially whatever had been in the basement, and I was still sure the dog hadn't aged a day since it first stalked me and Shar. Could ghosts possess dogs? Did possession halt the aging process? Or was there some magic curse that might have transformed a man into a dog? The story, the questions, these things gave me solid ground as I made my way through the rest of my classes, then on to the Paxwood Library to do a little more research before I met up with Mix Cardoso. No sign of Sly in the library or anyone else using the records room, but the librarian was kind enough to open it for me. I settled at the study table, opening up my laptop and plugging it in. While it started up, I sent a message to Sly. Me. Not studying at the library today? Sly. Working on homeschool math, even more boring than history. Me. No new glass cats? Sly. Only this dog Ann Holtz brought over. Well, that was interesting. Me. Black? Looks like it might be a Labrador? Sly. How'd you know? Me. That's the dog they found at the Paxwood house. I'm going there again later today. Sly. Stay safe. I wasn't sure how to ask Sly if I could see the dog. Our friendship was still fresh. No invitations to visit each other's homes, although I'd visited her at work, which was personal. Or was I using her too? I did not want to think about that, and my laptop was ready for notes, so I fetched Luella's diary and started paging through. What was I looking for? Hidden treasure, buried secrets, something that would be valuable but go unnoticed for 100 years through all the mayors and visitors that passed through. The little animated glass cat hidden in a jewelry box's false bottom proved Florence kept secrets. So where were those secrets hidden? Maybe not something in Luella's words then. I closed the diary and placed it back on the shelf, then went down to see the librarian again. You're spending a lot of time in the records room lately, the librarian said. What's good reading in there? Luella Paxwood's diary. He raised an eyebrow. I don't remember seeing that listed in our catalog, but then there are more books than anyone could read in a lifetime in here, so I probably missed it. How interesting. It really is, I said. I'm curious about something from the diary and I want to orient myself a bit. Do you have any historical maps? Like the architectural floor plans for Paxwood House. Don't those have to be reviewed and approved and stored somewhere when people do big remodels like they did back in the 90s? That'll be with the city planning office, the librarian replied. Might be digitized. Let's look. He walked with me to one of the library computers, pulled up the Paxwood City Planning Office's website, and in just a few clicks, I had every set of Paxwood House blueprints on record saved to my cloud and printed out for 20 cents per page. I took the blueprints with me back up to the records room so that I'd have the space to spread them out and study them all laid out side by side. The oldest dated around the time when the city took ownership of the house in 1922. Then there was the 1970s remodel, and then the most recent from 1966. The walls were more or less the same. The 1970s brought in air conditioning, and the 1966 updated electrical and communication. Labels for the rooms changed, though the grand ballroom and the master bedroom suite remained consistent. One little surprise? A servant's stairwell and hallway tucked behind the kitchen and curving around the bedrooms, with door access out into the main upstairs hall. In the most recent update, the hidden passages were marked as a fire escape route. I hadn't been deep enough in the house to notice these. By 4, I'd added some notes from my own experiences, primarily on the main floor and the basement. The strangest thing I noticed, a consistent blocked-off space in the basement. No doors labeled on any of these blueprints, but I was sure from the position that this had to be the room where Adrian found me when the ghosts had taken me. It merited further attention. I stashed the papers in my backpack and set off to meet Mix Cardoso. Episode 29. Hidden Treasures or Buried Problems. I didn't dismiss the dark miasma as I pulled up to the gate on my bicycle. It emanated from the house, spreading upward and outward toward the boundary walls that could barely contain it, a leaking faucet of gloom. Now that I knew what I was looking at, I wondered how I'd ever ignored it. How many other prickling goosebumps had I dismissed when I should have been more cautious? Mix Cardoso was already there, a brown leather satchel slung over their shoulder. They stared up at the house with lips pressed together. "What do you think?" I asked. "It's getting worse. I half wonder if it would be better for everyone in this town if we just set the whole place on fire." They gave me a sideways glance. "How's that shield of yours?" I held up the quartz bracelet, the stone still colorful around my wrist. "I've been keeping it on my windowsill at night. Figure it's better to be proactive, right?" They nodded, approving, then pulled a tuning fork from their bag. "Carry this for me. Any time it starts to go quiet, tap it so that it continues to resonate. I'll be using the sound to help identify the leaks and patch them up." "Is sealing it up a Good idea, though? I asked. If it builds up too much, will it burst? You heard of the Sandman flu. Mix Cardoso walked ahead, twisting their fingers in the air in front of them as if they were tying together knots. I nodded. Local legend. A flu that causes the victim to fall into a coma, where their dreams slowly consume their souls. Not a legend. One of my brothers almost died from it. This is where it emanates from. I do everything I can to keep it from spreading out and around the town. Nellie and John Paxwood both died of the flu, I realized. All of them did. It took every single Paxwood, and now their spirits pass it on whenever they can. Mix Cardoso confirmed. I've been enhancing the natural barrier created by these walls since I came home from college. The aura naturally fluctuates and dissipates. Supernaturally, I suppose. If Rowan gets the house, what happens? She has all these plans, but should she even be thinking about bringing people inside? The resonating note of the tuning fork began fading, so I tapped it again. She's got to find an exorcist. With her connections, she might even get one powerful enough to fully put the ghosts to rest, Mix Cardoso said. But honestly, even a powerful exorcist may need more information to deal with this mess. Most ghosts don't cause infections. To me, that implies something more serious at work. An enchantment that was left behind, strengthened by their deaths. A demonic curse. I don't know what. Death isn't my area of expertise. Could it be the sort of thing that would be hidden in a basement? I asked, smirk growing. I couldn't help it. Even if I didn't know what the problem was, I had a pretty good idea where to look. Basements, attics, foundations, cavities in walls, crawl spaces. You never know what could be stashed away in an old haunted house. Mix Cardoso paused in their wizardly hand gestures. Unless you do. I pulled up the blueprints for the house, every renovation dating back to when it first came into the city's possession after the Paxwoods died. In every single one, there's this void space in the basement, almost like someone just forgot to put something there on the map. Want to see? Tuning fork, Mix Cardoso requested. I tapped the tuning fork again, and they resumed magicking, but they didn't answer my question. Instead, they concentrated on playing cat's cradle with invisible string, and I did my best to curb my enthusiasm while I watched them work. When we came back around to the front gate, they held out a hand to take the tuning fork back. All right, you've got a map? They asked, expression resolved. I pulled all the blueprints out and showed them what I was talking about, ending with the newest. And I'm pretty sure this space is where the ghosts took me to. Adrian saved you from there. Mix Cardoso hummed, looked skyward, glanced down at the analog watch on their wrist. All right, we have time. Let's take a look. Now? We need every edge we can if we're going to deal with a Sylphium. They're ahead of us with the dog. They've got that jewelry box too, even if we came away with the glass cat. A quick in and out. Let's see if this is a red herring or a Paxwood secret. But Magic Chernobyl? Mix Cardoso nodded. Good. You're weighing out all the potential dangers. It is a risk. Even if I'm a seventh son of a seventh son and I've got magic on my side, hauntings aren't my specialty. But it's daylight and sunny, which typically puts the undead and the demonic alike at a disadvantage. Follow my lead, stay close, and we'll investigate your theory. I stood there, balanced on a precipice between the knowledge of the dangers ahead and the pull of the story. This time, I wouldn't be the blind leading the blind. I wouldn't be alone either. Mix Cardoso knew the world of magic, and I had a map. I straightened my shoulders and smiled. All right then. We crossed the crumbled wall, then approached the delivery door that opened straight into the kitchen. Mix Cardoso murmured a few soft words over the locked door, and it gave an audible click. Nothing to it but a little magic. Can you break into any lock? Only basic mundane ones, Mix Cardoso said. If someone could use a bump key or force the lock, I might get through. Some locations have innate protection against magical invasion, like occupied homes and religious buildings. A handful of locksmiths are also mages, and they'll add magical protection without telling normal folks about it. Magical safe cracking is a complex skill. Death, ghosts, and locks aren't your areas of expertise, I observed. What is? Protection, enchantment, identification, analysis, Mix Cardoso said. Figuring out how things work and how to make them better. I love cars in shop class for a reason, you know. As we talked, we moved through the dark kitchen, across the hall, down the basement stairwell. Mix Cardoso lifted a hand, snapped a finger, and made a floating light appear above his head. With a twist of his wrist, he adjusted the brightness so that its warm orange-tinted glow dispelled the shadows around us. The basement stairs opened into the vast cellar space, with its cemented floor and cinder brick walls. I held the map out for Mix Cardoso and I both to study together. There's the void space, I said, pointing at the map. When I looked up, though, the basement seemed open, rectangular, complete. But I don't see it. Mix Cardoso chuckled. Oh, that is clever. Love a good obfuscation spell. It's like the one I used in the diner, but visual instead of audio. Right over there. Look and keep looking. Don't accept what you see at first glance. They touched my shoulder and gently turned me in the right direction. At first, I wanted to object. There was nothing there, and no amount of looking would make anything appear. But then, the corner of the cellar flipped like an optical illusion. What had seemed like an open corner became a walled-off space with the door. That was the door that had slammed shut when Bast rescued me from the Paxwood ladies and Adrian rescued me from the Paxwood dog. As I walked up to the door, I noticed one more thing about it. This engraving is the same as on the jewelry box, I said. Mix Cardoso kept pace with me. No door handle. It's almost definitely sealed by magic, so my bump key spell won't work here. This is going to sound weird, but do you have a magnet? Magnets are surprisingly useful. Mix Cardoso fished out a silvery neodymium bar from their satchel and offered it to me. I explained how we opened up the hidden compartment in the box as I ran the magnet along the surface of the door. And there, I felt the magnet grab close to the right edge of the door, and I pulled it along the path I'd traced on that jewelry box. The route the Paxwoods had taken traveling from the East Coast out to what was then the Washington Territory. All along the way, I could feel the powerful magnet pulling something inside the door until I reached the end of the path, and the door sighed open. Sigh was the only word for it. There was no click, no creak, and it wasn't the soft swish some doors make as they slide along the floor. No. The air on the other side of the door came through the opening like an exhaled breath. Is it safe? I asked. Mix Cardoso shook their head. We're talking about a secret room in a haunted house. It's not safe. It's a reasonable time to turn back, but if you'll help keep watch, I'll go through first. Anything happens, you get help. You're really leaving it up to me? I frowned. That's not fair. You're the one who knows what you're doing. You should be the one who makes the call. I'm leaving it up to you because I will not make you go anywhere dangerous. Anytime you want to head back, I'll get you to safety. Mix Cardoso touched my shoulder. You have the research, the map, the question. I'm here with you. Are you ready to go through? When they put it that way, I understood. Mix Cardoso wasn't testing me or pushing me. They weren't trying to put me in a situation where I had to make the right choice. Whether we passed through that door together or headed back upstairs, they would still be there for me. Yes, it was dangerous. I'd already experienced some of the danger. So, did the story matter more than my own safety? Let's go. Episode 30. Basements are meant for secrets. Mix Cardoso and I stood together outside of the secret room we'd discovered in Paxwood House's basement, the door wide open to us. I'd made my choice. How could I solve a puzzle and then turn back before I saw what awaited on the other side? Mix Cardoso brought Arcee out from a cozy pocket in their bag and placed her on their shoulder. Then they handed me the tuning fork again. Might not need it, but it doesn't hurt to keep options open, they said. If you get any sense of danger, or you see me reaching for magic, start this thing humming and keep it going for me. Our priority is going home safe. If we have to retreat, we will. Right. And with that, they went through the door in front of me. I stayed on the outside, tuning fork in one hand, one foot jammed next to the base of the door. It wasn't heavy against my foot, but I wasn't taking any chances. I knew haunted house doors had a habit of closing and sealing themselves just from horror movie tropes. Well, that's interesting. Mix Cardoso moved a step to the side to give me a clear look into the room. It wasn't especially large, around 10 feet square, with bare white walls, a marble floor, and a coffered ceiling. In the center of the room, there was one piece of furniture, a wooden framed antique bed with evergreen bed sheets. And on top of the bed covers, there was a young man with flaxen hair, asleep. If I hazarded a guess, I might say late teens or early 20s. Men's historical fashion was not my area of expertise, but the single-breasted vest with a gold chain leading to a pocket watch made me think it had to be late 1800s, early 1900s. Or maybe that was just my mind equating the house's age to this sleeper's. His hands were drawn across his chest, gripping a crystalline dagger with a deep blue pommel stone. "Is this the boy you met in dreams?" Mix Cardoso asked me. I shook my head. Not unless he changed his appearance drastically in Slumberland. Can people change their dream appearance? From what I understand, your dream self tends to be a representation of how you see yourself. For some people, that means they look a little younger or a little older, a little thinner. Someone who's mastered their control of their dream self could probably make some major alterations. Mix Cardoso paced around the bed frame slowly, studying the sleeper. Even if he could change his appearance, I don't think someone who's been potentially asleep in a basement since the early 1900s would know as much about comic book superheroes as Bass does, I said. Because is this Sleeping Beauty 100 years old? Or sleeping handsome, I guess? Whether he's beautiful or handsome, or both, it's about time for his prince or princess to arrive and wake him up with true love's kiss, Mix Cardoso said. Looking at his suit, his shoes, his hairstyle, he's either in period costume or he's from around 100 years ago. And he's definitely sleeping, not dead. Mix Cardoso leaned in, putting their cheek above Sleeping Handsome's nose and mouth, and looking down toward his chest. He's breathing, steadily. I can feel his breath and see his chest rising and falling. Strike the tuning fork for me. I tapped it against the doorframe, and it began to resonate. Mix Cardoso waved their hands over the sleeping figure. There's some enchantment keeping him asleep, something incredibly powerful, and it's fed by... Mix Cardoso's eyes shot open, and he said a word most teachers didn't want to get caught saying in front of students. "What?" I asked. "I think we're standing in a magic well, and all its energy is being channeled straight into whatever enchantment or curse has been placed on the sleeper," Mix Cardoso said. "If I'm right, and if Anholtz knows or even suspects there's a deep well here, it explains a lot." A magic well? A source of Earth's natural magical power. Most were lost, sealed, or destroyed by the 1500s. One reason Europeans were sending explorers out far and wide was to find fresh sources of pure magic, Mix Cardoso explained. They looked like they might say more, but a voice startled both of us. "So, there is a magic well here, then," Anholtz said. Mix Cardoso's head snapped up, and I looked back over my shoulder. Trisha Anholtz was standing there, in the basement, empty-handed and alone, impeccably dressed in an emerald green pantsuit and positively grinning. How long had she been listening and we hadn't noticed? I tapped the tuning fork again to keep it resonating. Mix Cardoso bolted from the room, grabbed me by the arm as they did. They pulled out from the doorway, and I understood without a single spoken word. I let the door close behind us. "You and your demons won't claim this." Mix Cardoso took a stable stance, their arms crossed. Arcee still nestled on their shoulder, quiet and still. "That remains to be seen. For now, I don't want you here any more than you want me here." Anholtz shifted one foot just slightly outward and leaned forward. "Let's see what we can do about that." She spoke in that horrible, ear-burning language that she'd used in the town hall parking lot to summon a demon. Mix Cardoso took one step sideways and turned so that they had both Anholtz and the door in their line of sight. Get behind me. Be ready to run. Keep the tuning fork vibrating. If you spot any ghosts, let me know. Sulphurous, acid yellow smoke billowed around Anholtz, but as it did, Mix Cardoso wove their hands. Instead of coalescing and taking form, the smoke kept dissipating. Anholtz's chant grew louder, more intense. I tapped the tuning fork and kept watching. RC scampered suddenly from Mix Cardoso's shoulder, expertly down along their clothes, and across the floor to Anholtz. She didn't even notice until she felt a little mouse slip between her sock and her pant leg, upward. I half expected her to scream and flail, but she only hissed, startled, yet striving to maintain concentration as the smoke all but faded to nothing. This wasn't a sword fight, and they weren't hurling lightning bolts or fireballs or shape-shifting and trying to outwit each other in cleverness of physical form. The magic they wove was absolutely real. Their spoken words burned. Anholtz with a scalding heat like lava, and Mix Cardoso's with the radiance of the sun. But if a camera was running, it wouldn't catch much. Two people in a strange tug-of-war, each of them straining at some unseen weight. I kept the resonating note glowing with another tap, this time against the quartz bracelet, in the off chance its protective magic would have any sort of impact on the scales of combat. Anholtz pivoted, like Mix Cardoso, now with an eye toward the stairwell. Her sulfuric smoke was gone, but her determination wasn't. "Ladies of the house, come to my aid," she called out. The temperature in the basement plummeted. Not that it had been warm to begin with. Mix Cardoso's light flickered, sputtered, dimmed to nothing, leaving us in the deep darkness of a windowless basement. Then, two of the women who had stood next to the throne in the dream ballroom appeared, one at a time. Whether they were glowing, or my mind registered their presence with some sense beyond sight, I could see them crisp and clear despite the darkness, closer to me than they'd ever been in dream. The tallest was the woman in the pantsuit, but she wasn't the oldest. The oldest wore an emerald green satin bustle dress, with lace in layers, her gray hair styled in precise curls. Florence Paxwood and her eldest daughter Marjorie. Neither looked pleased. "Rid us of these interlopers," Anholtz said. The two ghosts moved closer, not walking exactly. They flickered and flowed in a whispering movement that made no sense to my mind. Then Mix Cardoso's light flared brighter than ever before. I could see it now cupped in the hands of a third ghost, dressed far more simply than the rest. Her hair loose. Her dress was more modest than any modern nightgown, but it could be an early 1900s nightgown. "I can't," she gasped out, straining. "Go!" I didn't have to be asked twice. I tapped the tuning fork against my quartz bracelet again and dashed for the stairs, and Mix Cardoso was only a step behind me. Up, through the kitchen, out, across the grounds, over the wall, back to our bicycles, we fled, only stopping for breath when the late afternoon sun warmed our skin. Mix Cardoso looked almost sallow, more than out of breath. They leaned against their bicycle and looked toward the Paxwood house. Even after they caught their breath, they still looked drained. "What can I do to help?" I used almost everything I've got to put a powerful barrier around that room and keep Anholtz out. "She and her associates can't be allowed to access that kind of power," Mix Cardoso said. "I just need some time to rest and recover my energy. It'll be a few days before I'm casting any major spells again." I held out the tuning fork. "Sorry I couldn't do more." Mix Cardoso accepted it and tucked it away. Then they produced RC from somewhere and held the little mouse cupped between two hands. "Because of your investigation, we knew where to look, and we may have prevented demonic forces from getting easy access to a powerful magic source," Mix Cardoso said. "We know we've got to keep this house from them permanently. There's an unconscious person in the basement, possibly under some kind of curse fueled by that magic source. We've got more information than we had before. You did good. Even with that." As we parted ways, I felt guilt heavy on my shoulders. Every time I left Paxwood House, someone else left worse off because of me. Char, Adrian, now Mix Cardoso. What good was all this story and all this knowledge if people kept getting hurt? Episode 31. Never intended all this madness. By the time I got home from my latest Paxwood House adventure, it was only 6:30 and light outside, though the shadows were long and the evening air still held a chill on these late spring days. No surprise, my mother wasn't home for dinner. Since my father was still on his business trip, and he likely wouldn't be back at this point until after Memorial Day weekend, I'd be having dinner alone. The sharpest dagger of all in the silence? My mother had left my car key out on the counter with a note. You can take the car on Memorial Day. Have fun with Char and Bellingham. Lying to my mother to spend time with Char under the new moon got me in hot water. I'd done so much to get back in my mother's good graces, helping her with opposition research so I could get the car back. My whole plan had been to take Char out for a day in the city and actually tell her how I felt. And yet, I'd completely ruined everything with Char. I did not cry as I made myself a grilled chicken salad for dinner, but the salad was, admittedly, a form of self-flagellation. I mean, what teenager would ever choose to eat salad for dinner willingly when they have full fridge access and pizza was, in fact, an option? Only a teenager who felt they didn't deserve the pizza. I was done with dinner and loading the dishwasher by 8 when my phone rang. The number was in my contact list as Musso residence. Sometimes, if her phone had died or the home phone was closer at reach, Char would call from her family's landline. I answered with raw hope. Char? Carrie, this is Char's father, came the answer. I guess that answers my question. Char isn't with you? She's not, I confirmed, confused. Last time I talked with her was during lunch today. Is she not home? She's not, and her phone is going straight to voicemail. Worry filled his tone. She's been spending a lot of time with a few other students lately, I said, trying not to spin out. She might be with one of them. I can give you their names and contact info. Is text or email better? I'd rather have that in email if it's not too much trouble. He sounded relieved. She's been acting a little different lately, but I suppose that's understandable. First time she's ever had a big injury like this. It's probably nothing serious, but it is my job to worry. I'll send you that email. Please let me know if I can do anything else, and I'll call back if I hear from her, I said, forcing cheer into my tone. As I put together a list of contacts for Char's dad using the resources I had at my disposal, my mind whirled around so many details, all slamming one into the next. I wasn't the only one who noticed Char was behaving differently. Her father thought so too. Mix Cardoso noted she hadn't been coming in like she used to, but all these things might just be mundane, an emotional reaction to a broken arm. Like Mix Cardoso had pointed out when I wondered if my mom was possessed, sometimes people behave differently than you might expect them to, and it wasn't necessarily a paranormal problem. There were plenty of stories of witch hunts that turned communities against each other when the only real threat was mob mentality and moral panic. The Salem witch trials, the Red Scare, the Lavender Scare, Satanic Panic. Over and over and over again, people found problems where they looked, not because a problem existed, but because they wanted someone else to be the problem. Yes, Char broke her arm in a haunted house. And yes, Paxwood's paranormal tendencies were real. But after she broke her arm, she didn't have any interactions with the Paxwoods or the house at all. Well, except the necklace I sent her from Tristan's Antiques with Sly's encouragement. But that wasn't a confirmed Paxwood artifact or anything. Sly said there was no way of proving its provenance. It was like the cameo necklaces common to the time, and that was all. I hit send on the email and tried to sit back and relax, but now my mind was snagging on Sly. Sly in the library, with Luella's journal. In my browser, I switched from my email to the library's online database. It listed the historical texts the library owned and specified they were for in-library use only. If Luella's diary was in the collection, it would be there. It wasn't. Then there was the day with the jewelry box. The timing of Hugh's arrival. When Sly texted me to tell me Anholtz would be at Paxwood House, and then the ghosts came for me and dragged me into their domain. Before I went to meet Mix Cardoso at Paxwood House, I texted Sly, and then Anholtz showed up. Threads that could mean nothing at all wove together in my mind. Every time my mind snagged on threads like this, it became a web that held me until I figured it out or something else broke me free. 8 now, and the antique store didn't close until 9. If she was working tonight, I'd catch her there, especially now that I had the car. I texted her, "Working tonight?" She replied, "Until closing." I didn't bother replying. I grabbed the keys and drove out, hoping that I was wrong, that all of this was a silly conspiracy, a witch hunt, looking for a supernatural problem where Char really was just being a teenager, hanging out with other teenagers, and she'd be home any time now. Sly might live with the same foster father as Trisha Anholtz did, but that didn't automatically mean they were all working together to forward dark demonic causes. This late, on a weeknight, pre-Memorial Day, the row of shops had plenty of open street parking. I slipped into a spot right in front of Tristan's Antiques and headed through the door. The chime sounded. "We're closing soon," Sly called out from the far end of the shop. She had a broom in hand, sweeping up the day's debris. When she looked up from her work and saw me, she smiled. "Oh, hey, Carrie. You could have said you were going to come by. When I first met you, you gave me Luella Paxwood's own journal, but it's not actually part of the library collection," I said. "Was it something you found here in the shop?" Sly laughed. "Oh, yeah, suppose it was, now that you mention it. Bet the library's glad they got to add it to their collection for free. But they don't even know it's there. Does Mr. Tristan know it's gone?" I didn't mean to sound so accusatory, but my building suspicions heated my voice. I asked if I could borrow it for my research project, and he said it was fine. Sly set her broom aside and crossed her arms over her chest. "What's going on, Carrie?" "Might as well get straight to the point then. When you told me that Trisha was at Paxwood House, did you know the Paxwood ladies would try to sacrifice me to their demon lord?" Sly leaned back. "I just thought you ought to know, since you were so interested in making sure she didn't get the house." "I want to believe that, but..." I bit my lip, hesitating. Char didn't come home tonight. She's been acting differently ever since I gave her the necklace. And there's this little thought gnawing away at me that maybe you knew the necklace really was tied to the Paxwoods, and they're using it to influence her. Since Anholtz couldn't sacrifice me, you set up someone who'd be a little easier. Come on, Carrie. You were hurting about how your friend wasn't talking to you, and I wanted to help." Sly shook her head. She uncrossed her arms and twisted her wrists slightly, like she was talking with her hands, pointing toward me. "Sounds like you can't accept she just doesn't like you the way you like her, and you're trying to take it out on me." Against my wrist, I felt the quartz bracelet growing suddenly warm. When I held it up in front of me, I saw it was literally glowing. "You're trying to do something to me." Sly sighed, dropping her hands. Then she smiled, but not her friendly smile. This was the grin of a predator baring her teeth. "That mage really has taken you on like an apprentice. See, now I'm curious. Was the journal really the first domino that broke my cover? It wasn't any one thing. It was everything. I don't know." I took a step backward, realizing I'd come here without help. "Where's Char? If I told you your friend will be just fine, you wouldn't believe me," Sly replied. "And I'm not about to tell you the truth, but you'll figure it out." She said one of those harsh, burning words, and I held up my hands in front of me almost reflexively. The quartz crystal beads around my wrist shattered as something hit me. Whatever it was, they absorbed the blow, and it was too much for the enchanted bracelet to bear. I turned on my heel and ran out the door, into my car, peeling away in a panic. I was only a couple of blocks from the bed and breakfast where Rowan was staying, so I made that my next stop. Once I parked, I texted Rowan to meet me on the porch, and she replied that she'd be there in a minute. In the cool evening air, I watched the sun fade, my heart broken. Char was in danger because of me. I never questioned for a second what Sly presented to me as truth. When Rowan appeared, she looked me up and down, Her eyebrows furrowed, lips tight. "What's going on?" she asked. "I can't do this. Shar's missing, and I think it's my fault. Sly was working with Trisha the whole time. She tried to get me killed, and now because I trusted Sly, Shar's probably getting sacrificed to a demon in the Paxwood house right now. There's nothing special about me. I have nothing but curiosity, and curiosity kills cats, and you're young, with a whole life ahead of you." Rowan pulled me into a one-armed hug, and I cried into her shoulder. "Sounds like you've had a day. Thank you for trusting me, for coming to me with this. We'll talk about how special you are later. For now, go home. Rest. I'll take care of it. Adrian is at the hospital, and Mix Cardoso's magic is completely drained, and if you go, you could get hurt too." I pulled back, shaking my head. "It's all my fault." "We can talk about whose fault it is later, too," Rowan said. "How confident are you that Char's at the house right now?" I showed Rowan the broken bracelet and caught her up with Sly's confession. "Pretty sure." "Got it. She'll be home before you know it." Rowan was resolved, and she straightened herself in front of me, giving me that direct eye contact. She projected the sense that everything would be okay. That was what it meant to be a chosen one, to step up and shoulder someone else's problem and leave them feeling like they could breathe again. As she started up her car, I headed for mine, and I sat behind the wheel crying. I would never have that strength. I could get people in trouble, but that was all. That was where my involvement ended. Episode 32. More precious than a diamond bookshelf. My mother pulled into the driveway at the same time as me. "Were you out looking for Char?" she asked as she stepped out of her car. "The Musos told you?" She nodded. "I had a chat with the police chief to make sure officers on patrol keep an eye out for her. Her parents really hope they're just being paranoid, so they're not ready to file an official missing persons report, even though I told them they don't have to wait 48 hours. I'm not the mayor yet, but I'll use all the clout I've got to mobilize the town if Char hasn't surfaced by midnight. I wish I could do more to help." My mother gave me a hug. "Best thing we can do right now is rest up and stay clear-headed. If you think of something that might explain this, tell me. Anything, no matter how small. Even the tiniest whisper of an uncomfortable feeling about a person who's been hanging around Char, or anything she was worried about." I wasn't about to tell my mother that most likely Char was about to be sacrificed to a demon in a haunted house, but it was okay because a one-armed swordswoman would bring her home safe. Neither of us needed that conversation. Thanks. When I collapsed onto my bed, it was strange to think it was still Thursday. The same Thursday when Char had been so cold to me at lunch. The same Thursday I'd gone to Paxwood House with Mix Cardoso and discovered Sleeping Handsome. I hadn't even told Rowan about Sleeping Handsome or the magic well. Hopefully she'd check with Mix Cardoso. Once Char was safe, I'd make it completely clear to Mix Cardoso and Rowan that I was out. I wasn't equipped for this, and my heart couldn't take it if I just kept getting people hurt, let alone if someone. That wasn't worth thinking about at the moment. I'd find other, safer stories to pursue. Ordinary, mundane things. The ghosts and the fairies would take care of their own stories. I turned over in bed, trying to find a comfortable position, and as I did, the moonlight through the window illuminated a sticky note attached to the diamond bookshelf on my desk. It was a little wooden shelf, with 4 interlinked squares sitting on their corner instead of flat on one side. Just big enough to rest some paperbacks or my journals of handwritten research notes. The sticky note read, "Thanks for encouraging me to take a chance." I remembered. The first day of high school was always freshman day. During the assembly, Char and I sat shoulder to shoulder. "This auditorium is amazing," I said. "So much better than assemblies in the cafeteria." Although we'd get paper schedules in our homeroom classes after the assembly, most students already had their digital schedules pulled up on their phones. The district used the same app, same accounts, same passwords from middle school to high school, so the process was familiar. "I signed up for the culinary class, but I'm in shop," Char said, furrowing her brow. She'd been so excited about doing a cooking class in school, being able to come home and talk about techniques with her chef mother. But when she tilted her phone toward me, her schedule listed workshop with the name Cardoso as the teacher. Wait, Cardoso? I looked up at the stage lined with teachers, and sure enough, among the mix, there was one of the Cardosos, the youngest of the family. The kid genius was back from college already? That's the shop teacher, there. Okay, but I wanted culinary arts. I've got to talk with my counselor. But the assembly was getting started, and we were getting hushed. I bumped Char's shoulder. We've got the same English class 4th period, so we've got the same lunch, and your shop class is after, so I'll walk you there. Thanks. In English, we swapped stories and annoyed our teacher with our familiarity. Lunch passed smoothly. The high school cafeteria proved to have the same quality of food as the middle school, since it all came from the same central kitchen at the heart of the school district. Then it was time for Char to go to shop class. As I walked with her, I told her everything I knew about the Cardoso family, how they established the first auto shop and gas station in town, the names of the brothers, and what they were up to. All of it. If you decide you want to switch out, I get it, I said. But you can also give it a chance, just for the experience. It's only 1 hour, and you can probably switch at the semester break if you don't like it. Char shrugged. What do you even do in a class like this? Study engines? Anything your heart imagines. Carpentry to machinery, we find ways to make it possible. Mix Cardoso said. Neither of us realized they were right behind us, coming back from their own lunch. Mix Cardoso, they them. You've got my family history memorized better than me, you know. Mix Cardoso had a 5 o'clock shadow and long hair in a ponytail, a flowery blouse, men's trousers. They defied gender conventions, so I knew I hadn't misheard them. Carrie, she, her, I replied. Char, also she, her. Char blushed. I hope I wasn't being insulting. You're a student in an elective she didn't choose because the elective wasn't even on the list when you made your selection, Mix Cardoso said. That's the least concerning thing to be confused about. No offense taken. Close to the end of the semester, Char gifted me the diamond bookshelf as a thanks. The next school year, she'd loved shop so much that she signed up again. Whether it was working with her hands or working with Mix Cardoso, or a combination of the two, she'd found something she enjoyed by trying something new. And she learned not to back down from a challenge, too. I'd gotten Char, Adrian, and Mix Cardoso hurt. When I tried to talk to Char at lunch, I'd swallowed back my words, just like I had when I took her on that new moon investigation. But could I really leave it at that because things were hard? Could I live with myself if I wasn't there? I could decide whether to leave all the magic stuff behind and embrace normalcy after I saw this through. I needed to help Char, so I could tell her how I felt with nothing between me and the message. If she rejected me, I could move on. If she died tonight, I never would. I swung out of bed and put on my shoes, then approached my mother's bedroom door. I'm thinking I'm going to head over to the Musos and wait with them. Is that okay? I half expected her to hold me tight and never let go, worried I might vanish in the night, but she gave me the softest smile. Check with them first, but if they're okay with it, you can go. Trust your gut, and if anything feels off at all, make sure you're somewhere safe, here or the Musos, okay? I worked so hard to build that level of trust with my parents, prove they could trust me to operate independently so even when I went a little off script, they'd know that it was usually with good reason. This time, I wondered whether I deserved my mother's confidence at all. Once I had the Musos' invitation secured, I drove straight to Char's house. Both of her parents hugged me as I came in, and I could see the concern heavy in their hearts. She's never been out late like this before, her mother said. I know we're probably being silly. She'll appear any time now. I don't think you're being silly, I said. I'm worried too. Can I take a look around her room? Maybe I'll spot something you might not. Go ahead. Char's room was more or less exactly how I remembered it. She had a desktop computer, no laptop, settled on her desk. She always made her bed in the morning. Her polka dot bedspread looked almost out of place, unless you knew she chose it because of Yayoi Kusama, the Japanese artist who communicated so much with her use of dots and repetition. A couple of theater posters featuring her father's costuming work adorned the walls, along with a menu from the first restaurant where her mother worked as head chef. Her inspiration board was almost exactly how I remembered it, an eclectic mix of fashion design, artwork, crafts, and recipes to try. She kept the fabric and supplies she was gathering for specific projects in neat, organized project bags in her closet. The bags were just reusable shopping bags from an assortment of stores. When she had everything for a make, she'd take the bag out and get to work. If there wasn't room for any more project bags, she kept the idea sorted away in her notes or posted on her inspiration board. Everything in her room had a place. So, that grocery bag at the foot of her bed, up against the wall, stood out to me. If it was an active project, she'd have it on her desk or in the family room where the Musso's craft supplies lived. If she were still collecting supplies, it would be in her closet. What was it doing there? I picked it up gingerly and set it down on the bed, then looked inside. I found salt, iron nails, bundles of dried herbs sorted into bags and labeled, candles, incense, even a small bottle of crystal clear water with gold text and a cross that identified it as holy water. Along with all this, there was a spiral notebook with her own handwritten notes, all about natural protections against ghosts and evil spirits. Had she been conducting her own research? Why? I shouldered the bag and left the room, already spinning my excuse. My mom just sent me a message and she wants me to come home, I lied as I came back down to the living room where the Mussos were sitting, his arm around her shoulder. That makes sense, honestly. I think everyone might want to hold their child a little closer today. Be safe, Carrie. There were so many things I had wrong. I had something wrong about Shar, too, based on this bag of supplies. And I had Adrian Morgan all wrong. As a chosen guardian, he'd be an invaluable ally if he was even up to help. As I got back into my car, I called Mix Cardoso. Did Rowan call you already? Yes, we'll take care of things. Meet me at the hospital. We need to check on Adrian Morgan, too. Anholtz and the vampire lawyer might have done something to him. That's a good thought. Mix Cardoso didn't pause for a second to question me any further. We both understood that time was of the essence. I'll meet you there. Episode 33. The Glass Cat, the Guardian, and the Gate. Mix Cardoso had 2 doctor's lab coats ready as a visual distraction to enhance a minor obfuscation spell so we could slip into the hospital after visiting hours with minimal questions. I didn't ask them why they were prepared to sneak into the hospital, and they didn't volunteer the information. Mix Cardoso navigated the hallways smoothly, purpose in their steps. I hazarded a silent guess that they might have done this before. My heart threatened to beat straight out of my chest every time we passed any of the hospital staff going about their late-night routines. They avoided walking into us, but they didn't really notice us. When we came to the room where Officer Adrian Morgan, my tormentor, my rescuer, Paxwood guardian, rested, the tension in my muscles only grew worse. I slipped in, one step behind Mix Cardoso, who took one look at the situation and shook their head. Trisha got him with a heavy sleep spell, Mix Cardoso said. It will wear off eventually, but if we want his help tonight, we need to snap him out of it. And you don't have the strength to spare? Exactly. Mix Cardoso crossed their arms, considering. At least not to dispel it from the outside. Not if I also want to be ready to undo anything Trisha might do at Paxwood House tonight. Are you up to going in? I raised an eyebrow. Going into Paxwood House is the whole point, right? That's where Shar has to be. That's where we have to go to rescue her. No, I mean into Adrian's dreamscape, Mix Cardoso said. You're not serious. Dreams aren't my specialty, but it shouldn't be too hard to get your consciousness inside his dream with a little escape rope of magic we can use to wake him up, Mix Cardoso said. If he's been doing almost nothing but sleeping since Tuesday, he'll have more strength than I do to push through the magic. Hopefully he only needs a little nudge to realize the urgency of the situation. I can't go into Adrian Morgan's dreams, I objected. It's wrong and invasive, not to mention gross. You suggested he'd be a great help against anything Anholtz may have waiting for us, Mix Cardoso said. I could be the one who goes into the dream, but you'd have to hold the magic escape rope at this end, and I don't know how passing it off to you would go when you have no magic training. Mix Cardoso said training, not potential. It registered, but not enough to matter at that moment. I really have to go into his head? Well, not into his head exactly, Mix Cardoso said. Slumberland exists outside of any human, even though we go there from inside our deepest unconscious thoughts. Is it really the right time to split hairs? 3 possibilities. Option 1, you go in. We've got the highest likelihood of success. Option 2, I go in. I might get lost, and Rowan ends up with no support. Option 3, we go support Rowan, just the 2 of us. Fine, how do we do this? Mix Cardoso sat me down in a visitor chair next to Adrian. They took out a ball of string and wrapped it around my wrist and Adrian's in a figure 8, binding us together one loop after the next. As Mix Cardoso did this, they spoke those soft magic words. The string grew warm, but not uncomfortable against my wrist. Mix Cardoso finished the string off with a shoelace bow that would be easy to pull loose when all of this was done and over. Then they crouched down so they were more even with my seated eyeline. Is it all right with you if I leave Arcee with you? On your lap, on your shoulder, in a pocket, she'll settle down anywhere. It will just help strengthen the magic if my familiar is involved. But if it will keep you from getting comfortably asleep, I'll find another way to make it work. I felt a little instinctive prickle just thinking about a mouse resting somewhere on my body while I slept. This almost primordial human fear of pests. Arcee wasn't a pest, but my instincts didn't know that. By any chance, do you have that glass cat? Could that work too? I asked. No offense to Arcee. I actually do, and it could work if the soul of the cat agrees, Alex said. We don't have a lot of time to spare here. Let's try. If it doesn't work, Arcee can sit on my lap. Mix Cardoso pulled the glass cat out from somewhere in his bag. Did it have 1,000 pockets, or was it bigger on the inside? Follow-up question for later. They placed the glass cat in my bound hand. Stroke her head gently, like you're petting a cat. Make eye contact, blink slowly, and see if you feel a connection. Don't force it. Let it happen. This requires mutual understanding. A staring contest is a challenge. Blinking shows trust. Mix Cardoso stepped back. The glass cat's head was around the same size as the tip of my thumb, which made petting it a little awkward, but I was careful. Suddenly, I felt and heard that purring vibration. The glass cat's eyes were open. She, and I made eye contact. Just like Mix Cardoso advised, I blinked slowly. She blinked her blue diamond eyes back at me, then suddenly climbed her way up my arm to my shoulder. Bungle, I said. I'd never experienced anything quite like this, outside of spending time with one of my parents or Shar working toward the same goal. One of those moments where we were so in sync, we could almost read each other's minds. I think she has one reservation about working with me. She doesn't want her glass to be damaged. Fair, Mix Cardoso said. I promise this magic will put her in no danger of shattering. She'll just get a cozy little catnap. The glass cat purred in consent. Mix Cardoso, do I have a familiar now? I asked. Does that mean... We'll worry about all that later. Shar's in danger. Every second counts. Let's get Adrian out of that sleeping spell. Mix Cardoso walked me through a mindful breathing exercise, coaxed me to relax and sleep. And then... I was on a mountain game trail, too narrow to be man-made, but there was just enough room for me to find my footing and make progress forward. Ferns, bushes, and moss made a lush, green undergrowth to either side of the trail beneath the thick evergreen trees. Bungle emerged onto the trail, but now she was the size of a normal house cat, no longer miniature. If the way we perceived ourselves in Slumberland reflected our self-image, clearly Bungle saw herself as a true cat. And she was leading me ahead, down the path, confident in every step, her voluminous glass tail held high. She even cast a glance over her shoulder. Coming? Whether she spoke out loud or I heard her in my heart, the same way that I heard her worry about getting shattered, her voice was crystal clear. Bungle led me to a fork, then off to the left-hand side, where birch trees intermingled with the evergreens, not unlike the area where I'd taken Shar on the night of the new moon. Ahead of us loomed a wrought iron gate that was attached to nothing. just like the Sanctuary Gate story from the Lore Compendium website. Adrian stood in front of it, back to me, staring the gate down like it meant life and death. He looked different in Slumberland, too, his hair pulled back in a long, neat ponytail like it had been back when he first started hassling me as a high school student. He'd cut it short for his job. I hadn't thought about what that meant to him. Thought as little about him as I could, if I could help it. "Is it actually real?" I asked. The gate surprised me too much. I had to ask. The sanctuary gate that appears under the light of a new moon in the birch trees? He turned toward me, startled, but he didn't speak. He assessed Bungle and me for a long, silent moment. Then he turned back toward the gate. "My uncle told me to keep an eye out for it on new moon nights. One of the many little magical tricks that endanger the people of Paxwood," he said honestly. "I wouldn't imagine you with whatever that construct is, so you must be real. This is all a dream." Wasn't sure if that vampire had thrown my physical body through the gate somehow. It didn't add up. My hair, the way the night sky isn't changing no matter how much time has passed. It has to be a dream. "That's right," I confirmed. "Mix Cardoso worked a spell so I could come in here and get you out. It's my fault you're here after all. This whole time, every time you ever crossed my path, you've been trying to keep me safe. You're not great at people skills, but you have probably saved my life more than I know. I'm sorry, Adrian." He clenched his jaw and crossed his arms, his stance forbidding. "If you were really sorry, you'd stop sticking your head in any of this and stay in the daylight world." "Might do that, honestly," I replied. "I've gotten too many people hurt in the last week, but before I decide one way or another, I want to make things right. My friend Char's in danger, in Paxwood House being sacrificed to a demon, and you need me to help save her," Adrian guessed. His hands dropped to his side, his posture relaxing. "You wouldn't give me an ultimatum and leave me here if I don't help her, would you?" I shook my head and held out a hand. "You saved me. I help you either way, even if I'm probably still going to hate you when all this is over. I wouldn't have it any other way." He took my hand, and then I felt that falling sensation that happens sometimes when you're drifting off, where your muscles twitch as you try to catch yourself as you fall, only to realize that you were asleep and safe the whole time. We were back in the hospital room. Bungle was still a little glass cat on my shoulder. Adrian pulled his hand, and my hand bound to it toward him, and he yanked the string loose with no consideration for my comfort. I shook the string loose from my wrist and jammed it into my pocket, not sure what else to do with it. "All right, Alex, Carrie, catch me up." Episode 34. Time to set things right. Rowan stood by the open gate at the end of the drive, staring down Paxwood House, the wind whipping her ponytail. She wore her short sword at her hip, the same sword she'd used to fight off the demon after the city council meeting. As Mix Cardoso drove up with me and Adrian in the back seat, she turned toward us, her brow furrowed, lips pressed in a thin, straight line. "Glad for the backup," she said as we emerged from the car. I could feel her gaze linger on me as I stepped out into the open. She measured me up, me and the bag I had slung over my shoulder, the bag of supplies that Char had prepared. I offered no explanation, unable to even muster a greeting. I just gripped the shoulder strap with both hands more tightly and looked past Rowan toward the house that held Char prisoner. Rowan turned toward Mix Cardoso and Adrian. "Gate's open. Front door's open, too. I don't love it when the front door of a haunted house is standing open. The ghosts are expecting us, aren't they?" "The ghosts, Anholtz, and anything else she might have summoned," Mix Cardoso agreed, pulling out a pair of glasses. "No, just the frames with no visible lenses." They put on the frames and looked across the area. Even though I touched up my protective barrier, this aura is still leaking like an overwhelmed dam about to burst. Adrian stood straight and stiff, jaw clenched, muscles tight. He scanned the area, but then his gaze settled. There, in the shadows, stalking toward the break in the wall. If Adrian hadn't pointed it out, I would have taken the movement through the thick trees as a gust of wind passing through. But no, the rustling came from one place, and it moved purposefully, I'd crossed that break in the wall so many times, coming here to think. So it was easy for me to imagine the local map, the closest homes and public spaces. A lot of innocent people were in danger. Rowan hummed. Okay, give me your best insights. Everyone. You know this town. If the aura breaks through and spreads out into the surrounding neighborhood or beyond, people will start catching the Sandman flu. If even a few people get infected tonight, it'll start an outbreak. Whatever Trisha is doing in there, it's stirring up the ghosts, Mix Cardoso said. It'll become a vicious cycle if we don't cut it off. The ghosts get stronger, they cause more infections, and the infection gives them more strength to cause still more infections. Those stalkers are demons, and they're a distraction, Adrian said. As tightly wound as he was, he still had this air of readiness in his posture. Though he addressed Rowan, he was tracing the movement of the demons. He was a coiled spring, ready for action. If they were guarding Anholtz, they'd head straight for us or stay near the door. Instead, they're trying to draw us away. They'll create chaos, cause property damage, hurt people. A pause. Rowan was looking at me again. I wasn't sure what I had to contribute to this discussion. Except, in the dream with the ghosts, they wanted to present me to... I trailed off, not wanting to say the name, keenly aware that it might call attention that we didn't want. We called him the Grinner. You know, Night Fox's big villain. Bast assumed the goal was to set me up for possession, I think. So that might be what Anholtz is trying to accomplish with Shar right now. And since Sly knows I know, Sly probably warned Anholtz too. So, we have a miasma, stalker demons, and a dark ceremony to set a powerful demon loose. Rowan didn't hesitate. Alex, you can strengthen the barrier out here. Try to get the miasma to dissipate, prevent the ghosts from gaining strength. Adrian, hunt those demons down. Even if they're a distraction, we can't let them go off and wreak havoc unchecked. I'll go inside. Carrie, be a spotter for Alex. If you see danger coming, call for Adrian to come back. It was a solid plan, and Mix Cardoso and Adrian were both nodding their heads, but I raised my hand. I'm going in too. Adrian and Mix Cardoso can work as a team, and I'll watch your back, I said. I got Shar into this. I need to save her. Rowan frowned. You can't have 1 foot in and 1 foot out tonight, Carrie. You told me you were out. Then you came with backup for this rescue. If you're still wavering, you're better off out here. No, I need to make sure Shar is safe. I can't fight demons or stop miasmas, but I can use my knowledge of this house and its ghosts to help you find Anholtz and stop her. Besides, buddy system. Didn't you say you don't want chosen ones out there fighting alone? And aren't you a chosen one who shouldn't be alone? I gripped the bag more tightly for a moment, but I loosened my grip and let my arms fall to my sides. This scrap of what Shar meant to me wasn't what I needed. Shar was. All of her. Safe, by my side. Or even if she wasn't by my side, still safe. Rowan laughed wryly. Got me there. You'll do everything I say. No questions, and you'll leave if I tell you to leave. I will. Everyone has their tasks. Anything else? We each made eye contact. Grave. Shar's life was at stake. The town's safety. Our families and our homes, too. It was the sort of moment where the leader of the team would give a motivational speech or one last final quip if this were a movie. Rowan provided. Trust your instincts and training. We'll see this through together, Mix Cardoso said. Don't get yourself killed while I'm busy, Carrie, Adrian threw in. I glared at him, and he laughed as he turned on his heel and sprinted into danger. He held a knife in each hand, which just seemed dangerous to me. At least Rowan's sword could create space between her and her foes. With those little knives, what defense did Adrian have? Mix Cardoso, meanwhile, headed back to their car and opened the trunk to take out a rolly kit, a plastic hexagonal storage box that he unrolled to reveal compartments full of assorted materials. I'd have to take the time to ask him about it later. What went into a wizard's magic kit? Too many questions, and I had to match pace with Rowan as she started straight down the driveway toward Paxwood House's front door. I moved up beside her, bag still slung over my shoulder. What's the plan? I asked. Be direct, but expect misdirection, Rowan said. I'd guess if the basement is where Alex put up their barrier, that's where Anholtz will be trying to bring it down. We go through the front door, down into the basement, and save your friend. And if she's not in the basement, where would you check next? The ballroom. Since they were throwing a ball for their, Grinner, It'd feel natural to do that in the actual ballroom, and not just in Slumberland. Ballroom's on the way to the basement from the front door, right? Rowan checked. I nodded. Yes. Let's hit it quick before the basement, then. We stood together on the porch at that point, listening as the old house creaked softly, mournfully. Rowan tapped her shoulder. Grab hold here, stay close, stick together. I'd take your hand, but I want to have mine free to draw my sword. As I grasped Rowan's shoulder with one hand, I drew a rock salt popper out with my other. Together, we stepped through the door. It shouldn't have surprised me when it slammed forcefully shut behind us. Of course it did. That was how ambush predators worked, and haunted houses were absolutely paranormal ambush predators. It baited us in, and now it intended to hold us until it digested us. The lights surged, blindingly bright, and crackling with excess electricity. Rowan shielded her face with her prosthetic arm, and I tucked up against her back instinctively, just in time, as the glass light bulbs that mimicked firelight burst and threw shards down on us, leaving us bathed in darkness. Several sliced into my skin, shallow, but still sharp. Rowan shook herself off as best as she could, and I followed suit. The house was still again, if only for a moment, but it was dark. I took a glow stick out from Char's bag of tricks and snapped it to produce some light for us. Ballroom's directly to our right, I whispered. Any louder didn't feel right in this situation. Glow stick's smart. More reliable than electric flashlights, less dangerous than fire. Let's move. She stepped up to the ballroom door and pulled it open to reveal a ballroom bathed somehow in cool blue light cast by chill flames held in the sconces on the walls. Half-visible spectral forms mingled about, almost human, mostly fog. Not here. Rowan tried to close the door, but wisps of foggy hands grasped at it, holding it open. More hands reached outward, toward us, grasping, ready to pull us in to join them. I let go of Rowan's shoulder for a split second to fire off the rock salt-filled confetti popper. The ghosts within hissed and moaned and oozed backward, leaving Rowan to close the door. Char's idea worked, as long as the ghosts were actual ghosts. I dropped the empty popper into a side pocket on the bag and reached for another. Salt, too. What else do you have in that bag? Char packed up some iron nails, dried herbs, even got herself a bottle of blessed holy water, I said. She'd been doing her own research. Rowan looked like she wanted to ask more, but she nodded instead. Basement. Let's go. Nothing stopped us from heading down the service hallway to the basement stairs. The glow stick light maintained a steady, dim glow around us, revealing nothing but a clear path forward. No other ghosts, no demons stalking up to catch us. At least none we could see. The steps creaked beneath our weight, so anyone in the basement with keen hearing would know we were coming. But there was no sneaky way forward. No time for clever plans. Char was laid out on the cold cement basement floor, Anholt sitting cross-legged next to her, one of Char's wrists bound to one of Anholt's. A chalk circle surrounded the two of them, 4 candles sitting around its edge, all evenly spaced. The cardinal directions, maybe? Would be nice to have Alex around right about now. Rowan clicked her tongue. He'd know on sight what kind of circle that is, whether it's just containing the magic, or if it's an alert that will snap Anholt's awake, or if it's an active defense that will do us harm, and the best way to disrupt it besides. Without thinking, I broke away from Rowan, drawn toward my unconscious friend. I can't leave her like this. Don't cross the circle. We don't know what will happen. We can't get out to Mix Cardoso, so what do we do? Why don't you both die? Ryan Hugh, the vampire lawyer, asked as he emerged from the shadows. Though he still wore a dress shirt and black slacks, he had no tie, and he'd rolled up his sleeves. Then, as suddenly as he revealed himself, he was behind me, grabbing me around the waist and dragging me away from Rowan. This was not good. Episode 35. Meanwhile, A Dance in Dream. A live string quartet played in upbeat waltz time as dancers swirled across the dance floor, Char among them. Each dancer had a partner, although they changed with almost every song. It kept her on her feet, moving, but also mentally off balance. For one thing, all Char's dance partners wore masks that concealed who they were. Even the parts of their faces that she could see were blurry somehow. Not blurry like an unfocused image, but more like her memory itself was the part that was blurry. She was sure they were unfocused when she looked at them directly, but if she looked away, even for a second, she forgot any concrete details. For another, Char didn't know how she'd gotten here, in this dance, and no one would let her go. Every time a song ended, she hoped beyond hope that she would be freed from this dance and allowed to go home, to her friends and family, to faces she actually remembered. But another song began, one after the next. Quadrilles, waltzes, social dances that kept her moving, never stopping, always in a whirl. Worst of all, she was very sure that she'd broken her arm, but it was whole again somehow. Had she been at this dance so long that her arm had healed? And, if she had, why hadn't anyone come to save her? A woman stepped up as Char's next partner, dressed in jeans and a plain pastel blue t-shirt, nothing extravagant, completely out of place. She had brown hair and a soft, youthful face. The tightness of her lips and the furrow of her brow didn't suit such a kind face. She was probably somewhere in her 20s. As she sent Char into a whirl, she whispered below the music, "Are you Charlotte Musso?" No one had spoken to her in far too long. "Char. You can call me Clara. I can't stay long, but your friend Carrie is coming for you. If anyone but Carrie calls your name, if anyone tries to take you from this crowd, whatever you do, stay in the dance until Carrie takes you out of it." "How do you know me? Carrie, what's going on?" Char held more tightly to Clara, this first person to address her by name. "I'm lost." "You are lost, yes," Clara said. "A spirit possessed you and kept you in this dance to distract you as it drove your body. Do you remember?" Char closed her eyes and tried to remember. What was the last thing before this place? The necklace. When I put it on and looked in the mirror, I saw not my face, and she asked me to dance. Char's eyes shot open. She looked around the crowd, but none of them looked like the face in the mirror. A necklace enchanted to carry a spirit can be a snare, yes. Clara glanced over her shoulder. "There's so much going on this night, Miss Musso. When Carrie comes, tell her that Bast sensed her saving someone else who was trapped in Dream, and he's trusting her to save you too. He'll manage everyone else sleeping in Paxwood." "How can Carrie save me from being possessed by a ghost?" Char asked. Clara's answers were only half the explanation that Char needed. "Who's Bast?" "The ghost has brought you into her domain, both physically into the house and unconsciously into the intersection of dream and death, where ghosts haunt most powerfully. While you were alone in your mind, it would have taken an exorcist to reach you. But the ghost who possessed you is no longer holding you down from the inside. She's had to let you go, because she intends to make room for another to take her place. In her absence, you're somewhere where your friends can reach you if they wake you up in time." Clara sighed. "I can see you only have more questions with every answer that I give you. I don't have time to explain the entirety of incorporeal existence or the magic at work." Even if it wasn't her physical body, Char's heart raced in her chest. "I just don't understand." "When your friends wake you up, you will have all the time you need to make sense of all of this," Clara said. "Bast needs my help. The town needs my help. Trust that Carrie is coming for you. Although the ghost drew you into this dance to hold you down against your will, now the crowd can shield you. I've added a spark of fancy to it to keep you safe in here. If nothing else makes sense, please understand your life depends on staying hidden in the dance until your friends arrive." With that, Clara was gone, and another blurry-faced dancer stepped into her place, leaving Char alone with hundreds of questions about these concepts that she didn't understand. But she knew one thing. When Carrie put her mind to a task, it happened. As strange and impossible as this whole situation seemed, Char could count on Carrie. She took a steadying breath and kept dancing with her new partner. There was a slight difference now. Though she still couldn't recall any of the dancers' faces when she looked away from them, it felt less like the result of a haunting nightmare and more like the way dreams faded as she woke up, safe in bed. Somewhere outside the circle of dancers, a voice chimed out. "Presenting Charlotte Musso." It was like she was being called to the front of the line, or she was entering a grand ball and being introduced to the prince. If Clara hadn't told her to stay dancing, it would only be natural to break away from her faceless partner and head toward the voice. But that wasn't Carrie. In fact, "Charlotte Musso," the voice repeated. It sounded an awful lot like the voice that belonged to the face in the mirror. It had to be the ghost that had possessed her and trapped her in this whirling dance. Instead of breaking away from her dance partner, she straightened her posture and matched the rhythm of the music. She had to hold on until Carrie could arrive. Episode 36. Trick or Be Tricked. My first thought as Ryan Hugh, vampire lawyer, dragged me away from Rowan with one arm around my waist and the other around my throat. He was cold as a corpse. No, he was a corpse. Vampires were dead. Undead? Living dead. When a vampire wasn't actively using me as a hostage, I could work out the nomenclature. Shar was right there, steps away from me, but struggling against the steely strength of the vampire got me no closer. Hold still, or I'll snap her neck, he hissed. I stopped moving, although it was Rowan who he must have been addressing. She stopped too, her short sword quavering slightly in her grip. No need for that, she said. Drop your sword. Kick it away. It's not like it's a holy blade blessed by a priest or anything. This sword wouldn't do you much harm. As she said this, Rowan tried to catch my gaze. She was staring at me, not at him. Was she guilty that she'd put me in this position? No. Guilty people didn't wink at you once they had your attention. Do it, the lawyer insisted, gripping me more tightly, Shar's bag of tricks squeezing against my side. Shar's bag of tricks contained something holy and blessed by a priest, and the way Hugh was holding me, I had enough freedom of movement to slip my arm into the bag and fish around. As I did, I whimpered and tried to make it seem like I was only squirming out of fear. I'm doing it. Rather than drop the sword, though. Rowan slowly crouched until she could lay the sword on the floor, dragging out the maneuver on purpose. I found the bottle, pulled it out, and put my thumbnail under the plastic spout. When I'd first noticed the bottle in the mix, it seemed so strange to find a travel lotion container labeled holy water. But fortunately for me and Rowan both, it only took a simple flick to open it. And then I jerked my arm upward and squeezed, sending a stream of the water into his arm. The vampire shrieked like I'd hit him with acid and flailed backward. I headed for Rowan while she gripped the hilt of her sword and sprang into motion, slashing at him fiercely. Even burned by that sanctified water, the vampire was fast. Although he took one slash to his arm while he recovered his senses, he dodged the next. "Get out of here, Carrie!" Rowan commanded. But Shar was right there in the middle of that chalk circle with its 4 candles at the cardinal points, Ann Holt sitting cross-legged next to her. I couldn't just leave her. I squirted more holy water at the chalk circle and the nearest candle, dousing its flame and breaking the line. Then I passed through to sit down at Shar's side, next to her broken arm, the arm I'd gotten broken, bringing her alone to this house. I fished Bungle out from my pocket, and she meowed in protest. Immediately, I got the clear impression that she did not care to take part in anything dangerous. "Please, I need your help," I whispered softly as I sat the glass cat down on my knee, then took the cord out from my pocket, too. Between this cord, this glass cat, and Mix Cardoso's magic, I'd gotten Adrian back into the waking world, and I didn't even like him. Clearly, Ann Holtz was already inside Shar's mind, so if I could just hijack her connection somehow. Bungle slow blinked her emerald green eyes at me, glass tail curled around her paws. She gave me a sense of resigned consent, reluctantly willing to help. Was this how Mix Cardoso's relationship with Arcee went? Did the little mouse send emotions and impressions across whatever magical connection familiars had with mages? And really, what did it mean for me? Was I a mage? Not the time to explore that. Taking a deep breath, I wrapped the cord around my wrist and Shar's in a figure 8, one loop after the next, and as I did, I searched for that feeling I'd had when I fell asleep into Adrian's dreams. This had to work. I was so much closer to Shar emotionally than I'd ever been with Adrian Morgan, so it had to be easier to dive into her dreaming mind. Bungle curled up on my knee and started purring softly. Even as small as she was, her soothing reverberations resonated with me, which was good because it was unsurprisingly difficult to fall asleep when a demon slayer was battling with a vampire 5 feet away from you. "You're not going to get out of this house alive," Hugh snarled. My eyes were closed, which only made the scuffing of their feet across the cold cement floor louder. In comic books and movies, Rowan's sword might make whooshing noises as each attempted strike slashed through empty air, the vampire's innate speed giving him an advantage. But only her actual hits made sound, a squishy, meaty squelch when the blade met undead flesh. "I've dealt with worse than you, with less help," Rowan said. Minuscule glass claws dug into my jeans, although the prickling was more mental than physical. If Bungle was going to help me get into Shar's dream, I needed to do my part. I breathed and focused on Shar, our friendship, everything I wanted to tell her. "I love you." The first time I'd said it out loud in her presence, even if she was asleep and she couldn't hear it. With those 3 words, the magic took hold, and I dropped into Slumberland and in the ghost's domain. The Evergreen Ballroom, the same one I'd been to once before. I stood on the carpet that led directly toward the throne. As before, 3 ladies stood around that horrible throne, which still sat empty, waiting for someone to sit upon it. "Carrie Mae Reese Hansen," an announcer declared, so much like the last time. And just the same, I felt like those women wanted me to come to them. This time, there was no Bass to pull me into the dancing crowd. Were those dream figments or actual ghosts? Bungle nipped at my ankle. "Pay attention," she snapped. "Bungle, how did you get here?" Neither of us expected the Paxwood lady in the pantsuit to stride down along the carpet, crouch down, and reach out to pet Bungle's glass fur. The woman looked up at me. "Did you bring my precious cat back to me? How incredibly thoughtful." Kept me in a box, never in the sun, only got me out when I'd be useful or conversation piece. Novelty. Precious? Hardly. Bungle was seething. These words, I could tell, were only directed toward me. And yet she nuzzled the woman's hand, then exposed her belly. I'd never owned a cat, but I knew enough to recognize that this was either a sign of trust or a trap, and based on the hatred I could feel radiating from her, the Paxwood in the pantsuit didn't even see it coming. When she went to stroke Bungle's exposed belly, all of Bungle's glass shard claws dug straight into her flesh, or the ghost dream equivalent of glass and flesh. Not the time to make sense of the material composition of dream things. With Bungle actively distracting the Paxwood, Marjorie probably, I turned toward the dancers. If Shar wasn't standing out here in the open, she had to be among them. Maybe Bast had come to save her too? The 2 other Paxwood ladies came to their sister's aid, but Bungle understood a thing or two about the magic of Slumberland. She grew in size until she was more like a glass tiger than a glass house cat. "Can't do this long," she warned me. I took a breath, like I was about to dive into a pool, and plunged into the dancing mass. They were colder than I remembered. Or had Bast just been keeping them all at arm's length when he helped me out before? They reached out to me, trying to catch me by the hand or shoulder to pull me into their dance. "Shar?" I called out. "Shar! Can you hear me? You have to be here." The ghost dancers whirled. One forced their hand into mine and placed their other hand high on my waist, a formal dance form. I jammed my hand in my pocket and imagined with all my might that one of Shar's rock salt poppers was there. It wasn't there, except I believed in it as fiercely as I believed in Shar. She'd made that bag of supplies for me, and then it was there, and I used it to give myself some space. "Shar! Carrie?" Her voice came from somewhere distant. I produced another rock salt popper and used it to clear more of a path for myself. "I'm here to get you out," I said. "Please, Shar, where are you?" And then Shar grabbed hold of me, trembling. Instinctively, I drew her into a dance embrace, the more plain modern kind, her arms around my neck, my hands gently sitting on her hips. Whether that instinct came from the ballroom domain's influence or my desire to hold Shar close, hard to tell. "Nothing here makes any sense, Carrie. Is it really you? Where are we?" "I've got so many stories for you once I get you out of here. But first, I need to tell you something. I need to say this to you." I looked into her eyes. "Shar, I'm falling in love with you. Not friend love, I know you accept I'm bisexual, but you've never really talked about your thoughts on romance. And I don't want to ruin our friendship, but if I don't say this, if I don't put it out in the open, it'll just eat away at me. Shar pulled herself more closely into my embrace, resting her head right up against my chest. She was strangely warm and heavy. Oh, Carrie. She looked up at me through her eyelashes, so tender and sweet and dreamlike. Carrie? Shar, a second Shar asked. My head snapped toward her voice. That was also Shar, somehow? Shar? I looked from the tender Shar in my arms to the one standing a good 5 feet away from me, then back. What's going on? That's not me, the distant Shar said. I'm here, and I heard you. All of it. Carrie, of course it's me, the Shar in my arms said, warm and close. Save me. Take me home. I've been waiting for you. The distant Shar snorted. No, I've been waiting for you. I don't understand the half of it, but they've been calling my name over and over, but this strange woman told me to stay in the crowd. I thought it was a trick when they announced your arrival. Or was that confession the trick? Are you even Carrie? She doesn't believe the real Carrie would love her, but I know you do. Why would you share everything with me, all your stories, all your interests, all the time we've gone out exploring together, if you didn't care about me? The Shar in my arms pulled back to give me another tender smile. Then I took a whole step back. Strange woman? I asked the distant Shar. She said her name was Clara. She said to wait for you, that you'd get me out of here, wherever here is. Clara? What about Bast? Was Bast with her? She said to tell you that Bast felt you save someone else, and he's trusting you to save me. She said he has everyone else in Paxwood. Why are you listening to her? She's trying to distract you, keep you here, keep you in danger, the first Shar said. Get me out of here, please. I love you. The difference between reality and desire was so slight, thin as a sharpened knife, ready to slice everything to pieces. I pulled away from the imposter who claimed to love me and reached out for Shar. Then let's get you out of here before it's too late. Oh, no, you don't, the imposter said. She uttered one of those harsh magic words, and I knew then exactly who she was. Trisha Anholtz. With her incantation, the dancing ghosts around us snapped to attention. Several grabbed me, others grabbed Shar. They surged into the space between us in a whirl of bright masquerade colors. I'd almost had Shar. We were almost out, and now? Now what could I do? Episode 37. The Power in Truth. A whirling mob of masquerade ghosts separated me from Shar. I'd come here to bring her home safely, but I knew so little about this world of magic. How could I compete against an experienced mage like Trisha Anholtz, combined with the ghosts of the Paxwood ladies and their demon lord? Only with my best friend working along with me against these foes. Even if we weren't in line of sight with each other, we were in the same dream. I knew little about the physics of Slumberland, but instinct told me that intent and connection mattered more than proximity. Shar. I packed her name with every ounce of intent for her to hear me. Concentrate on my voice. Think about me. Talk to me. Can you hear me? The masquerade dancers whirled and dragged me every way except toward Shar. Everything turned blurry, unfocused, but instead of trying to process the visuals, I centered myself on the feelings. The first time I knew I loved you as more than a friend, it was on your last birthday. I wanted to do all the party planning for you, but you insisted nothing would bring you more joy on your birthday than planning the party yourself, as long as I ran the errands to make it possible. You had a creative vision that just took my breath away, and I knew I had to help you achieve it your way. Oh, was her soft reply. But it was her. I knew it was her. I felt a connection, small as a spark of a story idea. Only one way to make it grow. Since then, There have been so many times I wanted to say I love you. So many times. I was a coward and backed out because I don't want to lose you as my best friend. No. I know I've been selfish. The more I worry about keeping you in my life, the more every action I've been taking has been about me, not you, how I feel, what I'm not saying. It's eating me up, and it's eating our friendship up. I took you on an after-curfew Moonlight expedition and got both of us in trouble. I brought you here to this haunted house and got you all tangled up with these ghosts. All because I wanted to hold you close, but I didn't know how to say it. You broke your arm because of me. I'm sorry, Shar. I'm sorry I was afraid of you. The story I told, words spoken truthfully from the heart, stretched out between me and Shar, seeking, hoping. I forgive you, Shar responded. A connection snapped in place between us. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know how to ask. If I'd made some kind of opening, it would have been so much easier for you. It wasn't an affirmation of reciprocal love, but I'd take it. It was real, resonating, and strong. We get out of here, then we can talk it out at Maisie's diner or your kitchen or my kitchen or anywhere but a ghost masquerade in a haunted house, I said, holding on to the connection. So, where was she? Carrie, according to my research, yes, I did my own research. The ghost that chased us out of the house was Nellie, and the ghost that was inside me was Luella. I'm almost certain. I looked up pictures of the Paxwood family, and, oh, get off of me, no! The masquerade ghosts were getting stronger, more forceful. I imagined a circle of rock salt surrounding me. The sensation of manipulating the dreamscape was getting more familiar. What I wanted, at least immediately around me, manifested. The salt circle solidified, and the ghosts slipped away from me. They couldn't move me, but they still made it almost impossible to see. Between their flickering forms, I could just make out Shar getting dragged toward the horrifying throne. Nellie! I think she helped mix Cardoso too, I realized. Nellie, help us! Please! Shar, call for Nellie! I stepped out from the safety of my dream salt circle, pushing and shoving my way to the emerald carpet and the throne, reaching out for Shar as I did. Nellie, please! I called out again. The ghosts parted and gave me just enough space to get to Shar. I grabbed her by the hand and started pulling with all my might toward the door. Shar became the rope in a tug-of-war between me and the masquerade ghosts, and I wasn't about to let them win. I spotted Bungle in one piece, an immobile sparkle of glass on the carpet, so I scooped her up. As I did, the ghostly ballroom announcer declared, Miss Eleanor Victoria Paxwood. The crowd parted. Nellie stood in the doorway holding it open. She wore a simple, slim tea dress in sage, not nearly gaudy enough for this masquerade, but clearly made of fine material all the same. Let's go, Shar said. She's helping us. No, not Shar. It was almost Shar's voice, but not her essence. If I hadn't already been sure, Nellie confirmed it for me. Look, she shouted, pointing her hand. The Paxwood ladies had surrounded Shar and were dragging her to the throne. For the second time, Trisha Anholtz had almost tricked me. I shoved her away from me, and this time I also pictured her true appearance, shoving the reality of Anholtz into her. She shimmered and shifted and became herself. You don't get to keep her, I shouted at everything. Shar belongs to herself. Nellie strode up beside me, and we moved together in one surge. Mother, sisters, this is wrong, Nellie said. I wrapped all my love and memory of Shar around her and grasped for her, and she grasped back. She closed her eyes, and whatever it was she thought or felt in that moment, suddenly she was there in my arms. And we were kissing. Our first kiss. It was this soft, searching thing, confident in connection, yet tender in its newness. This I could do this over and over again, finding the answers to every mystery of the universe with Shar for the rest of my life. Nellie surrounded us and shielded us in a way that no physical entity possibly could have. Bungle shifted just slightly in my pocket where I'd stashed her, comforted by Nellie's presence. If we can't have them, we will have a sacrifice, Florence Paxwood declared. The three other ladies converged upon Trisha Anholtz and dragged her toward the throne. I will bring you a better sacrifice, she insisted, struggling against them. But they weren't listening. She cursed, and she uttered her harshest magic word. Then the dream faltered around all of us and faded. Since it was Anholt's spell that brought us in, when she severed it, we all snapped free. Shar, Anholtz, and I were awake within the broken magic circle. Bungle was almost stationary on my knee, but her tail twitched. Exhausted, but alive. However alive a construct could be. Near us, Rowan and Hugh the vampire lawyer remained locked in combat, and despite Hugh's superhuman strength and agility, Rowan radiated confidence in every motion. Where he lunged, she blocked. Where he withdrew, she moved in. She locked her gaze on him, let her short sword drop, and he took the baited opening. When he came for her this time, she thrust the blade deep into his throat under his chin. Vampires do not have beating hearts. The blood didn't spurt from him so much as ooze from the lethal wound. Rowan followed him to the ground, plunging her sword next into his still, dead heart, and giving it a brutal twist. Then he began to age rapidly, skin wrinkling and withering until all that remained was a husk of a corpse. While I'd been watching that unfold with Shar's wrist tied to mine, Anholtz fled. Shar was the one who watched her go. She later told me how Anholtz looked genuinely terrified with every step. The threat of the Paxwood ladies using her as their sacrifice was not, apparently, something she wanted for herself, even though she would offer teenage girls to the demon. Would Sly be in danger next? Rowan's voice cut into the sudden silence. We'll have to burn this. You two all right? The basement was still cold, but the oppressive air was receding. You kissed me, I said to Shar softly. Her eyes twinkled as she responded. Are you sure it wasn't a dream? I'll take that as a yes, Rowan laughed. Suddenly, Nellie flickered into view. Worry furrowed her brow as she scanned the basement, but her expression smoothed when she saw Shar and me, safe. As quickly as she'd appeared, she was gone. I dug into the bag of supplies that Shar had put together, still with me, and I pulled out a kitchen utility lighter. Will this do? Perfect. I'll take care of this. You two, get on out of here. Hand in hand, Shar and I went up the stairs, leaving Rowan behind. Later, she told me what she experienced while she was in the basement on her own. Rowan lit up the vampire's husk, like she had with so many husks before this. It was easier when they were old vampires like Ryan Hugh the vampire lawyer apparently was. The vampiric stasis of a lethal blow aged the vampire rapidly into their true mortal state. So, a decade-old vampire turned in their early 20s would appear more like a fresh corpse of a 30-year-old. Sunlight turned any vampire corpse to ash, but the old ones burned so much more easily with flame, like the vampire had cheated the afterlife for long enough, and the underworld was eager to claim the remains. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, she said out of habit, as the husk crumbled away. When she looked up, she didn't expect to see the entity she referred to as the Shadow Seer, a figure cloaked in black shadows, a voice masked, and yet somehow, still, a comforting presence. What did I tell you when last I visited you? Came the Shadow Seer's distorted voice. That the next time you appeared to me, it would be in the place where I can achieve my goals. Then, this is it? Rowan asked. This is the house where I can bring together the chosen ones who are being abandoned like I was. Are you willing to assume responsibility to become their mentor, guide, and leader? The Shadow Seer asked in return. Do you ever speak in statements? Rowan shook her head. Yes, I will lead them. I can't let them die alone. You have your answer. The Shadow Seer disappeared as quickly as they'd appeared, leaving Rowan alone in the haunted basement with a pile of vampire ash. She took her time ascending the stairs and making her way to the front door. This would be hers. She'd convinced the Paxwood City Council, and once she did, she paused at the door, looking back into the lobby and imagining it alive again. Then 3 out of 4 Paxwood ladies rippled into existence along the stairwell, staring down at her with hateful expressions. Rowan sighed. I'm gonna need a very good exorcist. Episode 38. How the Cake Gets Made. Adrian Morgan escorted us to the police station, and the cover story came together along the way. It wasn't so much a cover story as the reality minus a few superficial details. Ghost possession would complicate things. So would explaining why vampire lawyer Ryan Hugh was now a pile of ash. Mix Cardoso suggested omitting Ann Holtz entirely from the narrative. She's still alive, and she won't let anything tarnish her reputation, Mix Cardoso said. There's no physical evidence to help us pin anything on her, so it would be our word against hers, and she's not above using possession and dark magic to get her way. Putting it all on Hugh gives her an out. A truce. Rowan shook her head. I don't like making truces with demon summoners. Neither do I, but Cardoso's right, Adrian said. The police department clears her in every investigation where she's involved. If we want to bring Ann Holtz down through legal means, we'll need irrefutable evidence and an investigator who can defend against magic interference. I barely remember Ann Holtz being there, Shar said. The vampire picked me up in his car, but the ghost knocked me out. When Ann Holtz came into the dream, she never directly showed herself to me. I only saw her on the stairs for a few seconds when she ran, really. I can commit to talking about Hugh's involvement. Ann Holtz, not so much. One more thing. Adrian looked directly at me. I'm not covering for you. This situation is an exception. Any laws you break, any danger you create for yourself or others, I won't interfere with the consequences. So it was no surprise that when Shar's parents and my mother all came to the police station, I lost my car privileges again. I'd told my mother I'd be at Shar's house, then told Shar's parents I'd go home, and I was clearly in neither place. Trust shattered. But hey, that kiss made it all worthwhile. By the time I finally got home, it was practically time to go to school. Fortunately, my mother wasn't a monster, so she let me stay home. I left Bungle on the sunniest windowsill in my bedroom before I collapsed into bed. She hadn't moved an inch, and I wasn't sure how sentient glass familiars worked. But it felt right to leave her where sunlight could warm her and cast playful rainbows through her crystalline body. Cats loved sunbathing, right? I slept until Saturday, when I awoke to dozens of messages, but the only important message was the one from Shar. Maisie's for brunch? I checked the time to make sure that I'd be able to at least get a shower and put on fresh clothes. 10:30 sound good? She sent back a thumbs up. Then, Rowan and Mix Cardoso will be there too. Bungle was still on the windowsill, but she'd changed position, contentedly stretching out on one side, tail curling. You want to come? I asked. She replied with a dismissive purr. My mom doesn't know magic is real, and I don't know how to explain an animated glass cat to her, so stay in the room, please. Bungle purred again. She hadn't enjoyed sunlit naps in a long time, and had no intentions of moving from the spot I'd chosen for her, except maybe to pursue the sunlight as it shifted through the day. While I got ready for brunch, I caught up on my other messages and checked the local and regional news. Char's abduction and safe return weren't grisly enough to make the top headlines, but the fact that her assailant was a lawyer working for Silphium garnered some attention. Plus, without an arrest, there was a loose thread for the public to fret over, even though I knew Ryan Hugh would never cause harm to anyone else. I cleared brunch with my mom, then rode to Maisie's diner on my bike. Char was already there when I arrived. "Did you see Trisha Anholt's apology?" she asked as I sat down. Usually I'd sit opposite the table from her, but this time I slipped into the booth beside her. We needed room for 2 more at the table, and even if we didn't, I wanted to be close to her, and now I didn't have to hide it. I shook my head. "Apology, huh?" She posted it just after I got here, a couple minutes ago. She passed her phone over to me. "On behalf of Silphium Resorts, I want to acknowledge the concerns being expressed by the people of Paxwood," she began. She sat framed at a desk surrounded by professional bookshelves that were so uniform those books had to be fake. "When we hired Ryan Hugh as an attorney to represent our interests, he provided a clean record of upstanding moral behavior. However, underneath that polished veneer, he hid a dark side. He has not approached any Silphium employee since vanishing early Friday morning after the abduction that allegedly involved him. We have terminated our relationship with his legal office, and we are working with local and federal employees to provide closure to this situation. While we work to rebuild goodwill with the people of Paxwood, we are formally withdrawing our purchase offer for Paxwood House." "Oh, so non-apology," I said, shaking my head. I leaned in close to Char. "How are you feeling about it?" Char leaned back toward me, taking my hand in hers. "Ever since I saw that ghost with my own eyes, I've been off balance. The broken arm, pain medication, and possession didn't help. It's strange. Everyone expects me to be afraid, but I know I'm safe. I don't know. It's a lot." "I know which local therapists work with the paranormal," Mix Cardoso said as they slipped into the booth across from us. Rowan was just behind them. "You've been through a lot. It could help you process things." "Give me that list too," Rowan requested. "It'd be nice to have a therapist who isn't associated with the Hands of the Seers, but I haven't had time to figure out how to find one." "Gladly," Mix Cardoso said. They met Char's eyes. "And you?" "Yeah, share it," Char said. Then she was quick to change the subject away from her. "Did you hear Silphium is dropping their bid?" "I heard it first," Rowan said. "The city council still has to approve the sale on Tuesday, but once they do, it's mine." "Show them that post," I said to Char. "You've got to see this." Char replayed Anholt's apology for Mix Cardoso and Rowan. "She is exactly how I remember her from high school," Mix Cardoso said wryly, shaking their head. "She wants all the pity and none of the blame, and she'll weasel her way out of every consequence. If she goes back into Paxwood House, the ladies will immediately sacrifice her to their demon lord. So that's one consequence she won't escape," I said. Both Rowan and Mix Cardoso shot me with inquisitive looks. So I went into a more detailed explanation of the events of the dream, prompting Char to fill in what she knew. "That's why she ran like a rat fleeing a sinking ship," Rowan said. We caught up on other little details from that night as we ate our fill of delicious diner breakfast, and Char had her opportunity to ask 2 actual experts her initial questions about the reality of magic, ghosts, and the paranormal. She had plenty of them, most of them technical and anchored in the research she'd been doing and the supplies she'd been gathering. "You've got a knack, Char," Rowan told her. "Some people would get lost in the noise between all the fictional stories and the half-truths, but somehow you put together a tactical kit that actually suited the situation, even though you don't have any formal training." "You also have potential as an artificer," Mix Cardoso added. "A mage who specializes in creating enchanted objects, I mean. Your craftsmanship and attention to detail have always been impressive. If you want to learn how to add magic to the mix, I'd be happy to teach you." "I think I'd like that." Char smiled. I crossed my arms, feigning a scowl. "Oh, I get the magical Chernobyl, the world of magic is dangerous, walk away before it eats you alive speech multiple times, but Char gets an invite to learn magic right out the gate? I see how it is."
I couldn't keep up the act, though, and we all laughed together. When the conversation ran down and the food ran out, Rowan insisted on paying the check for everyone, and we parted ways. "I'd take you home if you wanted to ride on my handlebars," I said to Shar. "My mom's coming to pick me up. Thanks for the offer, though." We waited together hand in hand. Why didn't you come visit me?" Shar asked, her voice soft and tentative. "I mean, you sent the necklace after a bit, but when I was out of school, you didn't even send me a message." I pulled back instinctively, confusion setting my heart racing. "What do you mean? You wanted me to visit? Did you feel too guilty about what happened?" Shar's expression was so gentle, but there was a wound hiding there behind her eyes. "No. You told me you needed time, so I was trying to respect that," I said. "I didn't want to push you further away by clinging to you when you'd asked for space, you know?" Shar pursed her lips together and furrowed her brow, thinking back. "I said I needed time right after the surgery? You thought I meant time away from you." I nodded. "I meant time to understand what was going on and time to recover. I'd just seen a ghost and broken my arm." She socked my shoulder. "You jumped straight to the worst interpretation of my post-surgery haze statement. Rude. Aren't you supposed to be the investigator who pursues the truth at any cost?" I could have felt a lot of things at that moment, all of them rooted in embarrassment, guilt, and stupidity. No more avoiding, just truth. So, on top of everything else, taking you to a haunted house where you broke your arm, sending you a necklace that got you possessed by a demon-worshipping ghost, all that, I also misunderstood and ignored you. I said, "Can you forgive me?" "Only on one condition," Shar replied. "If you're not sure what I mean, ask." Agreed. Good, because she took a deep, steadying breath. "Okay, I think I'm demisexual. I've never really gotten love at first sight fluttery about anyone, and I couldn't pin the idea of loving you down to any one moment. It's like when batter becomes cake. It's not like any one particular moment in the oven when it stops being batter and starts being cake. There's the potential for cake, but it's not cake until it's out of the oven, and even then, sometimes the cake doesn't work out." "I love you." The expression tumbled out with the smallest, gentlest laugh. "I love you, and I love your cake, and I think I get you. You don't want me to expect you to act romance movie in love because that might not be how you show it. But you want to see where this goes." "Yeah? You're not worried or upset?" Shar asked. "I'm 1,000 kinds of feelings," I said honestly. "But you're trusting me with a piece of you, and that's a good thing, right?" "Right," Shar agreed, and she relaxed. She looked like she wanted to say something more, but her mom's car appeared right then. I gave her hand a squeeze and let her go. We'd see each other again soon enough. Episode 39. Welcome to Paxwood. If Monday hadn't been Memorial Day, I would have visited Paxwood Library sooner. Tuesday after school, before the city council meeting, was the earliest I could make my way back to the records room. Luella's journal kept calling me. Not in the possessed by a ghost way, but more in the way stories pulled at me. Once Rowan took ownership of Paxwood House, she'd need to understand the ghosts who occupied it. And even if Luella was a demon-worshipping spirit who tried to shove her demon lord into my girlfriend, her journal could still help build understanding. Girlfriend. I could call Shar my girlfriend, not just friend. I blushed thinking about that while I waited for the librarian to finish helping another patron. Easier to think cute, nervous thoughts about Shar than to think about what I was about to do. I'd never stolen anything in my life. Trespassed, sure, but I followed the adage, take only memories, leave only footprints. Trespassing was way more fun when you didn't get caught. You want to go into the records room, right? The librarian guessed, giving me a smile as he turned his attention to me. Yes, thanks, I said. Once I was alone in the room, and the librarian had returned to the first floor, I looked for Luella's journal on the shelf. still there. With a shaking hand, I pulled the journal out and dropped it into my bag. You accuse me of stealing, and then you take the journal for yourself, Sly said. I spun around. She'd come in so quietly, so quickly, I hadn't even heard her approach. When I'd first met her in here, I took her goth aesthetic as teenage rebellion, pushing against the norm. Now that I knew who she worked with, her choice to wear black came across as more sinister. I don't know what you're talking about, I lied, shifting my bag on my shoulder. That morning at school, Mix Cardoso had gifted me and Char both with protective quartz bracelets. I made sure that Sly could see it there on my wrist. Any magic she threw at me wouldn't get far. Sure you don't. She brushed past me and went to the shelf, placing her finger in the gap where the journal had been a moment before. Give it back. Instead of engaging, I started for the door. What are you going to do in public with witnesses? Nothing. Sly laughed. A dark, hollow sound. You should be more worried about what I'll do when I catch you alone. Cute. I glanced over my shoulder and tried to mimic Rowan's confidence. See you around, Sly. I was shaking my whole bike ride to City Hall, but the physical activity gave me a chance to focus on my breath instead of Sly's threat. I'd talk with Mix Cardoso about how to prepare as soon as I could. After locking up my bicycle, I meandered to my mother's City Hall desk. She was already there, going over messages from constituents. How do you think the vote's going to go? I asked as I settled into the chair she left out for visitors. You'll find out with the rest of the public, she said. She was still mad at me, which was fair. I took a little neatly wrapped pastry box from my bag and presented it to her. Without a car, Char and I couldn't go to Bellingham for Memorial Day, so we spent Monday at her home, catching up over confectionery. I'd set aside the best chocolate-coated toffees and caramels I'd produced for my mother. If you need a little energy boost, I said. Should we get dinner delivered here, you think? She peeked into the box, and her expression softened. That's a good idea. I'll take care of it. Both of us worked through dinner. Even though the school year was as good as over, Memorial Day marking the start of summer and all, teachers still had to at least pretend to keep teaching through the last day of school. As I swallowed my last bite of food, I also swallowed my pride. I really am sorry, I said. Even though I thought about Char and her parents, I wasn't thinking about you. I should have been honest with you about where I was. You need to be, she said, setting her single-use bamboo fork aside. You're growing up, so you're going to do things I don't approve of. But you're going to be so much safer if you talk with me about it. If I know where you are and who you're with, if you get in trouble, I can be there so much faster. I keep grounding you because you're lying to me, but that doesn't work. How do I get you to talk to me? I considered for a moment how much easier this would be if I told her about the magic side of things. But that was too much of a paradigm shift for half an hour before a crucial city council meeting. I can try to be more transparent, I offered at least. She picked up her fork and jabbed it toward me. You'd better, kiddo. There was almost always a closed session before the public city council meeting. When my mother joined her fellow city council members, I made my way to the lobby. Rowan, Mix Cardoso, and Char were already there. Rowan was talking with Diana Cade of the Paxwood Chronicle. I tried not to be offended that she was cutting in on my story now that there was a whole kidnapping scandal around it. Both regional and national news outlets might share her article, so it made sense for her professional career. And if only because of that scandal, more people than usual showed up for the city council meeting. You want to go home? I asked Char. A few people were looking at her, but no one had approached. She shook her head. I'll be fine. Here, come with me, I said, pulling her hand. I led her down the hallway to one of the side meeting rooms. Since most people didn't have authorization to be back here, it'd be quieter. There's a CCTV where they always play the city council meeting. Don't you want to be in the meeting room? She asked. I'd rather make sure you're comfortable. Rowan's going to be amazing on her own, and Diana's taking over coverage. From our private viewing room, we watched on as the public filed into their seats. The city council members were out on a break between the private and public session, But they returned soon enough, and the session was called to order right on time at 7 o'clock. Minutes from the closed session, a few other issues to deal with, and then it was Rowan's turn. Ms. Hayward, would you like to say anything before we vote to approve or deny the sale? Curtis Mitchell asked. Even if he didn't exactly remember Rowan saving him from Anholt's influence after the last meeting, he smiled amiably. Rowan stepped up to the microphone for public comment. City Council members, I've only been here for a short amount of time, but I can already see what makes Paxwood special. In this city, you stand up for the things you believe. You support local small businesses. You do what is right, not what is easy. There's a lot to love about a place like Paxwood, and I would be honored if you entrust me with making the town founder's home an active part of your community. My degrees in physical therapy and childhood psychology give me the background knowledge necessary to run programming for youth that will engage body, heart, and mind, and empower those who attend to make meaningful impact and contributions to their communities. I'd love to work with your local organizations to host seminars and community events in a historic local landmark that doesn't need to be hidden away. By approving this sale, you're investing in the soul of your city, and I will always remember the trust you placed in me today. Thank you. The public in the room applauded, but not nearly as enthusiastically as Shar and me. Then the floor opened for comment on the matter. Mix Cardoso and a few others provided their 1-minute endorsements of the sale. Dr. Vogel was the only dissenting voice. We should wait and put this precious piece of our history in the custody of someone with tried and true experience, not this young lady barely out of college with a head full of dreams and no life experience, he insisted. I wished I was in the room to get a better read on the council after he said that. The CCTV feed wasn't exactly ultra-high definition. When the moment arrived, though, all the members voted to approve the sale. I almost feel like we're watching the founding of Severio's School for Exceptional Fledglings, Shar said, referencing one of the most popular Wonder comics, The S-Men, which followed a team of aberrants born with a unique DNA aberration that gave them superpowers. And we get to be students. I grinned. There's still a few items left on the agenda before they dismiss. Want to go home before the crowd moves out? Yes, thank you. I'll call my parents to come pick me up. Once I'd sent Shar home, I stuck around to congratulate Rowan. Granted, she would not leave the meeting with keys in hand. I didn't know a lot about property sales, but they took a lot of time and paperwork. I waved to Rowan as she came out from the city hall. She was caught up in niceties with community members, so I headed to her car. It didn't take too long before she came over. Mix Cardoso waved, but he went off to his own car rather than joining us. So, she said, you seemed hesitant before, like you wanted a normal life. I heard a lot of people chasing the Paxwood house story, I pointed out. You made poor decisions, but a lot of that hurt isn't really on your shoulders, Rowan said. Anholtz, Sly, the Paxwood ladies, they've hurt people. You made mistakes, and those mistakes put people in danger. So, you learn from your experiences, and you make fewer mistakes. Rowan leaned against her car and looked up at the stars instead of at me. When I started college, the Hands of the Seers issued an organization-wide alert. They do that often enough that it becomes white noise, and I had to chat with a couple of old contacts just to be sure I wasn't misremembering. Keep eyes out for someone with an eidetic memory, probably born under a new moon, maybe a meteor storm. November 2002's alpha monoceratids were pretty intense right around your birthday if my research is correct. Critical events would draw this individual almost against their will with an instinctive pull to be present and witness. They might think of themselves as a storyteller or a journalist. They would have a birthmark that looks like a quill, probably on their lower back or hip. Do you have that birthmark? I leaned back. My dad once told me how the night I was born was so dark, but the sky was full of shooting stars. And as for the birthmark, well, I touched the spot on my hip instinctively. How did you know? Everything else lines up, Rowan said. You, Carrie, are the chosen chronicler of your generation. You have innate skills and magic that will help you collect the stories of chosen ones. If you really want to have a normal life, you'll be fighting against instincts you may not even know you have every step of the way. It's not impossible, but I'm a chosen one? Seriously? And the mistakes you made might be partly because of it, Rowan said. Do you feel pulled toward Paxwood House like a puppet on a string? Like you couldn't not be there? I nodded. Even if you didn't have a destiny, or if I'm wrong about this, I'd still think you have a lot of potential, and Mix Cardoso does too, Rowan said. If you want that normal life, I'll teach you what to watch out for so you don't let your instincts control you. If you want to explore the possibility that you might be the chronicler, I'll help you understand your abilities so you'll achieve your greatest possible potential. Up to you. How could anyone expect me to say anything other than, I'm in? Epilogue. What comes next? Do you think she'll like it? I asked Char, bumping her shoulder gently. Tonight we're on dinner duty together, and Paxwood House is full, so we have plenty of work to do. We have chicken breasts baking in one oven, while we work together slicing and dicing salad vegetables. Bungle the glass cat lounges in a patch of sunlight that beams in through the window in the kitchen door. It's been just over 3 weeks since the wild hunt shattered the thin barrier between the paranormal and the mundane. 3 weeks, and the news is still buzzing every day with breaking revelations about the realities of magic. There are holdouts who refuse to accept the evidence in front of them and insist that the wild hunt must have been a mass hallucination, and there must be some scientific reason for every bit of magic covered on the news. 2 weeks of frantic reviewing, researching, and interviewing to get the details right, and 1 week since I shared the product of my chronicling endeavor with Rowan, Char, and Alex, and a few others staying at the house. Clover was all compliments. No surprises there. She's got a centuries-long history of serving as a patron to struggling artists. She knows the encouragement game. Alex offered technical corrections, and we had a lengthy conversation about whether I should call them Mix Cardoso or Alex in the narrative, since they were still more teacher than mentor-friend at that point in my life. I chose Mix Cardoso for consistency, but there will be a point as the chronicle continues where the switch happens. Charlene's back against me, comfortable in our closeness. She's in the study right now. We've got the big stuff ready for dinner, and it's just a matter of waiting until the chicken's baked through, Char says. Go. Ask. I've got it from here. Bungle blinks her diamond eyes at us for a moment, then settles back into her nap in the late-day sun. She'll stay with Char and supervise. Since Rowan claimed Paxwood, she worked to keep its original charm while also modernizing its amenities. The first-floor study, which now serves as Rowan's public-facing office and a resource library, is a prime example of that work. The study's glass double doors, with their elaborately carved and polished wood filigree, stand open. She sits at a gorgeous, deep brown executive desk facing the doors, her laptop open, 2 books splayed out next to her. A wooden chair with a plush velvet seat waits on the opposite side of the desk, inviting visitors to sit and chat. Stahlblum is with her, as it should be. No longer a Zweihounder, now a one-handed arming sword, though that's an entire story of its own. The angel-blessed blade rests on a sword rack behind her desk, along with a few other swords of various styles and purposes. What's on your mind, Carrie? She asks, gently half-closing her laptop to turn her attention to me. I sit down across the desk from her, folding my hands in my lap, so that I don't start fretting with them. Did you read it yet? The Haunting of Paxwood House, you mean? I nod, searching her face for any sign of her feelings about it. I did. She gives a small sigh, looking up for a moment, gathering her thoughts. We've been through so much since then. It's strange looking back at that time through your eyes, your recollection, your interpretation. Good strange? I asked hopefully. Rowan laughed softly. Good strange. You're the chosen chronicler for a reason, Carrie. You've always been collecting these stories. It's satisfying to see you put them together for a purpose. The world needs the knowledge you have, now more than ever. I'm glad you think so, I say, because here's the challenge. If I go chronologically from the haunting into the exorcism, the audience will be missing key context, especially around Amity. Amity, Rowan repeats, nodding. Do you have a solution in mind? I've gotten your story piecemeal over the years, but it's about time for me to interview you directly and put it together, I say. Slaying Varoriacs, the broken prophecy, the Shadow Seer, the choices you've made, and the path you've forged for yourself. The trial of the Demon Slayer. Rowan turns around in her chair and lifts Stahlbloom from its resting place, then lays it flat and sheathed on the desk in front of her. The Rosenbloom pommel, the thorn-twisted crossguard. Though it was forged to slay one specific demon, the sword was so much a part of her, so much a part of her story. The trial of the Demon Slayer, Rowan repeats, after a moment of thought. All right, I've kept you waiting long enough. I have a few other duties to take care of today, but let's make a plan to begin tomorrow. Will that give you the time you need to gather resources and figure out your interview questions? Of course, I agree, standing. I'll let you get back to work, but dinner's almost ready, and I'd better see you there. You know what Clover would say. You shouldn't save the world on an empty stomach. Rowan circles her desk and pulls me into a gentle one-armed hug. I'll be there. Then I leave her to her work. After everything she's done, she'd be justified in retiring here and now. But she chooses to help over and over and over again. She already saved the world. Again. At least for now. But with magic exposed, everything is changing. And even in a world full of prophecy, destiny, and magic, society only gets better when people get involved. Thank you, listeners, for joining me in this journey through Paxwood Book 1, The Haunting of Paxwood House. We've reached the end of Book 1, and I've already got Book 2 brewing. Follow Steph Weaves Tales on social media for updates, including the cover reveal of The Trial of the Demon Slayer coming soon. Theme music composed by Human Nature. Visit paxwoodtales.com to read the story as it unfolds. Want to read over my shoulder while I write what's next? I'm moving from Twitch to Moonbeam Stream for laid-back virtual write-ins and crafting. If you like the story and you want more, like, review, comment, subscribe, and if you're feeling particularly entangled, buy me a skein of yarn on Ko-fi.